It's been bugging me. Seem to recognize.
Oh wow, 87 months in row with this cute chat peepo cute.
Oh, you seem familiar.
A boba. A boba. Bob. Dietary fiber in my boosie. What's up?
Fucking white mob. Oh, yo, there's a video on the RuneScape Alpha. Oh, shit. Do I want to watch that? Fuck. Guys, linking the clip create link doesn't do anything, by the way. What am I looking at now? Oh, shit. Let me turn that on. Let me turn this on. Ah, fuck. Do we quickly just do a quick good take session? I think we do a quick good take session. I think we pivot. I think we pivot. Quick good takes. Yeah. I mean, no quick good takes. There's too many interesting things. But I gotta look at that RuneScape thing, right? I gotta. It's a speed run, chat. It's a speed run. What you taking this? You're linking the same dog shit clip, which is just Kuma bait.
AB Po2 Classic.
You're linking Kuma bait. That's Kuma bait. That's like the person's got their OnlyFans. Oh, fuck it, man. I don't know what the hell's going on there. What is this?
Okay, now the Russian vlogger, what is the plan for the Russian vlogger who was apparently, as reporters have written, smug even after his arrest. Right? So pag-usapan natin itong Russian vlogger na ito, baka gimmick po, alam mo kasi sa YouTube, it's quite unpleasant, but maraming vloggers who do that for show, right?
For clout.
For clout, for show. What did he violate? Because clearly he's been doing this all over different areas already, maybe different countries.
Well, there was vandalism. There was unjust vexation. There was burglary.
Vexation.
There was...
Wait, what's vexation? So like just talking shit? Okay, so the person's being annoyed, frustrated, or worried. Annoys, a cause of annoyance, frustration, or worry. So is it making people... So you can bite your lip and vexation. So can you cause vexation in other people? Is that what he did? Or I don't get it. Is he making other people... What like vexatious? Make it, you can be vexated or in a state of vexation. So he's basically making people mad. Is there a clip of this? I don't know if I can be fucked watching an 18-minute video. Look, let's be real. So is there a video of him just doing it so I can just make my own judgment? I'd rather not watch an 18-minute video.
Video camming someone without their...
Is this the guy who was high on drugs and did grievous bodily harm to some random jogger who was going past his house and like completely fucked them up? Yeah. Like completely fucked them up. Yeah, okay, all right.
Their consent.
Yeah.
And a host of other things. There was theft.
Sure.
He stole an electric fan from a restaurant and tried to make a show of it. He stole a motorcycle from a patrolman of BGC and tried to ride it around BGC. He's
full schizophrenic, right? He's basically treating like real life like it's a computer game. Like he thinks he's playing Grand Theft Auto, but it's just real humans, and he's causing actual danger. I mean, he's crazy. I mean, you're crazy, right? Just like he's just crazy. Like it's just he's not playing the society. He's not playing the game of society. It doesn't work. If everyone does this, what happens? It falls apart. It doesn't work. You have to follow the basic rules. Not I'm saying you don't have to be like everyone else or anything. You can do whatever. You can be a weird guy, do whatever. But like, it's one of these things where you can't just fucking go and do whatever you want. Expect there to be no repercussions.
He had unjust vexation towards a trainer of a surfboard trainer in Boracay and started making a fool of himself. He has I think 30 videos in the Philippines, all that making a fool of Filipinos.
Oh, wow. Okay, 30 videos. And lumabas sa video, nung binabasahan siya ng Miranda rights, nagkikiss pa siya, nagfa-flying kiss. So clearly, it's for his YouTube, no? To get more views. But
That's
what
right.
happens to him now?
Kasi nangyayari dati, tuwing ginaganyan siya sa ibang bansa, i-deport lang siya.
Oo.
I-deport siya, so tapos na. So, mission done. Bye-bye.
I want to see what he did. They're mixing... Oh, fuck, dude. Is it not like videos? Okay, is it like a highlight reel, or is there going to be a guy yapping in between?
Okay, we got to talk about this guy's... Yeah, we're just going to check...
Okay, can someone just link me the videos? It's one of those things where, I don't want an annoying guy yapping over it. I don't want an annoying guy yapping over it, basically, is what I'm saying.
Excuse me, madam, I'm gonna fucking rob you if you keep walking away. I want to give you money. No, okay. No. Okay, because you got a COVID mask, you liberal fuck. Go get your vaccine. I was trying to give you money, but all right. Trying to be nicer. You. No, yeah.
Hey, something.
What I don't get is why you would go around, like committing crimes, but then you're like streaming it. For views, no, but like if you're gonna do unhinged shit, like that's against the law, then you shouldn't record it or let alone broadcast it live to a bunch of people.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Please.
Yes. No.
Bro, he's like turns around like such a
Speaking of
schizophrenic.
annoying yappers, awkward monkey. Can you please best all Ubers in PO2? I don't know if I can handle another.
Yeah, he acts so schizophrenic. Like he looks like he's on drugs, and he looks like he's about to at any moment just fucking go psycho. And he has, I mean, he literally has past behavior. He did just straight up assault the fuck out of some random person jogging past his house, and it was like real bad. I remember seeing the photos of this person. She was like completely fucked up. And yeah, this is the vibe I get. Like, yeah, this guy just doesn't want to get randomly assaulted.
Yes.
He turns around and does that. And then he did some weird like face twitch mouth thing. Like you're gonna be like, what the fuck?
No. What are you gonna do? Hello. 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 Paparazzi, you are besting squad on a paparazzi. Papa.
Bro, he's in the Philippines, man. Yo, just fucking bust out the fucking baton and the taser and start fucking tasing his ass.
Paparazzi. Paparazzi, you are my queen. Papa.
Holy shit. This guy fucking, bro. Holy shit. It's not even funny prank. The guy recording the video is just annoying as fuck. He's just annoying as fuck, bro.
Chat.
Alright, so we just watched, yeah. Okay, so he's completely obnoxious, goes around just fucking upsetting everyone.
Philippines, kala niya ganun na lang.
In an unfunny
Kasi
way.
siyempre hindi kami pumayag. Pwede ba namang babay na lang, ganun na lang, ginago mo mga Pilipino, tas ganun na lang?
Oo.
So napag-decision na namin, kakasuhan namin.
Tama. So pwede ba siyang makulong?
He's
From our
making-
available anything which goes on inside the detention facility, he will contact family or
Wala
Yes,
siyang ilalabas. Di na niya yan uulitin.
he has no access to a cell phone. He has an access only to a cell phone to contact family or attorney. He is not allowed to vlog about anything which goes on inside the detention facility.
No content.
He will live on the national stipend of 3 meals at 70 pesos a day. That's for all 3 meals. He will not get special
70 pesos to USD. Wait, what? Pesos. Holy. Yo, what the fuck? I was like, damn, $3, that's rough. And then I typed Philippine pesos, bro. $1. Holy fuck. He's going to be on a cutting diet, bro. I don't know if the steroids are going to help him out with that. I don't know he's going to be hitting his protein, daily intake. The pag diet. Yeah, he's going to be doing the fucking garbage chicken.
treatment. He will live in a common cell, walang air conditioner. Basta kulong siya habang nag-hearing siya. And I think
Wait, is Philippines the place where if you like deal drugs, you get sent to some facility with like 100 people in one room and there's like a single toilet, and then people get like gangrene and then fucking just die because there's one doctor to every 300 people? Is that, which one is that? Is that Philippines? You just get executed if you fucking sell some like weed? Why would you go to a place where like, bro, I'm scared of going to any place like that because of the fact that you could just get like randomly accused, you know, and then fucking who knows, bro? Who knows? There's no due process that's gonna. I'd much rather be at a place where it's more lenient, like, or less rules. Like, I think I'd be more happy chilling, walking around Iraq than I would a place where there's like, if you get like a single fucking gram of weed on you, you just fucking, they put you in a camp for the rest of your life. Actually, okay, a nice part of Iraq, not like a war-torn part, like a nice part, like a you know, place where tourists can go. All right, Jesus. There's nice places in Iraq. Look up Iraq tourism, bitch. Okay. Name one. Go visit some of the Saddam Hussein statues and shit at some of the temples. Go stay in some fucking mean luxury hotels. Okay. Yeah, they got a bunch of temples all over the place. All right, bro, it's lit. They go.
I think that hearing the civil trial, I think it's civil criminal, maybe it's criminal, it'll maybe last 2 to 3 years. Then the minimum charge, I think, will be 5 years per guilty verdict.
So pwede siyang nakadetain ng 2 to 3 years.
For the hearing pa lang yan.
Oo, hearing pa lang yun. Pero so it means it's clear he will not be deported just like that.
Oh no, hindi talagang we made a conscious decision not to have him deported.
He's smirking, bro. He's like, no, fuck you. Wow, dude. I hope it was worth it for him, little bro. I hope the content was worth it for you, bro. I mean, bro, if you're going around, yeah, this guy's assaulted the fuck out of people, innocent people, for no reason. He just makes dog tier content. I mean, for sure a net negative in society. He's just a drain. He's actual scum. Do I really care if he gets fucking locked down by some slightly corrupt system that might actually punish him for far longer than maybe what he deserves for what he did in Philippines? I don't think I care, bro, honestly. I'm like thinking to myself, yeah, good riddance, but at the same time, it's a waste of resource, but at the same time, fucking 1 peso a day. I mean, if he gets put in there for 10 years, maybe he'll come out like a better person. Maybe he'll come out a better person. Who knows? Maybe he'll come out humbled. This isn't Johnny Somali. This is for Vitally.
Made a conscious decision not to have him deported. It'll, after, pagkatapos ng pagkatuwaan, niloloko mo na Pilipino, pinagkakatawang mo pa Pilipino, pinapahiya mo Pilipino, pinagkakitaan mo pa Pilipino.
He's getting the Filipino justice, bro. He's getting that Filipino cock. That's what he's getting, brother. That's what he's getting.
Tapos babay na lang? Walang ganun, di ba?
You saying you fuck with us, we'll fuck you. You try and get deported? No, son. We're going to stop the process of deporting you. We're going to make it so you're stuck in the Philippines, motherfucker. And we're going to put you in one of these fucking open air prisons where there's 1 fucking square meter per 3 people, okay, motherfucker? And you're going to shit in a drain, okay? You're going to shit in a fucking drain, all right? And you won't even have to lie down.
Fair is fair.
You're gonna have to like sleep standing up, knocking into some other guy. Okay, maybe it's not gonna be that bad, but you know, I mean, bro, he's gonna learn a lesson here. Let me tell you.
And not only that, he may just move to another Asian country and do the same thing, right? For his content.
For content, no content, bro, and the fact that he can't make content out of it as well. No cell phones, no vlogs. Because that's what they say. That's what these guys say. I'm going to stream the trial. I'm going to fucking, I'm going to make so much content. I'm going to make YouTube videos out of all this. Like, I've seen that Johnny Somali guy yapping about all this. And it's like, bro, it makes you want to blow your fucking brains out when you hear these guys talk. Like, they don't even understand what the fuck they're doing. They don't understand entire fucking societies have turned against them, and people just want to watch them suffer. Like, what's going to happen if you get to a place where everyone doesn't like you, and then that place isn't as good as America? You haven't got the same protections in place or the same freedoms. If they want, they can just say, fuck you. And they can put you in a hole, basically, till you die. You know? Path of Exile and the GGG employee leak about early access. Dude, okay, dude, I don't really care, bro. I'm gonna be honest. 2 months ago, it's a fucking leak, bro. Yeah, okay, little bro. Is this Philippines? I don't even know. What? Zelda Maryrong? Not available in my country, bro. Oh, wait a minute, though. Wait, with NordVPN. Let's go to the United States. Not available for United States either. What about... Wait, let's go Philippines. Wait, Germany? No, they have, like, the worst, right? UK, maybe? Let's go UK. Okay, we're in Great Britain now. Nah, fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. Really, bro? Okay, NordVPN's not working anymore on YouTube, or you have to be like in a very specific location to watch this. Yeah, basically, that's my computer, by the way. Basically, problem with the Philippines. Yeah, there's places out here, chat. Let me tell you, where it's not as nice. It's not as nice as where we live. Okay. I'm gonna watch this, but don't watch it yet. Save it, chat. I mean, savoring this. All right. I'm savoring this. We can't just watch it straight away. Major problems. Path of Exile has some major problems. 3 hours ago. I mean, maybe. POE just listened to it, well, then it was 4 months ago. It's one of that feedback. Ooh, Dreamcore even. Damn, bro. We got a lot of this shit. Dementia symptoms. I don't want to do it. Doesn't everyone slowly get dementia as they get older? Isn't that how it works? Isn't this just a natural, yeah. This is Remus. This is Dine Wolf. The first to exist in over 10,000 years. Endangered species could be changed forever. Yo, when are the mammoths coming, bro? Well, they've been talking about, like, they've got this whole area marked out in some fucking place in the icy part of Russia, right? What do they call that place? Not the Savannah, the Siberia. They got some place in Siberia where they've marked out this whole huge area, and they've got the elephants and these female elephants, and they've got these eggs, and they've been fucking doing tests, and they're basically, the whole idea is to implant woolly mammoth shit using like stem cells that like change using some DNA shit to bring back a woolly mammoth and then impregnate an elephant, and then she's like the surrogate mother, and then you get a woolly mammoth back. And they've been talking about this for like 2 years, maybe 3. Okay. The elephant eggs, bro. The elephant eggs, as in like they fertilize the elephant's shit. Well, they put it in the, I don't know, they inject it or some shit. The way I understand it is they basically make a fucking woolly mammoth. They mix elephant and woolly mammoth shit, and they modify it, and they put it in the elephant, and then you get a mammoth out. And it's supposed to be coming soon. Like really soon. Single-digit years. New Reddit to reacts. Blursed videos. What the fuck is this? Wait, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck are we? What the fuck is this? Reddit. Bro, what the fuck? Are we on some sort of pregnancy video? Bro, that would be crazy if you're a dog. Imagine the demon magic you're experiencing. What the hell? What the fuck? That would actually be like the devil or something. Like a dog, an animal doesn't understand this. Like dude, his brain is so small. Look at him. He's gonna be like, what? That's me, but it's not me. I mean, I don't know if he's even self-aware that he's even... I don't even know what kind of experience the dog's having, but... The dog must be fucking tripping balls hearing that. Off he goes. Off he goes. Demon, bro, demon. Burn the witch. What is Blursed barista? What does Blursed mean?
Excuse me, I didn't ask for whipped cream.
Oh, you didn't ask for whipped cream? Did you say that at the register?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that this isn't your fucking drink. So if you could, kindly sit your ass down, and I will call you when your drink is ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
What does Blursed mean? What is this? I've seen that before.
Put it away. Put it out. Oh shit. What are you guys doing? What's up, man? Pass that blunt. Pass the blunt. Pass it to him. Oh my god. What? Ooh, this is gas. You got the gas. You got more of this inside? What's up, officer? How are you, bro? Man, I'm tired of my bullshit ass job, man.
Nah, it's real, guys.
What's that, guys? Yo, try that chopper. Let's be out, yo. Play chopper.
Okay, alright, dude. Alright. I'm off this Reddit, guys. I'm brain running. I'm brain running. It's kind of cool, but nope. Click this off. All right, we need to see no chat, bro. We're trying to get into the POE stuff, but I wanted to the reason why I came to just chatting is because I wanted to watch this RuneScape thing. Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So if you hadn't heard the news, this week Jagex revealed a potentially very exciting new game. It's called RuneScape Dragonwilds. This is an open world co-op survival crafting game with third-person combat.
Footage,
it features MMO-inspired character builds where you can take on the role of a warrior, a ranger, a mage, and plenty of other traditional RPG-themed classes, slashing, shooting, and casting spells against a host of fantasy creatures while collecting loot and exploring a massive open world with its assorted biomes and points of interest. All the while also doing the survival game loop of gathering, crafting, and building. Now, we have only seen a brief glimpse of this game so far, but it's looking quite promising from what little has been revealed, like a hybrid of Valheim and Enshrouded with the added layer of RuneScape's magical skill system and its world building. Also, according to some early hands-on testers who have already played the game in its alpha state, this is shaping up nicely with some very positive early impressions that we will cover later in today's video. I am tentatively quite excited. Like, this looks like something that I would definitely enjoy playing. So today in this video, we're going to go over everything we know about RuneScape Dragonwilds. So for starters, they've released 2 official trailers, a 2-minute teaser, which was mostly environmental flybys, showing off various zones and points of interest. So we see some forest, rivers, medieval towns, castles, ruins, dungeons, swamps, waterfalls, a weather system with thunderstorms, nighttime with this bright stars in the sky, and finally this noxious wasteland. All in all, I would say this looks pretty good in my opinion. The visual style definitely reminds me of a blending of something like Valheim and Enshrouded. Yes, it's certainly a low pixel count compared to some super high fidelity UE5 games, but it's also built in a way that I think creates a ton of atmosphere. Just in general, I like how this looks. I like how Valheim and Enshrouded look, even though they might not have like the highest graphics graphical asset fidelity. They create a
Valheim's one of the best looking games made. Let's not get it twisted. Valheim looks fucking amazing. Valheim looks fucking amazing, bro. Chills. I get chills playing that game. Nah, dude, whatever kind of blending, it's the atmospheric feeling, okay? It's the vibe. They get the vibe on point in Valheim. Okay, the one thing maybe the one thing is when you look at the face of the character models, maybe I'm not a huge fan of that, whatever you want to call that. I just don't like that aesthetic. But the environment and then the entities, the skybox, the weather effects, the way that the shades change over the day, it's amazing. It's really cool. I like it a lot. The meadows, bro, the meadows.
Healing worlds to spend time in, and hopefully this is another such example of that. Beyond this 2-minute trailer, there was another brief 30-second trailer, and this one had some gameplay and combat highlights. It opens up with a group of players running through what looks to be a destroyed town. It then cuts to
it's weird, 'cause I get like
opens up with
I get like when I see this guy here, I get this Fortnite vibe, you know, when they're like I get some sort of Fortnite vibe here, which is you know, questionable. They just need to have a glider, you know. They need to drop out of a plane and then glide down to cut some trees.
With a group of players running through what looks to be a destroyed town. It then cuts to an NPC quest giver. We see this dragon encounter. We got a ranger firing on a goblin. A little bit more combat. This spectral axe chopping down trees. There's some base building in here with the player snapping template pieces into place. And then lastly, what looks to be something like a boss fight versus this dragon. Heading over to the Steam page actually gives us quite a lot of detailed information on what to expect. So the game takes place on RuneScape's forgotten continent of Ashenfall, where dragons have awoken. We play as adventurers who must gather, build, skill, and craft to survive while exploring the world, battling fantasy creatures, and ultimately taking down the dragon threat. In fact, it looks like a core loop of this survival game revolves around hunting these dragons. You're going to level up your character, you'll do all the progression with crafting weapons and gear, acquiring powerful spells, and then tracking down the dragons, using every tool at your disposal to vanquish them. In fact, they word this in a way that implies that there are going to be many dragons for you to track down and fight, with the ultimate goal being to take down the Dragon Queen. The game also features the traditional survival loop of gathering resources.
What are they gonna like spawn in? Wait, because it's like an MMO, right? What are they gonna like 2 hours? A dragon's gonna spawn in this location or something, or what do you have to find it? Like, do you think it'll be like that game? What's that game? New World, where they have like some event on the map? I don't know. Wait, oh, it's not an MMO. Oh, I thought it was an MMO. Wait, so I was contextualizing this in an MMO this whole time. Well, like, oh, fuck yeah, bro. Oh, it's way better. It's way better that's not an MMO. Honestly, I was thinking, like, man, they're gonna have, like, shit, like, they're gonna have to compromise so much. Because when you have MMO, you got all these balancing things. You gotta make sure, like, oh, well, it needs to be, like, terminally online, which means you need to have things respawning, and you need to have, like, a gameplay loop that goes forever, and you do this whole fucking meme where you can't just kind of have this crazy shit and give players insane powerful items and, you know, have crazy shit where the whole world gets destroyed or fucked up. Now rewatch with the new context. I'm not gonna rewatch the new context. Okay, that's cool. All right, way cooler. It's not an MMO. I mean, okay, a RuneScape, Valheim. Okay.
Which you will use to craft items and build bases, but this is done with a magical twist. For example, you can use spells that will explore ore veins with the snap of a finger, or something we've seen several images of is this conjuring of a spectral axe that you toss out in a straight line, chopping down any trees within its path. It actually looks pretty neat. Now, beyond all the basic survival stuff, there is also the added layer of the RuneScape inspiration. Here they say you will embark on quest, level skills, and wield powerful magic runes. Jagex goes on to say that the game blends high fantasy with light RPG elements and iconic RuneScape lore. As you explore the world, you'll uncover ancient secrets and battle legendary RuneScape creatures.
Is it a goblin or a human? What are we looking at here, bro? What the fuck is this?
Also, like many early access survival games, they say that Dragonwilds is going to be heavily shaped by player feedback as it progresses through the alpha in early access into 1.0. And
dude, why is early access giving me PTSD, bro? Why am I hearing early access nowadays and just... It's like the game's never released anymore, bro. You know? I feel like it's just like they never release anymore. It's like indefinitely early access. But at the same time, fuck, having people play it as it goes, and then you can like modify it. Like done right, it can be good. Like Baldur's Gate, for example. You know, fuck.
And further beyond. Now, in terms of the current state of the game, here's what they say. RuneScape Dragonwilds started alpha testing in late 2024 and is launching in early access in spring 2025.
I prefer the model of I don't know, what do you call this model? Beta testing, alpha testing? I prefer the model of you have a phase, people can play some demo version of the game for a short period of time, like, you know, a week or something. They all give feedback, they cut it off again, right? Then a few months after they made a bunch of changes and new content, they do another little demo, test the new shit, and then after a week or two, they cut it off, and then they do that, and then they go for the big deck, like, yo, all right, we got it. Little tests. Not this like, hey, we've kind of like released a game, but it's like there's fuck all game in there, and you just can play a little bit, and we're just gonna slowly add shit, but it's like at a super slow pace. But yo, buy our shit, guys. Close beta to play, like, close beta. Then again, a part of me also thinks close beta kind of pisses me off. I like the open weekends, the open weeks. I don't like it when, oh yeah, a bunch of people can play it, but they just can't talk about it. But they're secretly playing it, and they're playing the whole thing, and they're learning about the whole game, and yeah, that kind of pisses me off a little bit. I like open.
Sometime in the relatively near future. From there, they say that their humble team of heroes will be developing the project with player feedback at its core. Now, moving on to the early access segment of the Steam page, we get some further details. So for starters, they say that their current estimation is that the game will be ready to leave early access at some point in early 2026. However, they will take longer if necessary to make sure the game is as good as it can be for 1.0. This is pretty much what every early access developer says, but worth mentioning. Now, as for the version of the game that will be launching into early,
people used to boo for that, and they used to be like, boo, release it on the day you said you can release it, pussy. But now it's like, yes, queen, you take as long as you need. It's gonna be the best game ever. Take as long as you need. Yeah, like, bro, just don't say a date. Just don't say a date if you don't know when the fuck you're releasing it, pussy.
access. It is going to contain the first few regions, the survival systems, RuneScape skills, as well as magic survival spells. There will be gear to craft, a robust building system, challenging combat, dungeons to delve in, and the first dragon to hunt. So it does appear like when this game comes in early access sometime this spring, there will be one dragon hunt to go for. So you're doing all the survival crafting exploration stuff, ultimately gearing yourself up to take down that one dragon. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the one dragon, which seems to be a little bit worried, like how much content is there prior to that dragon, and then even post killing that dragon, maybe still want to power. We have no clue. Maybe it takes 100 hours to kill the first dragon. Like really no clue at this point. We'll see, right?
Okay,
then throughout the course of early access, their plan is to, of course, add more content and features. This will include new skill spells, more quest enemies, seasonal events, resource types, and expansions to the map, as in more zones, more areas to explore, and in those areas, more points of interest. And here they also gave the typical EA game spiel about listening to and implementing changes based on player feedback. Again, it's literally, you could just copy paste the exact same sentence into every early access game. We're going to really listen to player feedback, and we're going to make the game as good as it can be prior to 1.0. Those two things, they're in all of them, because of course they'd say that. And I believe them. I believe they want to make the best game that they can prior to coming on 1.0, because that means...
Dude, we're going to release 1.0 in a dog shit state. It's going to be fucking trash. Giga Chad. That would be Giga Chad, bro. Like, well, we're going to half-ass this shit. We're going to do speed runs. We'll do whatever it takes. We'll cut corners. Band-Aid fix the fuck out of the game. As long as we get it over the line. And we get our money, baby. That'd be, Giga Chad devs.
To make the most money that they can. All right, so in addition to the Steam page, they released a brief Q&A in a video form where they speak to the game's executive producer. Although, to be perfectly honest, this really was just a basic announcement with them saying, hey, we're making this game. It's a survival crafting game in the RuneScape world. Please check it out and follow us on Steam.
Yeah, I'm getting vibes. I'm getting vibes, bro. I'm getting the same exact vibes I got for that other game that like looked kind of somewhat promising, but then when you play it, it's like, holy fuck. What was that game? What was that game I played? Where it kind of had like this, whatever you want to call it, Sherlock kind of vibe, and there's like portals you go through to like different time periods. Not Enshrouded. Enshrouded is actually pretty okay. I actually don't mind Enshrouded that much. I played that game. Nightingale. Yeah, Nightingale. I was getting similar vibes to Nightingale. They had these like cool kind of looking trailers. It was like, that game looks promising. That game looks promising. Oh, look, it's got survival stuff and, you know, this combat. And then you actually play it, and it was just fucking dog shit. This is Jagex, though, so much shit to build on. Isn't Jagex considered like a dog shit company now? Aren't they like fucking scammers? Didn't they like fully sell out and like make everything pay to win and fucking? Am I tripping? Didn't they do some shit and just fucking ruin everything? Not OSRS. So they haven't fucked. I thought they did fuck OSRS over. Am I tripping? So they didn't fuck them over? I thought there was something they did. I remember. What was the thing? Recently, all the RuneScape hardcore guys were real mad at Jagex for doing something that was like bad. And they backtracked. Oh, they tried to. Yeah, they were doing different prices for different worlds, and so okay, so they were gonna try to do it, and then they backtracked. Okay, that's good that we can forgive. That's good that we can forgive. Yeah, I mean, I was a RuneScape enjoyer. I love RuneScape. For many years, it was like my, you know, because I was too poor to play actual real games, so playing RuneScape was one of my favorite things. It was like the poor person's game. I was correct. I was like so good. Man, maybe I was a bit of a Dunning-Kruger in the respect that obviously there's players who had better shit than me. But when it came to PvP online, yeah, top tier. Like the top best twink you can be. Best twink. Like there was, you know, the other twinks, we were all running the same stuff. A rune skimmy, with like a couple pieces of like mage cloth with like just enough prayer to protect item with some lobbies. And most other twinks were running like 40 attack, 70 strength. And our shit was in the 90s high because we botted rock crabs. Okay, yes. And I shared an account. Totally unethical. But we were completely correct. Like, you know, there was other twinks who, yeah, we were pures. Lobsters as food, yes. Me and Brendan. Me and my boy Brendan. Are you talking about pures? Yes, this is I'm talking, you gotta understand, we were doing pures when people were like, there was no online talk about pures. People didn't even know what pures were. They're like, whoa, why have you got no defense? Why have you leave your defense up? And the whole thing was, you would keep your combat level super low whilst also having the most possible power. So anyone at the same combat level as you could just like one-shot them and take all their shit. So they would just come out there in full iron. They'd come out there in full rune. And they'd be like way high combat level. You would kill them in 2 hits, 3 hits. Take all their shit back to the bank, sell it, buy more food, go out and do the same thing. And we just did that to make tons of money. Yeah, people had gear. Pures everything since 2002. I'm talking about being a pure when I'm fucking whatever age I am, like what, intermediate? So I'm talking 11. So that is 2011, little bro. That's 2011, little bro. You little. Oh, but not 2011, 2001, little bro. My bad. I just got it off by 10 years. 2001. I'm fucking spaced. 2001. So 1 year before what you said already. Not 2011, you fucking 2001. 2001. Okay, alright. Okay. No, but wait a minute. The botting and stuff came later. The account sharing and the twinking came earlier. Okay, so it was during intermediate. I still remember to this day, I had like 20-something accounts all farming for me in RuneScape when I went to school. I would come back, I would sell it. I would sell it. I would go to the bank. I would sell it. I would put all my shit onto my account, which you could even automate. and then I would sell it for money, and then I would get this money, and I would trade it to people at my school, and they would give me canteen food. So I was RMTing, bro. I was the reverse RMTing. So I was botting stuff, and then getting that gold, and then selling it for food to get basically donuts at the canteen. Yeah. All right. That's how hardcore I was. All right. And then I'm talking to intermediate. Like, people didn't even know how to operate computers properly at that point. But because my dad was one of the only computer technicians in the entire city, I'd been around computers my entire life, and I understood how to, like, you know, download software and, like, follow, like, basic text document guides. And, yeah. This isn't back in the 80s, bro. There was no... Bro, where I live, man, people were so stupid when it came to computers. I'm talking, I was like an elite coding gaming god, and it was just because I could open up programs and like browse the internet. Okay, I knew how to like use Excel and Word. We had this thing called I even had my own website, which we used a thing called Netscape, I think maybe. Some program where you could basically make a document and publish it, and then convert it to HTML. And then, yeah, I was able to make my own fucking, it is what it is. It is what it is.
It's a survival crafting game in the RuneScape world. Please check it out and follow us on Steam.
Yeah.
That was basically a summation of the entire video. However, after that, we got a blog post on the official Jagex website, which gave us yet another overview of the game, but it also gave some details about an upcoming live stream. So they said, we're so delighted to finally be able to introduce you to RuneScape Dragonwilds as an all-new standalone co-op survival game in the RuneScape universe. Then they touch on the fact that the game has been in alpha testing for a while, saying, you may remember that we put out the call for alpha testers in September last year, and since then we've been rigorously testing the game with you, the community. The feedback that we receive from our alpha testers has been instrumental in helping us understand our direction and helping us do everything we can to make this game the best it can possibly be. We've made the decision to launch into early access on...
Why do you feel the need to lie about stuff? No, I know you. Oh, why are you like Elon? But what are you talking about? But you can ask my sisters. Okay? I had a fucking website, which was basically my name, .co.nz, and I had Dragon Ball Z stuff on there. I had stuff that I had edited. You could click around through hyperlinks. I had several pages you could go through. It was basically just Dragon Ball Z. Because you're going to understand. Okay. You're going to understand. I had the ability to search up Dragon Ball Z shit, and it was like Goku in a chamber with a fucking tail, and you're like, whoa, why is his hair so long? What is that? Like, we were seeing Super Saiyan 3 Goku and like whatever the fucking combo of Goku and Vegeta were. I'm talking before any of this ever came to New Zealand. No one had a clue. And it was because it was Japanese shit. It was Japanese. And so I would I would get these images and I put them on my website, and people could go there and look at it and be like, what? That's crazy. I would go to their desktop PC and you see it, like the way the image would load top to bottom, like real slow, like one line at a time. And then they'd see it and they'd be like, oh, and they'd pog out, bro. They would pog. And I even printed out. I would print out Dragon Ball Z stuff, take it to school. People would freak out. I even did some Pokemon shit that no one had seen. And this is all because I was able to use the internet. None of the kids. I'm talking, this is at the age of like 6, 7, 8, 9, bro. I have access to shit that nobody has a clue how to get. Okay? As a clue. And, yeah, I was just massively advanced. And yeah, I was able to, cheat in RuneScape pretty fucking well. Quin's sister is not a psycho, by the way. Okay, that's not my sister, bro. Oh my god. Oh, that's what these guys are saying. I'm making it up. It's all true. I'm telling you. Like, this is like, I have my own website. I had access to all the fucking shit. I was able to. No one else in my school. My mate Brendan. You could ask my mate Brendan. I would kind of teach him how to boot up the software, and I'd set it all up for him, and I had him going. But, outside of him, we were the only two at our whole school who could do it. Let me tell you. Even us cousin Arthur, bro. Dude, holy, you should see this one hack we had in Fly for Fun, bro, where you could teleport characters. Oh, bro. We could like teleport our guy around, like one-shot people. And it was just so fucking cool, bro. Fly FF, bro, with fucking teleport hacks and, yeah. Some good stuff. Fly FF was crazy, bro. Yeah, that game got ruined by cheaters, though, straight up. How about this quality? What is this? React speedrun. No, it's one of those things where, chat, you can co-op and see and say, like, I never fucking had a cracked character in RuneScape. You can try search him. This is the name of my character. Oh, it was this, and then I had IL owned LI, and we had LI owned I underscore IL. And that would look like two lines. You couldn't tell. So when, in RuneScape, it would look like this. It would look like LL. It just so you got killed by a guy called Owned. But it was actually LI. No, you guys. Now, my logic on cheating back then with bots was like, well, I seen other people doing it, so I'm like, well, they're doing it, so whatever. And then I was like, yeah, and I'm at school all day, so how am I gonna? I can't play the game. So yeah, and I couldn't. It is what it is. How do you know they're botting? Like the fucking hundreds and thousands of people running back and forth on like low-level characters, grinding RuneS. Okay, bro. Can you have that in classic? You can. You're just coping and making this shit up, bro. You're coping and making this shit up because this is in intermediate. It's in intermediate. So this is whatever age I am, an intermediate. What age are you in? 10 to 13. So this would be 2010 to 2013. Oh, no. 2000 to 2003. Fuck me, my brain's cooked. 2000 to 2003. I'm fucking banning you. I hate this. You fucking this irritating the shit out of me, bro. It's fucking. You can cope and see though you want, boys. Do I need to get a Brendan fucking interview? Do I need to get my fucking my partner in crime? Do I need to get my partner in crime? Fucking. We had an account that we shared. And I had like 40 accounts, right? I had so many accounts because they would get banned. They get banned. You usually go for like a week to a month before they got banned. And yeah, I had so many of them. I had this one fucking app that was super advanced that could run 1 million accounts all doing the botting at the same time. I remember even some of the routes you had to color pick them with a little color picker. If you know, you know, chat. If you know, you know.
Steam for the same reason.
I was not the Elon Musk of RuneScape. I told everyone that I fucking botted. I was proud of it. Well, I still am. Bro, I was 10 years old running my own fucking scripts that I set up myself. Okay? I have shit that was going through vendors, buying items based on the certain color pixel that came up. Like, I was proud of that. Okay? Imagine a 10-year-old being able to set up software and run these bots in mass. Okay, bro, it was like being a hacker man, IRL. It was okay, proportionate to everyone else's abilities and computers. I'm several degrees higher than them, so it was like but a little bit of an ego. There was no doubt. Someone hire this guy as GGCM. Yeah, but no, ultimately, do you know what? After all of that, and all that fucking botting and all that, like, getting currency, what I came to realize is, what's the point? I was like, what's the point? No, what's the point? Because we had like a bunch of currency. We killed, you know, tons of people. We're on Ventrilo, fucking doing gank squads, and you know we have fun. But then after a while, you've killed so many people. You log in, you kill them. You log in, you kill them. That you just always killing them. They're you know, repeatedly killing these guys, and then you just kind of like you're like, wait, what am I even doing? I've just like cheated in a video game, and I'm just killing a bunch of people. And there's no chance they can even fight back. And it's kind of funny at first, but each time you kill someone, it becomes less and less fun. And then you've amassed all this wealth in your bank, and you're like, what am I even doing? Yeah. Well, he's actually gaslighted himself into thinking he actually did that. I'm banning you, bro. I'm banning you, bro. I don't. This is fucking cope, bro. This is fucking cope, bro. This is fucking. But yeah, no, these fucking guys are trying to gaslight me and straw my. Oh, bro, it's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. Bro, these are formative experiences. Okay? This has turned me into the game that I am today. And I realized to myself, what is the point? And, yeah, we kind of just got bored of RuneScape. And I got a job, and then I started playing World of Warcraft. And from there, boys, that's when my life was ruined. Tell the Aris you should you should probably just play RuneScape and cheat. Because you'll have a better life. Okay?
The players get hands-on time with the game and give us feedback to make it as good as it can possibly be. And then they wrap up the blog post, and this is the good part, by mentioning the date for the upcoming stream. On April 15th, they're going to be doing a live stream in which they will provide a deep dive with the development team, answering your questions and showing off elements of the game. So it looks like we're going to be getting a lot more details and actual gameplay footage in about 2 weeks from now. Awesome. Can't wait for that. Now, just yesterday, as of the recording of this video, just yesterday, PC Gamer released an interview with the game's senior community manager.
I'll be watching that live stream. Make sure chat. RuneScape gamers in the chat. RuneScape gamers in the chat. Make sure I don't miss that. Spam me whenever it's happening, okay? Spam me. I want you to spam the fuck out of me, homies. This is an interview today, which we're gonna watch. Yes. But no, for the RuneScape one, don't let me miss that live stream. You are in the trailer. Bro, it's... I ain't clicking whatever this is. Path of Exit. You made an account called Path of Exit. It's also some AI shit, man. I think I'm just gonna ban you, little bro. Let's see, is he just spam? Yep, this is definitely a ban. This guy's definitely doing some self-promotion shit, bro. What do we do? 9 days? Whoa, we go like 5 days. We got 5 days. Little bitch.
And while much of the roughly 10-minute video was going over all the basics that we've already talked about, there were a couple of really interesting points in here. So first, they talked about what they're hoping will set Dragonwilds apart from its contemporaries. In other words, what's going to make this game different from Valheim and Enshrouded. Here's what he had to say.
But I think the thing that makes us really stand out is, apart from the fact that it's a RuneScape game, is that we have our skill spell system. Our survival magic really doesn't turn the system on its head per se, but it really fundamentally challenges how you experience a survival game. Being able to conjure a spectral axe that goes through a row of trees in one swing, being able to explode fallen trees into immediately cut planks or shatter rocks with the snap of your fingers. Things like that make it so much easier to streamline that survival process as you become more powerful.
And you know what? Right out the gate, this was initially one of the things that I found immediately appealing. Like, beyond the similarities that you can clearly draw to Valheim or Enshrouded, the game's magic system I was really interested in. I really hope it's fully fleshed out. Like, if they can take the full-blown range of magic in RuneScape and throw that into a survival game, that would be really interesting, because for the most part, the magic in the other survival fantasy games that I played is fairly basic, bare bones, with not a ton of different options. Like, I love Enshrouded, but its magic system, and especially when you like look at its skill tree, there isn't too much there, or at least I would like to see it more fleshed out. And again, I love Enshrouded, it's a great game, but having a survival
I'll be honest, man, being able to blow up fucking rocks and catch rays with magic, like, fuck, dude, the thing that gets you hooked in a fucking survival game, okay, is having challenging environments whilst also having good progression with satisfying bosses. And do you know what games do this? Do you know what game does this the best out of all games? Not Valheim. Not V Rising. Terraria. Yeah, Terraria does that. It's got the best fucking feeling progression. There's all sorts of weird, wacky items and weapons you can get, and you get consistently more powerful. But then you go into environments which are consistently more challenging, and then you have these climactic battles which feel really satisfying to beat, which are the bosses. And it does it perfectly. It's like, yeah, that's literally Terraria does it. That's the best example of it. And what is it? It's good progression, right? And it's got a fuck ton of depth. I mean, it's got a fuck ton of depth. That game has so many bosses. I don't even know how many bosses it has. Like, you know, Valheim, okay, it's got 5 bosses. Terraria is like, dude, it's so much. It's insane. I don't even know. There's so many. There's bosses. You can, like, miss bosses. You can go for the game and miss multiple bosses. That's how many fucking bosses there are. Depth because you dug down. Yeah, true. Not because you dug down, but yeah. Quin PvP, is this, what is this? Are you gonna get banned now? What's happening? Is this a hate watch clip? What is this?
Literally Quin. Not really Quin. Quin PvP is to get carried by snuts. And then pretend like he's good.
I would destroy you in 1v1. Okay, it's X. I would destroy you in 1v1. It's not gonna.
He's gonna hate that if he gets wind of that.
I will destroy you in a 1v1 combat. Holy funk. Hey, it is what it is. Not even, bro. Hey.
Game like that with a very deep and very diverse magic system, that would be really cool. But in addition to that, they also touch on something else that I'm quite interested in, and that is PvP.
Some of the team put together a very experimental PvP build during a game jam. We initially broached the subject with players and we said, hey, would you be interested in testing this? It's going to be very jank, full disclosure. And the players said, you know what? We want in. We'll give it a go anyway. We'll try it and see how it comes out. They got hands on with it, and it is jank, I must stress. But players said, hey, this is kind of fun. And so it is a toggleable option in our alpha tester builds.
Argon, putting it in as an afterthought, having it completely unbalanced is stupid is the best way of doing it. Like D2 PvP, you know? Just like, you just turn it on and then fuck it. You can just damage each other. Who gives a fuck, right? But trying to, like, do all these systems and have all this shit, it never works in these types of games, man. Like, you either make a PvP game or you make a good PvE game. Like, straight up. Rust, well, the PvP games with just straight up guns work because it's just guns. But I don't know. Whenever you have fucking fantasy shit with, like, swords and bows and fucking magic and shit, it just never works, bro. It never works. Whenever you're aiming, like with the crosshairs, it always feels shit. But I don't mind if they have like a totally unbalanced, stupid version of PvP, where you just turn it on. I reckon that's the play. They don't waste any dev time on it. It's in there for the guys who want to do it, and it can be just totally jank. Who gives a fuck?
Players have been getting to try it out. If in the future players turn around and say, actually, we kind of would love to have dedicated PvP servers in the future or whatever, then we have those options there. And it's about listening to those players and giving them the ideas.
This is a good mentality.
Letting us have those conversations and see where it takes us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down, dude. Dedicated PvP servers for players who are interested in it. I think it's a great idea. And I hope they continue to look into that going forward and make that a possibility, because all these games, like, I'd love to have some PvP, at least some options, right? It doesn't have to be a forced PvP full loot drop game or full character death crazy, anything like that. But yeah, I would love to see it personally. Okay, so beyond all of that, like, that's all the official details that we've gotten from Jagex. We also have, as mentioned at the top, some early hands-on impressions from people who have already played the game. The aforementioned alpha testing that's taken place over the past few months, well, people have been playing it, of course, and coinciding with this official announcements that came through this week, some of those players decided to share their experience and thoughts. NDA be damned, apparently. Now, full disclosure, I have not played this game. in any form. I have not signed an NDA, so I am not breaking an NDA because I haven't played the game and I haven't signed one. What I'm doing here is sharing the experience of other players who have played the game and just have decided to share their thoughts on it because everyone's talking about it right now. Okay, so here's what we learned from some of the early testers.
Yo, wait, is he bad for doing that? And am I bad for them watching it? I mean, it's out here now. You can't un-out it, bro. The Pandora's box is opened. It exists now. I must consume.
First off, I gotta say, just in general, there was a lot of genuinely positive praise for the game, with quite a few comments that looked like this. I got to play the alpha for this game, and as an old school RuneScape player and a massive survival game fan, I was super impressed. Normally, everything that Jagex makes that's not old school RuneScape is pretty whack, but I saw a lot of innovation and clever design pulled from contemporary titles like Valheim, as well as plenty of the magic that makes old school RuneScape special. Super excited. That's really good to hear. Or this comment. I was concerned with how they were going to intertwine the skills from RuneScape into a survival game, and I've got to say they really hit the nail on the head. My group had the pleasure of enjoying the alpha testing earlier this year, and it was a blast. We were all Valheim enjoyers. Half the group had never played or had no desire to play old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3, but thoroughly enjoyed testing the game. Now, beyond these generally positive impressions people seem to have, some players also shared some information about various systems, features, and mechanics. So for example, when it comes to the RuneScape tie-ins into this otherwise survival open world game, there's quite a few of elements of transferring between the two, cross-pollination here. So this comment said, you'll find characters and skills which are from RuneScape. You'll find construction as a rabbit hole in itself that you can build some crazy cool houses. You will find yourself going, oh crap, this is what my character does in RuneScape, but the animations are different. Think similar to Elder Scrolls. It's literally like Elder Scrolls, but RuneScape with the NPCs and skills you love plus more. That sounds pretty interesting. Or here's this other comment that said, it's RuneScapey in some good parts, lore writing and humor, but the location is brand new. Magic and runes work similar-ish to RuneScape, but all skills have magical abilities associated with them that cost runes. There's many similar monsters and items, plus the skills themselves, of course. And then finally, this one that said, for those who haven't played the alpha, it's Valheim with RuneScape's magic system. I mean, that's really all I need to hear. Like, Valheim with RuneScape's magic system? Yeah, sounds good. Here's a quote talking about the servers and how the open world looks. This said, yeah, it's open world, and at least in alpha, you could create your own server that people could join, or you can just run it solo. You can definitely explore, and it's a pretty dang big game. It has a backstory that I believe in today's announcement video, they explained how you got to where you're going. Dragonwilds also has full-blown narrative and questing system. I played in the alpha test. My buddies compared it to Valheim the whole time in a good way, though. We loved having an actual story and side quests that we could follow. Looks like base building is going to require structural supports, also similar to Valheim. I thought the building was solid and definitely better than most survival games of this type. You do have to consider supports for your buildings, and there were plenty of ways to make buildings unique. And then we got some info on combat mechanics in here. It's Souls-like.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Is the motherfuckers who keep saying, oh, Enshrouded is just like Valheim, but better because it's got more bosses and it's got more fucking systems and there's more items. It's like Valheim, but... And I played Enshrouded and I don't like that game at all. And I feel like there's low IQ motherfuckers who just say like, oh, look, you build stuff and you cut down trees. It's like Valheim. It's Valheim. Nah, bro. There's a magic to that game that cannot just be captured. All right, now, I want someone to make fucking Valheim too, because these Valheim devs, like, holy fuck, they're slow. They're so slow. But they clearly have made some magic. Honestly, Valheim is one of my fucking top games of all time. I love that game. Fucking love Valheim. And all these people who say, oh, this game's like Valheim, and it never is like Valheim. It always feels like a cheap knockoff shit version of Valheim. Yeah.
Like on a basic level, if you've ever played Valheim, kind of like that, it has iframe rolls and shield parrying. There's gear sets for tanky melee, light melee, wizards, and archers. And then finally, this quote about combat said, it's you swinging your combat items like you were to swing a sword or an axe, but you have abilities you can use for mage as well. All right, now, while most of the comments that I saw were positive, with people expressing that they enjoyed their time with the alpha, there was some critique here and there as well. Here's a couple of examples. Combat put me off a little, to be honest. I'm sure they'll improve stuff from the alpha version, but it kind of felt like every other survival game, except it had some spells, runes, etc. Or this quote that said, played the alpha for this, it was alright, but nothing different to any of the survival crafting games we've seen. It doesn't have much going for it beyond the RuneScape brand either. The systems and content were very thin compared to Valheim or Ark, not an MMO, and at best a middling survival game that I'd play for a weekend then not touch again. Ouch, a little harsh, but it's their opinion, right?
I'll be real. See that guy's fucking take? That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting like a budget version of Valheim with a RuneScape skin. Straight up. That's what I'm expecting. Now I would love to be wrong, but straight up that's what I'm expecting. And that's just based on prior experience of every other game that looks kind of good. And you're like, oh, that looks kind of like Valheim. It looks kind of like a fucking cool survival game. And then you get in and it's just dog shit every single time. It's like a cheap knockoff, off-brand. Okay? Now, I want there to be... Dude, I'm waiting for it. You know I'm obsessed with survival games. I'm fucking fiending for another good one. And RuneScape, they got a lot of money and they got a lot of good, smart people working there, right? Jagex. So, I mean, they probably are capable of making something good if they, have in on us. But, I'm not going to... until I actually play the game, I'm just going to go off all my other experiences of all those other bad games and just expect it to be probably mid.
Right. And finally, I'll wrap up with this quote, which kind of split the difference, expressing interest, but also some concerns. It said, I played in the alpha, was basically RuneScape Valheim. I look forward to what this looks like in the full release. My only criticisms are, needs more optimization, but that's more of a UE5 issue. And secondly, needs more of a RuneScape identity, but I'd expect this to come in the beta releases. Okay, so with all of that said, considering everything that I've seen and read about this game, I am definitely looking forward to it overall. Like, I see a lot of potential here. RuneScape is an IP rich with history and lore. The open world co-op survival genre in a fantasy setting has been one of my favorites in the past few years. And again, you can draw some pretty clear parallels to the likes of Valheim and Enshrouded. In fact, many of those alpha testers themselves made similar comparison. And that's a great thing in my opinion, because I think both of those games are fantastic. So if you're coming out with a game that says, hey, it's a lot like Valheim and Enshrouded, but it's got
anything close to Valheim, little bro. Wait, what are the ratings? The ratings actually close? There's no way they're close, right? Enshrouded's going to be like a 7, and Valheim's going to be like a 9. Surely. Okay, what are we at here? 86 positive, 82. Really? 86 positive? So yeah, 60k 86. Valheim better be fucking 95. And like double the reviews. Okay. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, 420,000. Okay. So 7 times as many reviews, and it's a 94% positive. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, and that's accurate because this game is legit goated. The worst thing about Valheim is the fact there's just not enough content. Right? That's the worst thing about Valheim. It's like they're just patching the game. Like, man, I wish there was more shit in the game, and man, I wish they would rebalance and fix the older parts of the game. Like, they for sure need to go back and do a boss pass. Right? A boss pass and balancing thing. They need to add in, okay, they need to fix all the bugs with the bosses and then give them multiple more, that maybe just give them all an extra phase or just give them other abilities they can use at certain, percentages, whatever. Straight up. And it would just be like instantly way cooler. 4-man dev team are like, yeah, they should hire like fucking some other guys. Why don't they hire a couple more? I'm not saying like, yo, become AA or something. I'm not saying, yo, hire. I'm just saying, like, come on, man, get some grunt in there. Get a couple grunty dudes. Like, go in, find the best, like, most passionate. Maybe not. Maybe mod makers aren't the best. I don't know. I feel like getting some modders in could be good. Some really good modders. Hire those guys to help. And then you just tell them what to do, and they just do it, kind of thing. Check POE2 Steam. Look at the POE2 ratings.
RuneScape on top of it. That sounds good to me. Like if Jagex can deliver a similar experience plus the added layer of RuneScape stuff and what looks to be a fairly interesting magic system, yeah, I am absolutely interested. Now we're going to be learning and seeing more quite soon. As mentioned, we got that deep dive live stream planned for April the 15th. Should that be significant enough, I may release a follow-up video going into details about everything they cover. And then of course, once Dragonwilds is eventually playable, I 100% intend to dive in. This just looks right up my alley. Hope it's good, but that is all for today. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed this recap of everything we know about RuneScape Dragonwilds. Looking forward to seeing and hearing more. Yeah, just as always, hoping for good games. Hope this is another one of said good games. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all next time. Take it easy.
Look, Force Gaming, guys. Force Gaming. Force Gaming, guys. Yeah. Damn, I thought there was more stuff in there, but there's not. It's just that. Oh, I'm excited for the live stream. Okay, you've been spamming this. This clip better be fucking good, bro. This clip better be fucking good.
We ain't do the professional setup. This real raw. We going off the MacBook, so bear with us. Yeah. We ain't do the professional setup. This real raw. We going off the MacBook, so bear with us. They like the quality. Like, hey,
Nigga, okay, you don't like the quality then? Nigga, you don't like, how about this quality?
Yo, you got one guy. You got one guy. What the? Wait, who's this guy? It's got Kanye West on there, bro. 20-minute stream.
Can't talk to my daughter. You can't mention that shit. You niggas go mention that shit over there. But guess what? You mention that shit over there, don't come back over here. Yeah. It's fine. Matter of fact, I can't tell you what the bully, you know, after the vultures, you know, just with vultures too.
I don't know. Kanye West talking. Okay, yeah, all right. The guy says Kanye West goes. All right, we're gonna case a clip on some shit or something. Okay, where are we? On the April the 8th, I get to host a podcast with Mark and Jonathan. April the 8th. So that's today. When's that happening? What's that happening? Twitch.tv/Cicerin. Oh shit, bro. 4 hours and 40 minutes from now. Holy shit. We're gonna have to watch that. It's gonna be good. LeBlanc's new art. This better be relevant, bro. Bro, why does that shit keep turning off and on? I really need to investigate that. Whatever, bro. To-do list. Fix the fucking thing where the USB reconnects constantly. How much algae do you need to breathe? Tested. No, chat. Guys, stop. No, I need to log into POE now. I wanted to just look at that RuneScape thing. That's all I was going to do. We're playing POE now. A green guy video? Bro, is he reducing his quality of his camera? Is he reducing his quality of his camera as time goes on? Like, looks like he's 2D now. Alright, yep, we're looking back into view now. Yep, I'll admit I am a little bit... I am cautiously optimistic about the RuneScape game. We'll put it that way. Like, I'm definitely low-key excited because obviously people are saying it's like Valheim. And I really like Valheim, so... I mean, if someone says it's like a game that I really like, well, that's a good thing, right? You know? You cast on mods, so don't care, man, don't care. If they... Technically, you don't need mods if the game's like... Well... Actually, if it's an offline game, there's no real excuse to not have modding. Am I right? Like, if it's an offline game, why the fuck wouldn't you have mods? Like, what are they gonna do? They're gonna... Worst case scenario is they make some ERP mods. Oh, well, so you can do things like, you're like, man, imagine if you could do this, but with that, and then they could just mod it in. And that's cool. Terraria, you don't play with mods. I do play Terraria with mods, so at least I did. Wait, did I? Oh, my brain, bro. I feel like I did mod Terraria. Not Calamity. Why are we so serious today? Wait, am I serious today? You never modded Terraria? I don't think I did. I definitely did Tmod loader at one point to play that other game. Wait, I can just search up Tmod. Yeah, I got 15 hours of Tmod launcher, which is that was Calamity. Yeah, that was Calamity. Oh, that's right. I tried to mod some. There was like, yeah. Shut the fuck up, Vladikus, you dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, fucking Vladikus ass bitch. There's a hole. I can go in the whole fucking Moonlord thing, but it just takes too long and I can't be bothered. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this. When did this get posted? 12 hours ago. This was so yesterday, last night. All right, let me have a look here. Let's have a quick gaze. Let's turn this music so I can read here real quick. All right. All right. Let's give this shit. All right, an update post yesterday. We said we'll be checking to see if there are any outliers in area clear times during the campaign. Now that we've done our first pass of our assessment, we can talk about some of the changes that we're making to improve things. Our focus this time was on Act 3 since the Act is somewhat overall longer completion time. The Drowned City. I'm looking for songs. I need songs without dialogue. I'm going to keep skipping till we get ones. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. The Drowned City. The area had a very large dead end that was intended to contain an entrance to an area that was temporarily cut to ship early access. Unfortunately, that means in the live version, this leads up to an inaccessible door with no checkpoint. We're removing that part of the level, the part which leads up to it, to reduce the overall size quite a lot, but more importantly, to prevent the frustrating situation where you go the wrong way and have to backtrack. Exile. This area has the same problems as Drowned City. We're doing the exact same fix, but in addition, has a second dead end where the entrance to treasure vaults is located in the present vision of the area. We'll remove that dead end as well. The Apex of Filth. The area is shaped like a large spiral, which was originally done because the boss arena had to be in the center to maintain continuity with the past version. We're breaking that continuity to make the area smaller, which will make the area better overall. Okay. Fuck continuity, bro. We got a fucking oblong pyramid now. The Azak Bog. Oh, this is the fucking cancer one that pisses me off. This is like the one that pissed me off the second most. Straight up. This one here, second most. Wait, is it Drowned City? Is that the one where you have to pull the levers? By the way, is that the lever one? It's not. Oh, okay. That's like, is that the one with the hags? Yeah, okay, but that one pisses me off a lot. That'd be my third most disliked area. This is my wait. This is my second most disliked area. This is the Azak bog. The area is a large square that's extremely high variance in how long it takes to find the boss, because the location of the boss is highly variable. We've changed this area to make to be more rectangular, with the boss at the other end from where you start, which means you can get to the boss more quickly without needing to explore the entire area. It's making it so much more. I mean, there you go. But literally, I complained about this at length multiple times, even like months and months ago. Many times I complained about this. And I keep saying that what they need to do is they need to either A, put the boss in a fixed location, or B, put clues showing us where to go to find the boss. Like dead babies. I use the example of dead babies, because she's the baby killer, right? Put a bunch of dead babies at each corner, you know, where she is, and then you just follow the pile of dead babies. She's the baby eater, right? Wait, literally wrong boss? This is not the wrong boss. This is the right boss. This is the exact boss. This is the boss of spawning in high variance, where you run around and you can never find her. Wait, the Azak bog, bro? Okay, I'm logging in. Chat, you're retarded. They're literally describing the exact area I'm talking about. And I'm about to go to this act, and I'm about to teleport to the fucking exact place. And all you guys who are saying this are all wrong. Or I'm wrong. But, who knows? Okay, Chimera Wetlands. Jungle Runs Present, which then goes to Infested Barrens, which then goes to the Azak Bog. The Azak Bog. Huh? Is that a bug? The fucking Azak Bog. Oh, what is this area? It's almost like... Yeah. This is where the fucking... And I was saying, this area is complete cancer, and they should have dead babies. Like, so you should walk up here, and there should be like a pile of dead babies here. It means you go this way. Well, I think... This is a bug, right? I've got this. I have 100 spirit. This is a bug. So anyway, you guys are wrong. It's cool to see. I mean, there's some dissonance going on in chat. Hey, it's fine to be wrong, chat. You need to understand that. Look, you've learned something. It's made you better. You learned that coffee A has fiber, and B, the Azak bog is the one with the fucking witch there. Are you guys dumb? The apex of filth. This is the inbred. This is the baby eater. Oh my god. This one here is the queen of filth. The fucking inbred one that has sex with her own babies. This one is the one that eats the babies. Holy fuck. Chat. This one reproduces with its kids. This one eats kids. Exclamation point fiber in the chat. Whatever, dude. This is the area I complained about. This is the one I talked about how there should be dead babies telling you where to go, or they should put the boss on its fixed location, or they should reduce the area size or redesign the entire zone. Exclamation point fiber in the chat. Infested Barrens. This area primarily traces people up because it requires you to find a waypoint to the waterways before you continue on to the Chimera Wetlands. If you want to be able to come back easily after finishing Janakuri Sanctum, we are modifying the area to have a bottleneck requiring you to go past the entrance to the waterways near the start, meaning there are less things you need to try and find this area, cutting down the size slightly. Okay, there we go. Nice. Dumbass chat. I can't believe you guys are actually serious, by the way. Like, I get, like, there was genuinely a bunch of people who are retarded and just have no idea. But then, at the same time, it seems like there are a bunch of people who are just clueless. It does seem that there are a bunch of people who are clueless. Like, really, you should focus the fuck up. But, like, chat, you understand this is like the child eater, right? The one that's in the Azak bog is the child eater. If you listen to the lore, you talk to the fucking the lady, the old lady, who the one who has her tits out. Okay, and she's like, "Oh, this one eats the babies, man. This one is the one that eats the babies. It gains power, dark magic from eating the babies. Okay, and this one here, the Apex of Filth one is like, oh, this one, incest. This one has reproduced with own offspring. Mon. Okay. A puss. Can I? Wait. Pro is confused. No, okay. How do I get to the other one? Bro, what? How do you get to the fucking other village? I am correct. It's just annoying me that people are saying I'm incorrect. So now I'm going to find it to get back to the... Bro, seriously? Can I actually not go back? Maybe I'll go back to the other Act 3. Okay. Servy. Queen.
Welcome.
Push ain't give me... Push ain't give me... Really?
Welcome. Need a guide?
A puss.
Apus is my grandson. Can you believe that? A young spry thing like me. A grandmother. Don't be answering that. Apus inherited my son's rowdy spirit. Maybe it's a family curse. We have always been the type to do what we shouldn't, like helping outsiders such as yourself. One day, he'll be a great man, just like his father. Until then, I try to keep him safe.
Okay, wait, she's gonna tell me that, look, we're gonna need law here. We're gonna ready to get law.
Still alive.
The ethic trap.
Be warned, friend. The waterways on the Matlan River be a barrier between us and the Azak tribe. The Orwok may be trouble, but the Azak, them are true horror.
Azak Bob.
Their queen witch.
Oh!
Nagdok takes her child every blood moon. Why? I won't guess.
Oh!
If you trespass, only death awaits you. But if you survive, while you are there,
Indaguk!
Please, rip out our heart.
The witch that you fight that takes children. Oh! Oh! Oh, it's almost like... It's almost like... Indaguk, the bog witch. The one that takes the children. The one that eats the children. That's how she gets her power. That's why you guys says some dialogue. It says, you sick bitch. You get your power from children. Your guy even talks about, bro, oh my god. Hence why there should be dead babies. Little baby skeletons. Showing you where the boss was, which is an example that I used way back whenever I was complaining about that zone because it was so hard to find the fucking boss. Okay, you're wrong, motherfuckers in chat, alright? It's okay to be wrong, it's fine. But, like, Jesus Christ, stop trying to gaslight me, homies. Stop trying to gaslight me. For real, stop trying to gaslight me. It's okay. Yo. Oh my god, Tencent owns GGG. Okay, the jungle runs the area. Because dude, we even had a debate, which I was talking about her being the queen of inbreds, and the inbred queen. What is it called? No, she had some fucking thing, and people were like, no, she's not. What are you talking about? And I said, remember during the subathon, and I talked about a pop up, and they were saying there was no pop up, and then I said there is a pop up, And then it was this whole fucking deal where people didn't believe me that she was inbred. Oh my, I'm getting PTSD, bro. I'm getting PTSD, honestly. Okay, where are we? Jungle Ruins. This area had a problem where it was often hard to identify with the exit of the infested barrows. Okay, wait. Often hard to identify the exit to the infested barrens from far enough away. We've made the entrance more clear and moved the checkpoint further, so you are more likely to see it. This area has also been made slightly smaller. Chimera Wetlands. This area has some random variations that put the entrance to the Temple of Chaos very far away from the entrance to the Mechanarium, requiring a lot of backtracking. We're moving these two entrances closer together. Okay. Geniquarian's Mechanarium. This area primarily takes extra time to searching for soul cores. We've added an extra soul core to reduce the average amount of time it takes to find them. Oh. Machinarium. Okay, chat. Machinarium. Is it Machinarium? What are we talking now? Mechanarium? Okay, wait. Let's see. Machinarium? Mechanarium.
Machinarium.
Machinarian.
Machinarium. Machinarium.
Okay, okay, just fucking British in the English. The British is correct.
Machinarium.
Machinarian. Wait, Marion?
Machinarium.
Machinarium. British is correct, right? 100%.
Machinarium.
Machinarium, bro. Okay. Machinarium. Okay. Jakari's Machinarium. Added soul cores. Jakari Sanctum. This area suffers from the same problem as the Machinarium. We have added an extra soul core to this area as well. General changes. We've also noticed that a common issue is doing a side area and then coming back to the main area and finding it has already been reset, making you declare it a second time. We have a more permanent solution in mind for this issue. As a temporary improvement, we've increased the timeout for areas. Oh, there you go. I've had that happen before, where I've like done a side area and they've come back and just reset. It's happened like once or twice, but that you had to be, you just had to think about it in the back of your mind. But yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, where I go. These changes should be deployed within the next few days. Of course, we will continue to monitor things and see if further changes are needed. Well, there you go. Hey! Pretty W changes, I think. Well, it's one of those things where will it be, will we have to see that, like, will you feel it when you go through? Is it going to feel more like, the way you check is like, if you do the act and you don't notice it, then W. It's when you do the act and you get bored because you're like, ugh, this is taking way too long. That's when you know it's too long still. So we have to, do the zone and see what happens. All right, Elk on the PoE 2 community. Here we go.
It's confirmed this is the worst game ever made.
Yep.
Imagine getting destroyed by a game so hard that you like, that you start attacking the game.
Whoa.
When you write something like that, it literally means that you're getting owned by the game so hard that it mentally destroys you and you can't handle it as a person. You start calling it bad.
It's a little bit of a straw man.
It's the game's fault I died.
A little bit of a straw man. A game can be shit and not hard. It's possible. This game is not shit though. It's just got a lot of room to grow better. And we have high expectations. So when it doesn't meet those expectations, then people are very critical. People who genuinely believe the game is not like at least a 7 out of 10 currently and projected to be like a fucking one of the most goated games ever. I'm sorry to say you're coping. This game is currently, right now, in its current patch, at least a 7 or 8 out of 10. At least. Okay. Just in its current state. Like, just your first playthrough and doing one character, doing a little bit in-game, doing all that, it's already like a cracked game. already better than the complete majority of games that exist. Now, obviously, we know it can be way better. And we know it can be completely fucking, like mind-blowingly good. So then that's why we're so critical.
A Tekken streamer, and then Tekken 8 comes out and it sucks. Then what? You're gonna look at your family, and you're gonna look at your family's future, and then you're gonna look at the inside of Michael Murray's butthole.
Who's Michael Murray?
And you're just gonna be, it's gonna be a struggle. You know? That's frustrating. You know what I mean? The main man was ranting for 25 minutes. Let me guess. He was ranting for 25 minutes and then, okay, now let's log in and play ranked. Dude, this shit is like psychopath behavior. Like if you, it just is total psychopath behavior. You don't spend hours complaining and then like, this is shit. It tastes like shit. It's got corn kernels in it. It's got undigested lima beans in it. And I fucking hate it. Now, I'm going to put it in my mouth.
Thank you.
That's not human behavior.
Still got fiber, bro, from those beans.
If you don't like something, you leave a bad review and you turn it off. That's it. I want to show the devs that this fucking sucks. So you turn it off. Bad review, don't play it. That's it. You don't like complain about it for hours, put out a YouTube video for it, give it all types of attention and views, then start streaming ranked. That's not how it's done. It's just simply not how it's done.
If the game is truly shit, people will quit and it will die. That's what he's saying, which is true. It's true. And, you know. Currently 192,000 people playing. So, yeah, if the game was complete dog shit, they wouldn't be playing the game. Like, because it's been out for months and months now. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say... it's, yeah. Damn, pretty brutal at the stuff. They taste better. Guys, I get you still mad about being wrong about the child eater, bro. I get you still mad. I get you still mad. I understand that. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I was saying, simply, the Azak Bog Witch, she gets her power from children. Okay? And then the lore is all about her. Okay? About the children eating. Which is why I said it would be a good telegraph. Bro, look at this. There's a little milk going around there. I didn't even notice that until now. It'd be good to have little dead children showing you where to go. I can't believe Quinn didn't know that Azak Bug was a baby eater. Okay, you guys are triggering me, bro.
Failed venture. Bro.
Fucking triggering me, bro. Fucking about to fucking marry down, bro. Fuck this shit, bro. I'm going to fucking logging the fucking dude.
Big Alien Disclosure is out on Skywatcher Part 2. Jellyfish Alien UC are coming. Also 2 days ago, a Tibetan monk have been caught in 4K levitating with a glowing aura in the Himalayan landscape. Is reality a dream? Where am I? Am I alone?
Brother Squinton, I hate to interrupt you, but listening to you talk about computers is, well, how do I say it? You know the reputation that elongated cockrat has with Path of Exile 2? Yeah, that but for computers with you. Sorry, Lil Gup. Sure.
Bro, I was making my friends PCs. I was making them PCs. Alright? I'd tell them what to buy, the parts would arrive, and I'd make them. Okay, no one was making PCs. No one even knew how to use wood. People didn't even know how to use... Bro, I had Damien tools. I was mounting ISO files. Okay, homie? Yeah, I had Damien, bro. I had Nero 2000. I knew how to burn discs and crack games. All right. I knew what fucking the Pirate Bay was before you knew how to fucking open up an internet browser, bitch. All right, I'm talking back in the day. Okay, this is the issue. So, like, this is what. So you can see. So like, this is like 0, and this is when you're 5, and this is when you're 10, and this is when you're 15, and then this is when you're 20, right? And then let's say this is 30. This is okay, and this is knowledge, computer knowledge. All right, you see? Okay, so I had no computer knowledge. This is me, right? This is me. I'm blue. Okay, no computer knowledge. Oh shit, my dad's doing stuff at computers. I'm pulling apart components. I'm using the mouse. I'm playing Empires. I'm playing fucking multiple games. I'm growing like this. I'm legit scaling like crazy. I'm going up. I'm learning new shit. I'm fucking dude. Around 10 to 15, this is where I'm downloading my own software. This is where I'm cracking games. I'm burning shit. I'm mounting things. I'm on forums, bro. I'm doing shit that's like my dad's like, what the fuck's even happening, bro? Okay. I'm hanging out with this new guy called Matthew who's using Linux. Okay. He's using Linux. A guy called Matthew using Linux. He has a wall of illegally downloaded computer games. A wall. I'm talking Monkey Island 1995 edition, bro. Okay. I'm talking insane shit. Anyway, I'm okay. At this age here, chat, the computer teaches knowledge, right? In my computer classes, right? This is the computer teachers. Like I'm in my fucking mind palace, bro. They have an assignment. I can do the assignment in 2 minutes, and then I'm fucking doing whatever the hell I want. They are bypassing all the school security, which you just literally would do Control-Delete, close something down, open up a USB drive, and you just run your shit. It was. I mean, bro, it was insane. It was cracked. Okay. And okay, what I'm saying is this. Okay. Now, the issue is this is like 2015. No. This is 2005. My bad. 2005. No one knows fucking anything. Okay, I actually get a job as a computer technician here. I'm literally fixing PCs. So I'm a computer technician at this point, chat. I'm a computer technician trying to figure out what I'm doing with my life. I get a huge spike because I'm hanging out with this other guy called Anthony, who's like fucking giga nerd, insane nerd. I get a huge boost. Huge boost. I'm drinking Coke, just fixing computers all day. My intuition, they bring a computer in, I can intuit, like a spidey sense, what's wrong with the computer. Intuit, and I'm fixing that shit. I'm fixing 5 PCs a day. I'm fixing PCs. I hit minimum charge $100. I'm fixing a PC in fucking 10 minutes, bro. 10 minutes. Okay, correct. All right, anyway, then what happened was I then joined the army, and there was no computers, and I was just operating plant, and I just started playing games. I did no computer fixing, and the issue was I then came back to, like, whatever you want to call it, like high school knowledge of PCs. I don't know how that works. It just does. Okay, and then I'm streaming and, whatever. Okay, and the issue, this is the issue, right? This is you guys. This is the average person, right? The average person's orange. Look, average person. Bro, you didn't have a computer. You didn't even have a computer in your house at this point. Okay? All right, bro. Now you went to school. You got like a basic lesson on Excel. Like you learnt Word or something, right? You can operate a web browser and use social media. And then, you know what? Then you just started Googling shit because you didn't know how to make it work. You started Googling shit. You're actually better than a high school teacher now. You started Googling shit. And you just keep getting slowly, iteratively better. And now this is where you're at. You're kind of like here. And actually, do you know what? Being a brain dead streamer who just plays computer games all day, you actually... Because you don't just play computer games all day. You actually have to use a computer sometimes. And you just pass me. And then you think you're like some five-head when in reality is, bro... We both know fuck all. You actually didn't pass me, by the way. You actually, yeah, you know what? You actually didn't pass. You're getting dementia as well. We're both the same. We're about the same. We're about the same. Honestly, to be honest, I actually probably am above average, but still, when it comes to computers. You didn't forget. Well, yes, I didn't forget everything. That intuition that you have because you're just dealing with computers all day and you're just surrounded by computers all day goes away. All right, but you can imagine at the age of 10, I'm winning the fucking Oceanic Award for the highest computer. But I've still got this. I need to bust out the certificate. I have to get the certificate. I won an award, top score, Australia NZ, 100%, 0 questions wrong. Intermediate. Okay, I'm talking, and that was easy, by the way. It was easy. Easy. I'll get it. I peaked at 10. But what I'm trying to say is, I was magnitudes more knowledgeable when about computers back in the day. And this allowed me to, completely fucking obliterate noobs. Peaked at 10. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I did peak. I mean, bro, like, people had no idea, bro. These guys are, these 5-year-olds, bro, I'm running fucking Windows 95 at this point, okay? I'm running Windows 95. That they haven't even fucking, they're still playing on, like, a fucking GameCube or some shit. Or whatever the fuck they're on, like a NES. Okay. To be honest, what's scary is, do you know what? I actually look at my own kids, and if I was to map my own kids onto this, my own kids' knowledge of computers is like, this is my own kids. They're currently at just nothing. They don't know anything, which is probably bad, right? They know nothing. That's all I had, bro. Change category, bro. Wait, I'm in Path of Exile. Aren't I? Yeah, it's in ban this guy. Oh, they know how to use a Steam Deck. Do you know what? The knowledge of computers is the knowledge of, like, they can operate phones. The thing is, phones are so intuitive that they don't even, they've just seen, like, Abby using their phone and me using my phone, and they know, like, how to scroll through images and, like, the gallery or whatever that you put up the family pictures and they can look through them. Suggestion equals ban? What do you mean suggestion? It's not suggestion. This guy's fucking... I don't know how much... I think I should use this, right? It's crazy that it's only such a small upgrade. I need to slam it again and see what I get. Okay, wait, what was my plan today, chat? I was either gonna go animate weapon, right? Or I was gonna go... No, it's gonna do something. Oh, yo, let me fucking also do this. That's my computer, chat. Don't worry about it. Dave. All right. Okay, cock-ass. All right, what have we got here? We got maps. We got some maps. We got some waystone things. All right, let's get my T1 maps out. So, wait, did I manage to clear T1 maps or what? We actually care about gaming, not rating. I do care about gaming, dumb fuck. It's one of those things where, I cannot feign. I cannot feign addiction or like interest. Like if I'm really hooked on something, I'm really hooked on something. If I'm not hooked on something, I'm not hooked on something. This is just a mild experience that I'm having, and more like at a logical level, like I'm testing the game out. I'm not. This is not like a. I'm absolutely not addicted to PoE 2. Like if they said, hey, tomorrow you have to stop playing PoE 2 for the next 2 months, I'd be like, okay, whatever, and it wouldn't even faze me at all. Because I'm simply doing this right now for testing and for just learning. And I wouldn't say I'm not enjoying myself. I wouldn't say I'm initially super enjoying myself. I think right now I could probably play like something like Valheim and have a better experience. Like, I would definitely. But I know that I want to just play the end game a bit and try out the new system so I can like understand it more and kind of articulate better in the future what I like and what I don't like to hopefully get better feedback. But that does mean I can get distracted and derailed easily because, you know, if I'm really addicted to a game, it doesn't matter how much fucking dog shit you clips and shit you link in chat. I'm just gonna be like, that's minus XP per hour. I'm not looking at that. Fuck you. Like, if I'm really addicted, I won't even look at rip clips. I mean, you've seen me, right? I'll be playing PoE and I'll be like, no, I'm not looking at that clip. Unless I'm eating food. Yeah. 10 out of 10 game. No, 7 out of 10. Dude, my favorite games are 9 out of 10 games. The games that I get addicted to are fucking 9 out of 10 games. There are only a few of them. Not many. Oh, wow. Hey, Imgur is different now. You just tap it and it goes. W. W, chat.
No challenge.
Actually, monsters. Yeah, this is the. I'm fighting in the crystalline zone right now. So this is the crystalline area. So after you cleanse the corruption, you get these like weird monsters. Big maggot dudes who spew out more maggots and stuff.
I can't yet.
Oh yeah. So for those of you guys that don't know, I just ascended. So I just got my 3rd ascendancy. So I picked up 15 max life and 5% life regen. So my character now has 5% regen. I just didn't know. Yeah, I did turn the music up, my bad, for the AZEC coverage. And I did turn the sound down of the music because I was reading patch notes. My dog just took a huge PoE 2 now. The game, guys, can we please not just convert D4 bad jokes to PoE bad jokes? Because it's just, A, it's not very imaginative, and B, it's not at all comparable. D4 is actually dog shit, and actually is doomed. PoE 2
Steel yourself.
is not dog shit. It's just like a troubled teenager right now going through puberty. And it's just had like a little bad, he's just had a bad mood swing with a couple bad hormones. You know. That's all. Let's not get it twisted.
I'm not ready.
Loving the dad versions. I view everything from the lens of a dad now. Being a dad gamer. go. This guy's totally a bandy baiter, right? Following since yesterday. Yeah, ban him.
So you were a cheating little loser, huh?
No. I didn't think of it cheating back then.
Quinn, I checked your website. Since when were you promoting meth head cam girls? Not my proudest boon sesh, but hey.
Yo, what the fuck? That's not that website. That's it. No, that's not the
66
website.
months in the Juicy Boys Club. I have unlocked a new badge. And guess
Yeah,
what?
bro.
Yo mom unlocked something within me yesterday night.
Chat, there was no
25 months away.
In RuneScape, there was no leaderboard, and there was no, like, online presence. There was no thing. It was just, like, we would have a LAN party at our friend's house, and we would have fun killing people. That was it. It was not like some EP thing. It was more like a, I just killed that guy, kind of vibe. And then the other guys, you know, hey, yeah, do you know what? My frontal lobe wasn't developed. I was definitely, when I was younger. Obviously, if I was to be me now back then, I'd be like, well, what's the point of shooting? I'm only shooting myself. Right? I'd think to myself, and I'd think that. But back then, it was more like, wait, you can just get, like, way higher strength levels without putting in any effort. Yeah. Okay. It was kind of like doing terrain or something. But in a computer game. You feel me? I'm cheating. You a minute. Well, no, you gotta understand this. We ended up getting bored and quitting. Like, ultimately, it got boring and we quit. And I think all that happened was whenever we cheated, we cheated ourselves out of the satisfaction of actually achieving the goal, and we just, you know, we're account sharing. Didn't even have our own accounts. We had to just share it, and then, you know, it was pretty trivial to just kill everyone. It was always a very easy thing to do because, you know, your character basically was, not only did you have unethical levels of strength, you also had technology that people didn't understand, and they would think they'd have an even fight, but it was never an even fight. You just had a large advantage. So, naturally, it's fun to, like, crush noobs for a while, and then it just starts to get boring, bro. I don't know what to tell you. We had the technology. Yes, it was technology. It was the knowledge, right? The tech. The tech that had been invented was pures. People, again, this was frontline, forward-thinking, cutting edge. Back when I was doing it, people, there was whispers of it. Most people didn't know what a pure was. Okay, I'm talking this is, bro. People were playing RuneScape back then and they were children, okay? I was on forums, bro. People didn't even know what a forum was. I was reading forums and looking at like, oh, well, actually, if you only level up your ship to this, and okay, it was secret tech. The shits didn't know what forums were. Forums exist. Yeah, they exist, bro. People didn't even know how to operate Microsoft Word, brother. They would have their ball mouse and they would just be like, click, click, right click attack. I'm playing RuneScape. They wouldn't have the right food. They wouldn't have the right gear. They were not try hard. They didn't know anything. And these are the guys you're killing, right? You're killing literal children who have no idea what a peer is, no idea what's going on. They're barely able to fucking operate the computer. I mean,
creature.
You know, again, there's just a massive knowledge gap, and there's a massive unfair advantage we had, right? Because A, account sharing, so you got two people playing the same account, so you get like double the grind. Plus B, we were literally botting strength levels. I mean, it was... It wasn't like we were just owning people. I mean, the guy was called Owned. We were destroying them, right? It was like 2-tapping guys, taking all their loot. Bro, man, we were evil, man. We'd sit there and we'd take turns like fucking baiting people to come into the wilderness and get them to bring all their shit and then kill them. Okay? Oh, I got a breach ring.
Move along now.
But what are you gonna do if you're a child, right? You're like a fucking whatever you are, like a 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old, and you know you're fucking, you know, you're there with your friend, you're fucking around. You're gonna get into some nefarious shit. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules. Impeach Jonathan immediately. Me and my boy Brennan lured other children into the wilderness and murdered them in RuneScape for fun. We didn't even need, like, it wasn't even about how much shit you could get them to bring. It honestly wasn't way better. It was just way better to go out to the castle and kill people there. But it was just the thrill of they don't know what's happening, and you say you're taking them to the secret spot where you can get them a bunch of currency, right? And it's just a scam. It's complete bait, and then you just kill them, bro. You kill them, and they just don't. It's the fact they don't know it's coming.
Deceptive beauty.
How's that a thrill? I don't know. Bro, PvP.
Hail.
My brain was wide different back then. Even, bro, I remember Cousin Arthur and I playing World of Warcraft when I first got into WoW. We would just sit at a bridge sapping people, and that was fun. And we would do that for hours. We would just sap random dudes. Yeah. No, not fap. We wouldn't fap. We wouldn't fap together. No. Nope. Fap to random dudes. No, we weren't fapping random dudes. God damn it. I can safely say I've never fapped with another dude. I mean, I've fapped whenever there's a dude fapping at the same time. We just happen to both sync up our faps because, you know, obviously you're in the army, bro.
We must
it's what it is.
songs when the opportunity
Yeah,
arises.
sometimes you get it. Sometimes, you know, you got a limited window to fapping, but no, I've never fapped intentionally with another dude ever. Yeah, it's not something I've done. I did not show Cousin Arthur my nuts, although we did go swimming many times together, so we probably would have seen each other's nuts at some point. Not even Dutch rhetoric? I don't know what the hell that is, bro. Wait, is it the one where you, like, you get behind them or something, and then... Guess what, was that in a movie or something?
You were no warrior.
Rusty trombone. I remember that from...
Hoping you'll find a logbook soon.
I remember that from... there was a guild called Rusty Trombones. And I was like, what's that about? And then I actually found out what Rusty Trombone was. Which, yeah, that's a yuck. It's yuck, bro. It's real yuck. You don't want to know what that shit is. Can you explain? It's a sect act between two guys. Whoa.
Tower.
And you figure out how you make a rusty trombone with just, like, dicks and asses. Until you do the maths. The trombone, because you could do just a normal trombone or a rusty one, is like, because there's a rust on the, you know, on the orifice that you blow into, you know. Oh, this is getting yuck ass, bro. Do I really have to explain? I'm not explaining this, bro. This is yuck, bro. The rust is shit. Yep, the rust is shit, guys. Rust is shit. He doesn't know? Okay, no. I do know what it is. Okay, it's a dude. Got another dude, and the trombone is the dick, and then he's playing the ring which you would blow into, except you're not blowing. It's another dude's ass. Okay, and it's got shit on it, which is why it's a rusty trombone. Okay, and the guy's eating his ass.
You know not our ways.
What? Oh, he's going up and down with the trombone. Okay, I'm done now. This is now.
Grind your bones.
Oh shit! I got a guy. I got a guy. He's rolling on me, bro. He's rolling on me.
No match for me.
Yo. You know what? I like the Exile's loot.
I've no more room.
It's nice. I didn't need to know any of that. Mate, wait until you find out what a Superman is. Superman, that hoe! What is it? Okay. You guys are sick fucks. Keep bringing up all these weird, disgusting sex acts. Yeah, when you Superman that hoe, that is basically a bed sheet, and then you are using your ejaculate as adhesive. Okay. To adhere the blanket to the back of the person to make them into a Superman. You're Supermaning a hoe. So you're getting a cape. You're making a cape. And you're sticking the cape on with jizz.
Yes.
It's Superman, yeah. So, well, yeah, it's interesting. I'm not drunk! Chat's bringing all this sick shit up, bro. I'm simply explaining it to you guys. Alright, Jesus. Bro, what are you on about? This is... I am a person who, when I don't know something, I immediately do research. Because I want to know what it is. Like, where it's a word. You see me Google words all the time, and you guys are like, my God, how do you not know that word? Well, the thing is, I know a lot more words than most people. I don't know a lot. Okay, a lot of stuff. All right? I got to do a lot of Googling. All right? There's a lot of weird sex acts. Let me tell you. I wonder, do I fucking thing this?
Quicken your pace.
I actually did a Google this morning to confirm. Because I was thinking this morning. I'd heard the word cacophony like hundreds of times, and I kind of thought I knew what it meant. It kind of vibe checked it. But actually, you know, I was a little bit off. I thought it was like a bunch of noise, like a bunch of people, you know, making a bunch of noise that sounds bad. That's what in my head. I was like, yeah, okay, shit that sounds bad. But actually, it's a bunch of sounds that are very discordant. And unpleasant together. Like, think of a bunch of children playing a bunch of instruments, except out of tune and all bad. Okay, wait, that's pretty good, isn't it? Would you sell that? But it doesn't need to be just instruments. Okay, dude, this is worth money, bro. This is worth money, bro. Same thing. It's not really the same thing. You're getting a lot of education, chat. You're getting a lot of education. 15 life regen is pretty good. It's got 25 movement speed, 15 life regen. I mean, look at my boots. These are my boots. Right? Like, this for sure people need this. This is good. I mean, there's not even a single one on there. Wait, can I search it without life regen? What does it look like? What does movement speed raise look like? Okay, an evasion rating. This is at least 3 egg. Got like 3 egg. EHG shouldn't have delayed their release. PO2 sucks hard now. Warm last Epoch. Even their loyal streamers hate this POE 2 patch. Oh man, I hate how people fucking word this. And yeah, everyone twists everything and bends everything. What is loyal streamers? Have we seen, has there been a single league where that Rue guy hasn't spurged out? Okay, for starters. Like, what is even, I'm sorry, in this, like, really? Unless you book news. Why try and make it pit a game against another game and try and make it sound like, well, this game's better. So this, so it's like, I like this game, so fuck that game. Like, I don't like that vibe. It's so dumb. Why not enjoy one game and then also enjoy the other game? Like, I love Terraria. Doesn't mean I need to hate Valheim. No, I love both those games. They're both amazing games. But you don't need that. Oh. Wouldn't it, like, imagine if we live in a world where fucking last Epoch pops off, it's really good. POE2 pops off, it's really good. Do D4 somehow, I don't know, some guy takes over. Bill Gates, whoever the fuck comes in, fixes the game, dude. I mean, that'd be sick. Okay, do I want to get that bleed wheel? I want to get this bleed. Probably the duration, right? I feel like duration is good for Hero to Blood. I didn't read Hero to Blood again. Let me just read it again. Buff. Okay. If it deals 15% of exploded enemies' blood loss. Ah, fuck. Damn it! Damn it. I for some reason, I guess whenever I read it the first time, I in my head read it as deals 15% of total expected bleed damage, right? That's what I had in my head, which was just wrong. I think I just understood, I mean, I just like assumed what blood loss was incorrectly, and then then I remembered it wrong. So, damn. So I was thinking duration was increasing my Herald of Blood explosions, but it's not doing anything. It does nothing. So I should actually just get rid of this. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why is because I remember I watched the trailer and I saw blood loss, and I just saw the bar like grayed out and thought, oh, that's the expected bleed damage they're gonna take. Which is why then when I saw Herald of Blood, I then thought that, which was obviously a faulty assumption. So let's just go ahead and unspec. What time is Dev interview? Today. What time? Dunno. Chad said like 4 hours, probably like an hour ago, so maybe 3 hours. The fuck is this mass rejuvenation shit, bro? Straight up. I don't know if 8% AB windows are good, bro. Magnet Tussia Blade. What is it? Aggro. Egg. %40 chance for bleeding to be aggravated when inflicting his enemies on jagged ground. Okay, that's kind of big, eh? What was the other one? It was like aggravate bleed when you empower. See, you could do that one... Wait, because that one node makes it empowered, right? What is it called? Ancestral Cockass? Does that count as empower now? Chat? Chat. C-H-E-T, chat. Are you getting paid $30? Wait, who's getting paid? Wait, does it count as does that one which says empowers a strike every 6 seconds? Does it count as empower? Wait, I just said empowered. I wouldn't just make that word up, right? I think it must be empowered. Dude, this shit is so bad. Leave me alone, demon. Not sure if Ancestral Boosted was bad. Ancestrally boosted. You can highlight Alt over it. If I had a fucking support in my bag, I could tell you. You can hold like Alt and Shift or something, and you can find out. How did Quinton POE into roll slop non-stop? Well, I gotta move back or something to make my shit do more damage. So I kind of like go in, move back, go in, move back, go in, move back, go in, move back. So I could have jagged ground on my totem.
Crush them!
The issue with the totems that just constantly die, so it's just annoying as fuck.
You won't get away from me. Rage all you want, beast.
Huh? Oh fuck, I clearly rolled that. I love just holding down left click on these guys. I like how it just tracks him. Got the gap close. Whee!
I can't yet.
GG noob. Stay the fuck down, pussy. You got that? That was fucking sick, right? And I fucking one-tapped his ass like that? That was sick. PoE let me down so much I've returned to Diablo 4. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, bro. Because then they can go play D4 and realize how dog shit D4 is.
Feel my wrath!
Straight up. My bleeds. Am I missing? What's happening? I don't understand why sometimes they don't blow up. One bleed should be enough to kill a guy like 5 times over. There should be no reason why it doesn't blow up.
I'm not ready.
Do you get this shit where you're trying to loot items with the ground, by the way, and it like fucking attacks? I really, 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 really want a specific keybind that all it does is it loots items. and you can spam it mid-combat and pick up items, and you guys not going to swing or do anything. And there's a key, but it doesn't show. Okay, let me tell you, it's not what I'm describing. So don't say, it exists in the menu already. It doesn't. Unless I patched it in this patch, and it wasn't in the patch notes.
No challenge.
What? You want auto loot? Guy in chat wants auto loot. Well, technically, consoles do have like a smart loot feature where they kind of like spam a key near an item and it will just pick it up, right? They could actually have like loot nearby item key. That technically could be a possible thing. And then if you had a strict enough loot filter. What the fuck? Hello? No,
I need more time.
I'm sorry, but how'd you do that? Pet set loot. Unpause TTS. Oh my bad, John. I keep getting baited by TTS. I unpause and they trigger me like 1 second after.
Hi. World of Warcraft. Yawn.
51 months, and only banned for a few of them. Cheers for all the content, Quin L.
The freeze mod is so stupid on the songboxes, by the way.
A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba.
A boba.
Yo, 2 alchemy
A boba.
league.
A boba. A boba.
A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba. A boba.
It's babies. Is that why you breed so much? So you can become more fat?
Yo, what the fuck?
How much fiber does that witch get from those babies?
Hi, Quinny. Your channel is growing so fast. We got many new frogs joining daily. Just look at that new frog in the chat. Hey, little guy. I think it's a great time to remind them about the channel rules, so no one gets banned. What do you think? New frogs? Quinny loves when you point out his U account. Go for it. Hate watching? He thinks it's hilarious. The same goes for game complainers. And don't forget, calling him a liar, that's his favorite. He giggles every time. Much love. Limao.
Had the best death yesterday. Get this. Killed the Act 5 boss on HC, went to town and talked to the NPC, watched the cutscene. Cutscene ended and I was dead on the waypoint in Act 6. 10/10 game.
What?
Hello, Quan. It's me,
That's
the
crazy.
Dine Wolf. We've been having a good time here in the Black Forest, but if I'm being honest, we really miss your musk around here. We're also starving since you provided us such a large portion of meat every time you died. We heard from our white mob friend that they feel bad for you, so why don't you? Please come home.
You sound like that friend we all had in high school that would compulsively lie about everything. But it was about stuff you couldn't technically prove him wrong about, so you just have to act like you believe him, even though he's huffing that good copium.
Bro, I was like the distributor, man. I was a distributor. Okay? People would come around to my bag room okay, in hordes and droves, they would come offering gifts with external hard drives, and I would just load them up with movies, all right? Because they didn't even understand how. Like, I'm talking, they don't know how to use Pirate Bay, bro. They don't know how to use Pirate Bay. Okay, I'm talking basic shit. Okay, stuff that I would consider to be very basic, like just downloading torrenting software, going to a website, and just stuff like that. People don't know how to. People don't know how to go to a forum, find a game, get the crack, download the the discs online, mount the discs, install the game, run the crack. You know those little cracks? I mean, dude, you're gonna know. You launch up the crack, it's got like this weird like 8-bit music. Some of them are bangers, by the way. Some of those are actually bangers. We need to get whatever the fuck. Who the fuck was making some of those bangers? Okay. If you know, you know, bro. And I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to prove to you. Like, it's like one of these things. You're like telling me to prove, like, I was a competent nerd, vastly above the average person when it came to computers. And, no, they're wrong. I didn't think I was. Obviously, I knew guys who were way smarter than me. I knew guys who were actually coding shit. And I knew guys who were, and I wasn't obviously at that level. I was more like the power user of just Googling stuff, downloading shit, running shit. Okay, that's how I rolled, man. But I could get pretty much anything going as long as there was a guide, and then I would make my own mods. Okay, this is gonna be worth a lot, right? Like, I don't know how much it's gonna be worth. It's gonna be worth heaps, right? Someone's gonna really want that. We're talking at like 15 maybe? I should wriggle this. I mean, bro, that's pretty not great for me. That isn't great for me. God damn it, why can I never use anything? Nah, it's not even cheap. Wow, is that cheap? No way, I should buy one. Am I in D&D, mate, by the way? No. Did they fix the bug, by the way? I think they may have fixed the bug. Chat. Let me tell you, back in the day, mate. Back in the day, people didn't know fuck all, man. Okay, and that was my advantage. Damn it, I pause again.
Scree. Do. Gay. My dad's Satterbad at Games Little Gup. Scree. Two.
Okay, chat. I have extensive knowledge about PCS and eyes of files, okay. Don't get it twisted, okay. Let me demonstrate. Here's an eyes of file. We just double click it like this. And boom, look, it's mounted. Nobody can do that. I'm something of a computer genius myself. Don't try this at home.
Lil Bro 90, how your chat are 30-plus-year-old millennials. We know how computers work. Sure, brozo.
I just realized you are exactly like the French guy from KCD2.
Is he the man?
You say you know computers? Name every circuit used in motherboard and tell what they do.
No idea. No idea, no clue.
Jesus Christ, talk about unimpressive.
I would guess that I know more about basic computing.
I added the map tab and affinity in BTW.
I'm talking like just basic computer skills and just intermediate computer stuff. Nothing to do with coding. than the majority. I would say the majority of chat. I would say the majority. I would say the majority. Yes, the majority of chat. Now, what does that mean? That means, like, we're talking maybe 60-40. Maybe more than this. Maybe 40% of you guys know more than me. But it's probably about... I would probably guess it's even higher than that, though. Considering the fact that all I do is sit at a computer all day. Like, let me tell you, OBS, you want to go when it comes to open broadcasting software. Oh, man. Oh, bro. And you ain't coming close to my OBS knowledge. Bro, the amount of devices I've set up and plugged in and operate, mate. Oh, I mean, dude, do I ever have any tech issues? Ask yourself these questions. Do I have any tech issues? No, I do not, bro. I had tech issues this morning. Hey, did I open this map? Dude, it's hard to tell if I did, because it's like... The portals don't go away, so then you don't know if you've been in or not. So then you go in. And I was about to open a new map like an idiot. Jesus. Best audio on Twitch. Oh, dude. Look at the audio on the video.
Vaporeon Caviar.
What? What?
Hello, Mr. Streamer. Would it be possible to decrease game volume? It is so freaking loud compared to voice and music. Please and thank you. Chat. POE 2 is just 6% away from having a lower rating than D4 on Steam. We have the chance to do the funniest thing. I consider myself an average gamer, but I must say, watching Quinny-chan here playing POE 2 gives me god-tier confidence in myself.
Feel my wrath!
WWW.
Yo.
Oh boy, chat, you got no idea. I know a lot, and I mean a lot about sex and jacking off. Okay, guys. What? Rusty trombone. Yeah, learned that in the army. Didn't taste good. Superman.
I learned that in fucking not RuneScape.
I think Tyrone did that one to me, eh?
There was a PvP called the Rusty Trombones.
Quinn was wondering what cacophony meant. Well, let me explain. When I go over to New Zealand, when he thanks Imgur to join his LAN party, that's when the cacophony happens.
Grind your bones to dust!
Where are they? No. Stop making orgasm noises, bitch. Where is he? Oh my god, has he been invincible this whole time, or am I tripping?
Oh, a ghost! A ghost!
Quinn is mega pussy.
No, no! That's not true. No!
One nap per hour. One nap per hour. One map per hour.
No, wait, that one is true, actually.
I can't hold it.
Lovely stuff, guys. Lovely stuff. Great. I don't know what the hell that was, bro, at the end of the day.
Hello gamers, I am looking for the would you fuck a rabbit? ASCII pasta, it is important.
Okay, that guy's just baiting past us.
Just want to say hi to my friend Jesse if he's watching.
Shout out to Jesse, bro. Shout out to Jesse. You watching, Jesse?
Loud father noise is reverberating off the booty cheeks, echoing down into an endless black hole. Wet and juicy. Kids these days are not aware that back in the day you actually had to know how to write a good Google query to find shit and not just ask ChatGPT a question as a sentence.
Anybody doesn't even know shit
Feels
nowadays.
boomer. Of course I would never brag about that shit.
No. Chat.
Don't get it twisted,
No,
chat.
you guys think I'm retarded, right? When it comes to a lot of you guys are Danny Kuglers. A lot of you guys think I have no idea about PCs. Okay, bro. The reality is, I was too poor to afford anything for the majority of my childhood, and I had to learn how to download stuff illegally, run cracks, fix games, make edits, even edit registry entries, to install operating systems, make my own computers. I was burning discs for people. I was teaching people how to pirate. Doing nerd shit, bro. Like, getting shit up and running. Bro, let me tell you. Okay. And the reality is, I still probably know more than most people in chat when it comes to... Okay, when I say most, I don't mean 9. I don't mean, like... Obviously, there's people way smarter than me when it comes to computing. Like, dude, a bunch of my mods are literal fucking... Model mods are complete 5-head mega genius coding gods. Of course, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, bro... You know... I'm running a 2-PC setup with like more audio devices than you can count. I have a bunch of software running that all working cohesively to create a good streaming experience, and I've spent, I'm talking thousands of hours researching this. So I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to a lot of this computer shit. And audio shit, and video shit. Yes. All self-coded. Okay, the complete majority is my own shit that I set up. Yes, the complete majority. Yes. It's I just watched a lot of YouTube videos, man. I did a lot of Google searches. I read a lot of Reddit threads.
I can't yet.
Now,
Disappear!
did I code this? No, bro. Dr. Frog coded this. I can't make an Unreal game. I don't know how to do this. This is way advanced. It's getting all sorts. It's pulling shit from 17p using fucking sockets and ports and shit. God knows what the fuck's going on, bro. It's a 3D space that I can move around in and all this. I don't know how to do this. This is fucking crazy. Okay. A lot of the custom, a lot of the custom integrations with the AI stuff was TTS Labs, Teo, coding stuff. A lot of the weird, remember that little printer? Remember that little printer that would print out like waifus and shit? That would Teo coded that, bro. Like, I don't know. I simply just implemented it. But no, it was just I just followed a guide on how to set it up, and then that was it. But the reality is, a lot of people have no idea how to do any of that shit. They wouldn't know how to hook up 2 PCs to run off an external audio device. They wouldn't have a clue. And you would, they would try Google and they'd pull their hair out trying. And I've done that just for thousands of hours. To the point where, there's a level of intuition you gain from, understanding and dealing with computers a lot. And that means I probably know, when it comes to general, just problem solving and basic computer shit, more than, I want to say 60% of chat.
I need more time.
So all you guys in chat acting like you're fucking some 5-head god guys who know everything and I know nothing, I'm sorry, bro. If there's like a room of people and you got to split them into 2 groups, people who know some shit about computers and people who don't know some shit, I would be in the people who know some shit about computers. All right? You need to deal with that. Deal with that, bro. I'll be in the... I know some shit. Some basic
Watching
shit.
daily dose of internet every day makes me a computer scientist. Behold my extensive knowledge of cat videos.
Did you ever try to come up with your own funny named sex act? One I came up with was called the Coal Miner Snorkel. It's when you tuck your dick behind you and have it sucked while a person tries to penetrate your butthole with their nose.
My satchel is full.
You are letting hate watchers question your foundations as a man.
What's annoying? People say, like, you don't know anything. You know nothing.
30%
You're making all
of
this
chat is
up. It's all a lie.
insecure,
It's like,
have
bro,
nothing going on for them besides your stream, and you are retarded enough to pay attention to them. We know you're good at audio shit and video shit. I see you, King. Now can we play a good game, please?
I'm experiencing the end game right now. Okay. If you want me to be able to get
Chad is
feedback-
making fun of my computer skills again. Can you fix this feature that I broke and also implement this new feature that you came up with ages ago? I will need to take at least 80% credit, though. Actually, probably 95%. So chat stops making fun of me. I'll also pay you extra if you write me a script so I can best explain what it does. And let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. The complete majority channel point features and channel stuff, I set up myself. Okay. Now it's scuffed, and I'm not coding it manually. I'm using a third-party program to basically make a really long macro sequence with several different integrations that combine to have an effect. But it's some shit I made myself. Okay. Yeah, bro. What is the flashbang? Okay, I got a program. It says it basically plays the audio file. It has a certain amount of milliseconds of delay. It then uses integration to another app, which actually connects to one of my smart lights. It turns some shit on. And then at the same time, fucking changes the camera. So it looks at different. And it, okay, it's one of the things where, and it's like, yeah, it's. I'll show you. Look, I can't even show you, bro. Like, this is the flashbang, for example. And like, if I just went up to my mom and was like, yo, can you make the flashbang? Or I went up to like my mate and was like, yo, can you make a flashbang effect on the stream? They're going to be like, what do you, I mean, I'm sorry. How do I do that? What are you talking about? Okay. Oh. I want to see my... Okay, wait. Okay, motherfucker. Okay, this is a more complicated one, which I made myself. I say, and I spent ages. Okay? A long time. And this is like, and yes, it is just a giant, I'm using a third-party tool to have a graphical interface to basically make code, but it's using their code, right? It's just like a, alright. Bro, it is what it is. And the reality is, this is how most of my features and most of the effects and most of the stuff that I implement are done. They're just done by me doing some shit and gluing it together. Okay, I got an idea and I execute it the way I can. Okay, dude, I did not know he could have a socketed item. That's crazy.
Good luck.
And, yeah, I don't know. You can cope and perceive and say, like, oh, every single thing that ever on the stream was made by someone else and you didn't do anything, which is just false. Hard false. Hard false. Ooh. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Clicking presets on a UI. Oh. I mean, it's still a massive upgrade in my current thing, bro. Fuck it. Hell yeah. Always deal critical hits against heavy stun enemies.
Yes.
Qual and suck at that shit. I may do that. We'll have to see. What do you guys think? It's not worth wriggling that, is it? These are my old gloves.
Move along now.
Do you know that POE Dan hates POE 2? I wonder if POE 2 didn't have roles in it. So the role didn't exist. There was no WAST. And It hit the POE 1 skill system if POE Dan would still dislike it. Do I even want to do a 1 egg trade? How many hours does this interview? I don't know, man. I don't know. Can we get? I could get a timer, I guess. So just be on. Yeah. I have a feeling that's going to be a lot of what he doesn't like. 2 hours from now, 3 hours from now. Do we get a timer? Do people keep asking? Some technical notes. Make the notes like pre-K level so I can understand. Love you, T.
God Gamer.
Like right now, I'm thinking in my head of ways. Like I could implement right now a way where I could say make a timer for this long, and I can make an app that does that. When I say well, I can make a giant script, macro, whatever you want to call it, that would allow me to do that. Be pretty simple actually. I can. I should. It's actually on my list of things to do. Not ChatGPT. No, no, no. No, I would simply use a channel command that's read by StreamBot, which then starts an action, which runs a program, and then the program would have an input field, which I would tell it to target, and then I would say input the time specified, which I'd have a variable for, and it would input that time, and then it would show that source on the screen for the duration, which would be another variable set from the one that was specified to show that component on the screen for that set amount of time, and then boom, you've got a timer. And then after the timer's up, it would disappear. And you can make a noise when it disappears. You can you could have a little transition effect when it comes on, and it can be done. And it's like, you know, if I ask you to implement that, you're gonna be like, what?
I need more time.
Now there's some guys who are like, oh, I'll just write a fucking program that does some shit, which fucking just joins the fucking chat, and it's got a bot that takes the messages and fucking gets a command and does all this stuff. Yeah, you could do that. Oh, I could do that, but you know, ultimately, I'm getting shit done. You didn't code your own shit. I refuse to believe it. I'm banning you, bro. I'm banning this guy. Fucking straw man ass bitch ass Andy ass bitch. When did I say I was fucking coding? Low, bro. Fuck. I said I'm using programs to make advanced macros! That's how I'm coding! I said I'm using a graphical interface! I'm using the... There's like, yes, you could make a website with raw HTML, and you could fucking... just from a notepad, and then it could just pop out, and it could have color and all sorts of formatting, and yeah, you could do that. Or you could have a program where you just set it up, you just drag the elements where you want them, you just set the font and how you want it, and then you press convert to HTML. I'm the guy that's doing the convert to HTML. I'm not doing any manual coding. I'm not using ChatGPT. The fuck when I use Chat? Okay, I've tried using ChatGPT. And it just breaks every time you try and compile over and over and over and over again, and it's just like a waste of time. Compile error needs fucking this reference. Compile error needs this reference. Oh, needs this thing. Gotta download fucking this bullshit. Okay. Has there or has there not been cool shit on the stream? Impressive features which you've never seen before. Okay.
No challenge.
Yeah, Bob Jam. This is an unwinnable battle. Alright, guys. I don't know anything about computers.
Hey, buddy. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Nobody cares. It is what it is.
Why are they vehemently denying everything I'm saying whenever I'm saying the truth, though? Why are you so upset about that? I'm saying like real basic truths, and they're getting upset about it, and then it's like pissing me off that they're like, "No, that didn't happen. That's not true." Yeah, I don't think so, little bro. One guy. Okay, I don't think it's one guy. Only OGs. Let's have a look here. Dude, Need for Speed Underground 2 Keygen, bro. Yeah, I didn't have the real Need for Speed. Oh shit, bro. Sometimes these things would turn on though, and they would just be way too loud, and they wouldn't have a mute button. They wouldn't have a mute button. Just max volume, turbo blasting your ears out. Is it because I'm old as fuck, and then I've got these experiences, and then people are pissed off that I got these experiences, and they're like, well, no, it doesn't mean anything, it doesn't count for anything. They're trying to discount it. It's that they, because they can't relate to it, then they need to like belittle it and say it means nothing, whenever it was cool as fuck. I get you little bros don't know. You guys aren't from the area. Dude, back in my day, chat, any game that came out, you could crack. And when I say you could crack it, bro, back in my day, you could crack Warcraft 3 to even play online. And you'd be able to play for like 2 weeks before they would do like a patch ban wave thing, which would ban the account. But you could legitimately get online for a period of time before they would have to release a wave. How do I do it? Auto reply. Should I do the fucking complete this town to unlock? I still pirate games? Wait, people still pirate games?
It's not that at all. It's because you flip your shit and pause and rant for 5 minutes when a taunt lands. That's literally why I mean they do it. 100%.
Pirate gaming in the current...
It's because we are all old and we all did it. 89% of the chat did all of the shit you said. That's why we are all old losers playing video games and watching streams. Stop bragging.
No. No. But you say you all did it. Okay, how come the complete majority of my peers didn't do it? There was legitimately 2 guys at the entire school who came close, and that was one was the head of computer teachings kid. He was turbo autistic, and then the other one was the guy who now works at the place that I used to work at, who's actually really good, is Michael, the audio guy. He was a year lower than me, and I'll admit he was a year lower than me.
No CD crack or LA.
He was a year lower than me, but he actually knew more about computers because he was taking coding classes, and he's way better than me at computers now. And when I say way better, I mean he is way better. Way better. Michael, like my first contact is Michael. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the best computer guy in the entire city. I would hazard to guess he's the best computer guy. My audio is complete dog shit. Mate, he does the audio for, I can't say the people without doxing them, but a large band, okay, bro? large Longinu event. And multiple churches. Alright? So, you know he's good. Those church guys, they know their audio video shit, alright? Let me tell you. They know their shit. Dude, you look up, okay, anyone who's done any audio video stuff knows that there's like 3 different reviews from different churches reviewing the exact product you're looking at. And then they've got like multiple, they call it like the place of worship.
No challenge.
They call it like the house of worship guides and stuff. And you go, I have used many guides for audio video equipment, and it's just by some church guy teaching you how to set up like, they call it like a preaching session or something. Wait, what do they call it? They use this weird terminology, weird Jesus terminology. But they've got good audio video guides, man, let me tell you. They all do reviews. They do reviews on all the cameras and microphones. Church guys. It's not some weird algorithm. If you don't know this, then it means you haven't really looked up much audio video tech, I guess. Really. It's like the same sort of thing when you're looking up some weird obscure tech product. There's some guy in India who's done the review, and he'll have some terrible audio, and it'll be on a laptop, but it'll be a really informative guide. It's the same thing, except Indian people can't afford like a $15,000 camera, right? So then they don't have that to review and give you a guide on. Whereas a church guide, well, they don't get taxed, and they have tons of money, so they own all these really expensive products, and they give you reviews and tell you how to use it. Which is why it's churches. It's always churches. Like, anyone who's gone to like PTC specifically, they are all over that shit. But yeah.
Ending it up with 1 CD of Diablo 2 and pass the CD around. Those were the days.
No challenge.
Bro, fucking speaking of people, brother Zach, that motherfucker took my Warcraft CD key. Okay, one I went out and it worked to pay for and got. Okay, used it and I allowed him. I said, if I want to play it, I'm playing it. And then he started playing online on my CD key and I couldn't log into it. And then it turned out he's like, oh, my bad, I let my friend use it. And he's giving it away. And basically, my key got bricked. It got bricked. It got like leaked to some fucking other guy who was just 24/7 on Battle.net and I could not play online. And then I did another one. And he did it a second time. Zach did it 2 times. He gave my CD key away. 2 times. Which, and I was like, that's too far. And after that, I never trusted my CD keys ever again. Alright? he fucking leaked my shit to his fucking degenerate mates. And I don't know how the fuck they were permanently online, but they were permanently online, bro. Still mad. I am still mad about that, yes. Well, I mean, I can't never forgive him for that. What do you mean? It was okay because I just ended up playing World of Warcraft and I was like, whatever. It was still annoying though when I wanted to use it. Like, oh, let's log into Battle.net so we can play with fucking Cameron or whatever. And then I try to log into my key that I bought with my money and I can't log into it because some other guy's on it.
GGG is the worst company ever! This game is the worst game ever! They banged me simply for using a game mechanics they made! It's not my fault they can't program properly!
Fix the game, GGG!
I need more time. You were no worry.
Die, demon. My guys are owning these exact 2 maps, so like, let's go. Wait, why were they bought? I don't get it. Why would they bought in a Battle.net account? Why would they bought? It was a Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne key. It was like something called like a battle chest or something. You could just buy the game and it came with the expansion and everything. But yeah, I remember I used to crack Warcraft 3, but what would happen was you would start playing online and then you would get immediately like, you know, within like a week or two, they'd fix the patch and then you couldn't play online anymore, and it pissed me off. So my first ever legitimate game I ever bought was Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. I remember going to Auckland with my cousin to buy it. I traveled 5 hours to my auntie's house just to buy this game on release. Not Cousin Arthur, this is Cousin Cole. Cousin. I remember stroking the box all the way back home. Like, it was Arthur's face, bro, and it was embossed. And I was just stroking his face the whole way home. I was looking at the game guide inside it as well. Stroking my shit, goddamn right. I did the stroke of the box.
It moves. My eyes deceive me.
No, I don't play RTSs now, bro.
Don't let it.
Holy shit. I'm just perma-stunned. What'd I do?
Escape. No time to tarry.
So what are these monsters? That was crazy, bro. We always have to do some reacts for 15 minutes. I must admit, the added weight of not wanting to log out and wait 15 minutes is gonna get me killed. Like, I should have logged it. What the fuck's happening? Press my button, bro. Oh my god, it's happening again. Fox touch. The fuck is Fox touch?
We're losing it.
Fuck Fox touch.
Oh.
Okay, that's the first time I almost got clapped. It was that stupid wisp mechanic. I hate the wisp mechanic. Not an enjoyer. Hate mechanics where they just like add, oh yeah, they just do multiplicatively more damage and they just move faster and shit. I much prefer when they get a mechanic where it like adds an ability to the guy or something.
You were no
Not like, oh, he's got a buff and now he's just fucking fast as fucking one-shots you. I prefer it like he gets a buff and then when he dies he like spawns a volatile or something, or he summons a tentacle that does a big telegraph slam which you avoid, right? Something like that. I absolutely hate it. I absolutely hate the multiplicatively more HP and damage because it's just like it just makes them instead of me wanting to interact with a wisp, it just makes me want to avoid them because I click this and then I almost die every time. Like, why would I click that? Whoa! What the hell's this guy?
I'm not ready.
What is this shit out song, bro? You ready to die low, bro, Joe? 3, 2, 1, and boom!
A rarity, and all mine.
Wait, so this is a tower or some shit now? Whoa.
I am playing Spectres in HCSSF and I am currently fighting Chimera for the 10th minute. My minions with full twink gear managed to deal about 3% of the boss's health during once done. Fix your fucking game, Triple G. Illipapat Quin69, keep it up. Quin ethical, 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 Quin ethical.
What is Control D? Ah, it's this.
Well, you.
I like to hold down Control.
Go.
Move along.
Go on.
It means I can't when I'm holding down Control. It doesn't let me sell. I wonder if I should do that. Should I disable Control D? What's this?
Quicken your pace.
Division, Path of Exile 2, GGG. Path of Exile. Okay, no one cares. Oh wait, what am I looking at here? Ah, fuck. Because I'm looking again. I don't think it matches 1-to-1, but it certainly is. I get what they're saying, and yes, this is the issue with weapon archetypes, where instead of being just synergetic stuff, it's just combo stuff, which makes it, you know, oh well, I'm using a mace, so I guess I got to use Hammer of the Gods. Because that's my ultimate ability, which got a large cooldown, which does lots of damage, and I'm an idiot if I don't do it, right? Like, 100%. Yeah, no, this is actually it doesn't match 1-to-1, but it definitely is. I totally get it, and it is the vibe of the weapon/skill system needs to be looked at, because it's true. It feels so restrictive and limiting, and like it kills creativity, and the devs are shoehorning you into a build that you might not want to do, Hammer of the Gods, but you're an idiot if you don't do it, so you better fucking do it. And you're using a mace build, and guess what? If you don't bust out fucking Bone Shatter in that build, well, you kind of just a moron, because the monsters are going to be getting, like, close to stun, and then you just press the Bone Shatter, it does tons of damage. Isn't that what the second... No, it's the combo mechanics, man. I get it, but it's not true. Like, it's not like chat, it's not D4 bad. All right. This isn't bad, but it's not D4 bad. No. Anyone thinks the D4 bad is cool. I legitimately cannot even stand to play D4 for more than like 3 hours, bro. Like at this current moment, that's how bad D4 is. Like D4 bad. W4 players. Steam. What are that now? Obviously, there's not many people on Steam. 4,000 people on game. What is that? Like a smiley? Like tied? Is he tied? And this is not accurate. Not at all. Most people aren't bad on it, I guess. What was it overall? 55k. So that best case is 55k. So you can scale this up and say that's like... You could probably scale that up and say, what? 5x this number, probably? Right? So we got 275? Yeah, so then if you were to scale up right now, 4.5k. So you can probably like 22k people playing right now, which is not even a season or anything, so I guess it's not terrible. I'm not including console. I'm just thinking about like people playing on their PCs and stuff. 19x. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to accurately. What do you know? Not. I don't know how to calculate that. What is this? An image of me being like some sort of like guy with a hat. Am I like a common thief in Robin Hood or something?
Quin, it's been 2 years now exactly. I am on my hands and knees. Please, Quin, please, for this once only, can I get a welcome to the circus?
Verily, so be it. I shall summon thee unto the very heart of the grand circus, and grant thee the crimson nose, the radiant mane of many hues, and the pallid visage of painted mirth. Welcome, noble jester, to the realm of revelry. Welcome to the circus.
Whoa. Good stuff, appreciate that. Whoa, what the hell just happened? I did a dash and he teleported, so then my guy went to him. Hopefully this is roast Roman. This is not gonna wanna be... they'll be pre-screening a lot of the questions, right? So there's gonna be a bunch of stuff that you won't be able to ask. Like GG will straight up say, you cannot ask about Elon Musk, for example. You just can't. They'll pretty much say, if you agree to the... Pretty much what will happen is this. There's stuff that you're just not allowed to ask about. And then at the same time, Ziz doesn't want to ruin his relationship with GG, so it's not like he's going to be... Which makes sense, right? That he did that once before, where he spoke out and GG got pissed off at him. But it's not like they're dicks or evil or something. They just don't want it to be like a... They want some discourse that's fair and reasonable and isn't unhinged. Like some unhinged Reddit going crazy on them. And I think this is going to try channel that, right? Like, ask some questions that get to the root of the problem and, you know, really ask them about the vision and, you know, future of PoE 2 and stuff. But he's not trying to own them. It's more like trying to figure out what's going on. I think it's totally fair. But it's not going to be some like, what a little bunch of chatters are going to want. It's like, oh, this is going to go on there and just fucking shit on them, bro. He's not going to do that. It'd be stupid to do that, and it'd be dumb to do that. He's going to try and just have discourse.
I need more time.
Reasonable.
Weakling.
We'll go to Iron Room 25. Hey, it's 5% damage increase, guys. Pog. Damn. This is worth so much, by the way. Like, legitimately one of the best. It's insane how good it is. And it's insane how bad my damage is, considering the fact that I've got one of the fucking best weapons. Truly mind-blowing.
I'm not ready.
To him. Oh. Dude, hit this guy that I'm targeting with my mouse, you fucking stupid. Oh my god, I'm doing the stab and it's not landing on the guy I'm gonna hit. This guy. Am I fucking cooked? Jesus Christ. Yo, Bill, with an Exact 1-3, please try thorns. What are you saying? Oh, bro, I'm trying to break bleed, bro. Jesus. Although I do wanna fuck with animate weapon and stuff. I'm thinking animate weapon has to be good. If I animate this weapon and it doesn't do giga damage, then animate weapon's a complete meme, isn't it? Right? And then like straight up.
Weakling.
What about Thorns? Will you try it? Well, the issue with Thorns is I would love to try it. I was kind of looking at it. I kind of wanted to try it, but then if people are just going to say Mathel build the whole time I try play it, and which makes you not want to do it because it would just irritate me. It would just irritate me. And it's like, you know, whatever. Like that. What? Where's the boss? Yo, how's he popping? Now, the reason why it'll irritate me is because they'll say Mathel build, but they'll actually mean it.
Eternity beckons.
They'll mean it. They won't like, and that just. Look. Oh god. Where is the Exile there? I legit can't tell. Oh. Damn, she was weak as fuck. What the hell?
My satchel is full.
Damn, that thing was weak as fuck. Wait, what the hell was it? Wait, did that just get patched just now? Normally, the Exiles take ages to kill. That guy just fucking got, like, deleted.
Move along now.
I touched it and it was just like, boom. Dude, it's so weird how they got runes, man. Bro, that's what you did? A 1 mod blue item. She's got a 1 mod blue item. Wow. I know we're listening to chats. A little bit sus. A little bit. I'm thinking about skipping, thinking about me not skipping. Triple res. Oh man, that could go hard, eh? This is a slam angle for sure. Oh, Nelly! Whoa! How come I can't do total Ellie res? I want to do total Ellie res. It's one on there selling for divine. I mean, I don't know how much it's worth. Worth a lot, bro. $20 egg? I don't know. 20 egg? 15 egg? The issue is, it's like it's worth a lot, but then it never sells. Like, I don't even know. It's like the league is so dead, there's no other items to match it against, but then, you know, no one's really buying stuff because there's not really any other players, but they're not really selling stuff. I get like the occasional sale. It's like, I don't know, am I overpricing some stuff? And that is correct. That is literally correct. Did I have another? I had another really good item, right? Didn't I have some other good item? What's this one? Look at that one, champ. And she died. You know the traders? No, I did not, bro. This is live for the interview. I won't miss it. I mean, you guys can tell me whenever the fuck it's about to happen, and we'll. But yeah, so let me know. I could put gem sockets. Yeah, I haven't got. There's a lot of stuff I know. I could put Qual on my gloves. You're totally right. The thing is, all my gear is kind of like. I don't look at it as. Oh, that's my gear. Oh shit! I need to get the chest piece, right?
Steel yourself.
I want to get the regen chest.
Ready. Need mana.
Can you just just die and move on. You suck my fucking dick, bitch. How about you? What the fuck you on about, bro? Dine Wolf. Anti-ass bitch. Do you know what's weird is I'm enjoying my character more. Like, my enjoyment has been going, I would say it's been going up. It started up low and it's been getting better and better and better as I've been playing more. Like, I must admit, since I did my latest Ascend, it actually felt kind of, I wouldn't say cozy, but less like I'm stuck in a fucking prison with a bunch of dudes trying to fuck me. And more like, hey, this is more of a fair fight. Yeah, I am in tier 2 maps, but... I am feeling better about my guy. I am at a 5 link with a literal weapon that's probably worth like 5 divines. Just picked it up off the ground and slammed it, and it just landed fizz twice. So, I mean, it is what it is. Not even 5x. This is worth probably 5x. I'm sorry to say. Look at this, bro. I mean, there's nothing on the AH. Oh, I should check. See, maybe there's one on the AH now. Let's see. Pizdikius. Oh, okay, 10. When I say X, I meant divines, by the way. It's 5 divines, my bad. I mean, I said X, but I meant divines, yeah. So, like, look, there's one that's on the AH, and it's 10 divines, so. 1. And before there was 0, so.
I'm not ready.
I'm pretty sure I did anything except break, I'd be doing more damage. Maybe I'm tripping though, I don't know. Like, if I had this as an equivalent mace, I would be one-tapping everything. The Bone Shaders would kill people like 5 times over. Is what I'm saying. Why isn't it blown up? What? Wait, Herald of Blood is on. I have a 100% chance to bleed. I hit him. I must have killed him with a shockwave before my rake could hit. That must have been what happened, right? So I killed him with a shockwave that didn't inflict bleed before rake landed.
You tread where you do not belong.
Oh shit, you get this guy as a boss now? This is new, right?
You will fall. You will break upon my blade.
I must admit, maps feel so much better when there's a boss in them. Like, I wish there was a note on the tree that says every map has a boss.
Puny insect, you will suffer.
Like, I much prefer to have bosses. Just feels like more like a map. What am I doing? I don't know if it should be, I mean, maybe it shouldn't be default, but I mean, I feel like it almost feels like it should be default, honestly. I reckon it's just be more like GGG, like just POE1 maps. Some map bosses could be like significant, but rewarding. And then other maps have bosses that are significant. Yeah, wait, yeah, so like, some are like Hail Rake is what I'm saying, right? On the beach. Where they don't really do anything. And then some are like this guy with phases and shit.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Right, am I crazy? Because it just feels nice to go on and kill a boss. Like, it feels so much better. Like, this whole fucking thing about, like, killing all the rears, I think it just sucks. I think it fucking sucks. I think map completion should be from bosses, and there should be a boss in every map. And some bosses should just be a meme boss, right? Like, just a rare mob with a couple extra spells.
Quicken your pace.
And then you should have the full-on bosses. I don't know, to be real. And then fuck that other... it just straight up feels better to be like, I killed the boss, the map's complete. If I want to go back and full clear it because it's juice map, I can. But,
to him a frickin' cat. Scree.
It never feels good to run back and find rares. That's pretty decent.
quicken your pace.
What'd you say, bitch? Yo, fuck that vision, homie. Yeah, got the alchemy over this. Wow, what a terrible. Oh, you know what? 29 rarity's not bad, eh? Where's that breach ring at? What's that breach ring at? Ah, shit. And 3 egg apparently. Oh shit, we dinged. Does anyone know of a good way of getting Jagged Ground all the time? I mean, there's Jagged Ground support. If I could have 24/7 Jagged Ground, I would definitely want to invest in Perforation. EQ creates Jagged Ground, right? But then, no, that's lame. You can make totems create Jagged Ground. It's not going to be 24/7, is it? I don't think I should invest in that. I feel like I should just invest in, I should just go for the strength node. If I could get armor break as well, that would also be insane. Crimson Assault, man. If I could just be there, that'd be pretty
36
nice.
months.
It's not worth it. It's
Sure,
not worth it.
keep on building the same tree even after they changed it. I still see Benji. I still see 3 snipers.
Fuck. Bro, hot take, man. They need to redesign the bleed trees. They should let you opt either magnitude or chance. Like, they let you do that here, right? You can choose magnitude, chance, or duration, right? But they don't. The first node is always bleed, but what it builds, the abilities that have the innate ability to bleed on hit, then lose so much value by having to go through that node, which does nothing. So it feels bad to just be like, oh, let me take this 5% bleed chance on the ability that has a 100% chance to fucking bleed. I wish you could choose. I wish this node wasn't here and you had to pick between bleed chance, bleed duration, or bleed magnitude, you know? Bleed plus mark effect. Wait, bleed mark plus mark for free armor break. Bleed mark. Okay, let's have a look here. See my brain, dude. Fuck. I thought this is for blood loss. The set for blood loss will mark the max consume release of blood explosion in case son. Where are we? Break armor equals to 15% of damage dealt by sword skill. Sword skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. There's no way that counts. That's proccing on the heavy stun. It's not inflicting the heavy stun, right? Wait, single out. Enemies marked by supported skills have broken armor equal to 10% of physical damage taken. Damn! What? That's crazy. Show spear. It's pretty good. Pretty good spear, right? How? That's crazy. I mean, the only reason I'm doing it is for hit damage of shockwave. So because I already bleeding on hit. Wait, so what is skills already bleeding on hitting enemies? Hobble equal to 15% of physical damage dealt by sword skills. Lowers evasion. Let's just give this a go. And we'll just give it a go and see what it's like. We'll just see what it's like. Alright, Jake, get your politics ready, better go down, boys. I'm gonna get coffee, use bio. When we get back, we're popping off. Hey, the current build's popping off. I'm gonna get some upgrades here. I'm thinking about also doing a full respec into some sort of animate weapon build at some point. Or maybe doing some basically, I'm thinking about doing some changes here to try do some weird shit. Because I got such an insane weapon. When's the interview? Interview is soon. TM, bro. Like 2 hours, 1 hour, some shit like that. Go on rank 1. I will be right back, chat. Get your pole chance ready to go down, boys. I could die at any moment as well. Who knows? Who knows? I could die. It could happen. Not Weep Trash, bro. That's a gender bent Quin69 official merch that was available for a limited time, which you can no longer get. Alright, let me tell you. Oh, docs. Wait, you didn't dox me, right? Hopefully, there are parcels around that do have my address exposing them. So the mods are like never enhance on anything that looks like a box. Like a parcel. Okay? But yeah, that's my own fault. If you do show it, it is my own fault. But obviously, like, please, like, obviously don't. You could easily dox me. I was thinking about it yesterday. Well, I was thinking about that. Do you know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about, like, I have my camera on permanently, and the mods can access it at any point, and they could technically have a screen open where they're just, like, tracking my movements and watching what I do. And I was like, well, that's fine, because I just do normal shit. But then I was thinking it's kind of could be a little bit. It's a little bit like there's like a 99% chance they're not watching, but there's like this very small percentage that they are watching. And then, then I'm thinking, well, that's, and then I've got to pretend like it might as well, it's weird. It's a weird vibe. I probably should make it so my camera turns off when my stream's off. But, too lazy. Secret Discord channel? Yeah. You watching him jerk off when you watching me pay me? Oh my god. When's the 3D printer award? Should you adding them? The 3D printer award's coming in the future. It's at whenever the Culture 2.0 is done. There's not enough room to have it here. Do you know what I was just thinking? Man, it would be cool to have a bipedal robot that just is a slave and just sits in the kitchen all day and just makes me coffees. I can't wait for that. It's gonna be so good, bro. When are them robots coming? Okay, are we going back to AoE chat? Do we think AoE is the play? Or are we going... What do you guys think? Do I try to get some single target, or do I go for... more AoE? I mean, I want to watch you do a cough. No. Thornsville will be awesome. You guys really want me to do Thorns? What the hell's going on with all this Thorns gaming? I mean, I could raw dog my own Thorn setup and, see what the fuck happens. Easily. Wouldn't be hard to do at all. But the issue is, they're going to say Mathel build, and we get triggered. And right now, I'm kind of like, trying to figure this, see if we can't make this do more damage. I mean, look at this Thorns damage. I already am at, the funny thing is I'm already at all the Thorn stuff. Like, all the good Thorns nodes are perfectly on track. Like, look, there's only a few wheels, and I'm at every single one of them. Okay, this wheel. This wheel. Oh, is that another one? There's one down here. Fuck. Crit. Plus 6 to Thorns critical chance. Thorn hide. There it is. Fully ignore enemy armor. Not gonna lie, chat. If you're making a Thorns build, it looks like you want to be a Titan. Titan just looks like it objectively better. Because there's very limited amounts of Thorn scaling. And there's like some big nodes here. Like, imagine that. That's like 15 crit damage. 15 crit damage. Like, from those two nodes right there. Like, Titan Thorns is just gonna be better. What are you looking at for, bro? Fuck out of here with this shit, man. What the hell you linking to me, boy? Oh, dude, regen. Become the regen god. Wait, where's my region shit at? So we got that. We got this. Oh, we got this. Low life region. Fuck that. 15% of damage prevented. Recouped his life.
Hey there, little fella. I heard you telling some stories earlier, and I found them just fascinating. Could you tell Herbie more about this bridge you and your cousin used to fap guys at, and how you learned to play the trombone while in the army?
What the fuck's he talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, little bro. Okay, wait, I just realized I should probably ditch.
Same bottom left tree classic bro.
Wait, 5, 5, 12. 12, 5. Well, that's pretty good, eh? Wait, because I got 5, 5, 12. 5, 5, 12. Wait, and I saved 1 point.
Yes?
Let me just do this first.
Nothing is set in stone.
75.
Go on. I have changed my mind.
73.
What is it? I've changed my mind.
Alright, then I'm here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Any news on Clown Week? Or is this POE 2 showcase already part of it? Anyways, here's another prime for the Cooksh 2.0. God Gamer.
One day, boys, one day. Believe, believe. I wonder, 1, 2. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes?
Yo! Sick. Let's do it. Fuck it. Let's do it. I can justify it. Alright, let's buy the chest. What's it called? Path of Exile 2 trade. It's called an ornate plate or something, right? Ornate plate. Search. Show filters. Type. Normal. Ah, oh, fuck off, man. Come on. Come on. They're all corrupted. Fuck you. I don't want your one. $20. Bro, how do I add this to my loot filter? I don't want to buy one off these guys. Should I just buy like a shit one and then just use a shit one for now? Is it just one guy, by the way? 2.28. I mean, I almost got life. 6 egg. I can just get the live one, right? 6 egg. How much is 6? Do I have 6 egg? Bro, I don't have 6 egg! How can I get 6 egg?
Hello.
What's a good thing to trade for egg? Probably these things, Julie Orbs.
How can I help?
I want egg. I have chili boys. 3 to 5. Wait, they're less than an egg? Bro, how the fuck when I buy stuff it's more expensive, when I sell stuff it's What does this mean? 1 to 1.2. Well, you need those to make your ability to work.
Hello.
2 cans of the 1 egg. What? No, I'm sorry, chat. Nah, that's insane. Smarter than half the chat, by the way. I didn't say I'm smarter than half the chat, you dumb fox! Oh, never claimed to be. Basic computer knowledge. How about, to be honest, average IQ of chat? Can I not, like, click on the different ratios? Yeah, like, competing trades, available trades. Stock 16, 1 to 1.5. So every 1 chaos is 1.5. 1 to 1, 69. I don't get that. 1 to 1.5. So that's saying every 3 chaos orbs. No, every 2 chaos orbs, you get 1 exalted orb. Is that what they're saying? That's such a scam. That's a complete scam. Bro, I just need to sell like 1 of my fucking things. I'm gonna do some bro deals here. I'm gonna put this down to, I'm gonna put my insane amulet down to 2 divine. Let's put the, dude, my insane belt, 10 egg. Wait, that's way too cheap. That's so cheap, bro. Oh my god, bro. I can't go any lower with some of these. I can't go lower with some of these. Some of these are just too cheap, bro. Wait, how can I get raw currency, chat? I just need raw C to get this chest real quick.
Shout out to the D3 boys from the Juice Clan lol.
Yo, OG. Play the game? Yeah, but I want to get the chest now. How come they're all crowded because all these fucking guys are loading them up? Maybe I could just buy a bricked one. What is there about just buying a bricked one? Oh, if I buy a bricked one, my fucking shit is 15 egg. Yo, it's so cooked, mate. 20 egg. These guys are so cooked. Oh my god. What kind of shit are they? What kind of crack are these guys smoking? Some guy bought them all, man.
An old Japanese man once said to me, poopy poopy pee pee poo poo pee poopy poopy pee poopy pee poo poo.
I'm gonna should I offer him 4 chaos? Let's just offer these guys chaos orbs. I'm gonna offer this guy 4 chaos orbs. Bro, non-corrupted. He thinks he's selling this non-corrupted 1.3. I don't trying to link that. I'm trying to link it to him. So that's how you do a correct trade. So then he can be like, yeah, or you can go, nah. Too real. Come on. 2 regal, 4 chaos, bro. Come on. Come on. Dude, that's so much currency. Look at this. Forecast 2 regals. As if you don't want to take that. Come on, bruv. No clan week, no deal. Okay, dude. 2025. It just to map, you're gonna have more currency. Bro, please, bro. Need that 2% region. Oh my god, bro. Oh, dude. Oh my god, bro. Yo! I'll even tip him. I'll even tip him, like... I'll tip him 5 transmutes as well. Balsu, stop. I'm giving him an extra tip. I'm gonna give him an extra tip. Yeah, you get an extra tip, bro. Chair, bro. Chair, bro. I did give him a little handout. It is what it is, man. That guy's enjoying the game, bro. 12 fires. Okay, we're gonna do that one. Bro, really? Oh, this is gonna break my res, isn't it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have to lose the strength yet? Yeah, I got it. This could still slam some insane shit as well. Okay, here we go, boys. Look at this. Damn, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Look at that. Pretty nuts, eh? It's pretty nuts. Life, res, region, life, strength, region, damage S. Ah, firings.
Hello there. Until next time.
What do I do?
Yes.
Like,
what is it?
what? How do you cry? How do you do it?
Pace. Hello there. Hello.
Huh? There's like a thing you can put them in or something, right? Ah. No? Wait, there's a thing you can put them in, bro, or some shit. Recombinator, dude? Pog? Can the recombinator, boys? Log in. Wait, where do you put them? Is there another bench that I haven't got? There must be another bench, right? Wait, I just haven't got it. When do you get it? Salvage bench. Wait, I gotta do Act 3. Oh, really?
Debro.
I'll do the higher one, eh? Fuck it. I can't be bothered. Yeah, I think I'll just, fucking go to my map with my new chess piece. Where are we? Maps, cocks and ass. Did I keep going ahead to go to maps, but there's no maps here. Oh wow, map tab, look! Okay, done it twice now. Right click here. What the fuck? Don't you love this angry music? Quin's maps, baby. Whoa, what the fuck? Damn. So this is what they took weeks and weeks to do, eh? This is the culmination of many weeks and months. We got a stun builder, max life vision, shield poison on it. W to hill. Wait. Fizz and Fizz. 3.69% chance.
Like, it can work.
3%.
It's not 0.
Do it, bro. Do it. It's very possible.
It worked! It actually worked! It actually worked! It did!
167 to 298. Yo, what the hell? This one's better than mine! Nah, he's trade league, bro. He's trade league softcore, right? Must be. Must be.
Yo, I got a new weapon. Wait, that's fucking cracked. It actually worked. It did.
What's this count? Unethical, bro. To be honest, my weapon had 164, 114. Real close. Real close. Considering a softcore trade league, that's pretty good. Continue the clip, it gets better. Oh.
Wait, it actually worked. It actually worked. It did. Yo, I got a new weapon. Wait, that's fucking cracked.
Fuck you! What's the video? Ah. Okay. Alright. This slam better be the most insane slam ever. I'm really doing we're deep diving now. We're deep diving now.
I got a new weapon. Wait, that's fucking in the 17-month resub. I mean, I think we just exalt slam. Like, there's nothing I can do, right? The only thing I could do is fracture. Fracture doesn't help here.
You need 4 mods.
Because even if I fracture, first off, I need 4 mods, so it doesn't do anything.
Home.
What this is gonna do is just normal. So I mean, I'm gonna hope for like, you know, like a crazy accuracy roll as a prefix. Maybe a hybrid fizz as a prefix with accuracy, attack speed
SSF
suffix,
impressive. Softcore though?
Crit damage suffix.
Likely softcore. Do it, bro. Do it.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
I will not complain because that is not useless.
Okay.
No part of
okay.
me is
Flat
complaint.
accuracy.
That's
What's the
pretty. We're gonna upgrade this.
Oh, you got attack speed. You got attack speed. You got attack speed.
I'm never gonna upgrade this. I'm done. I'm literally never gonna upgrade the spear. It's never gonna get upgraded.
Does he vial it, bro? Does he vial it? Does he keep slam the shit out of that thing and vial, bro?
I don't even know. Super giant lane, bro.
Wall it up. Oh my god, 203.57?
Okay, so now
socket and vial.
Artificer orb.
Vol
and
it.
yeah, I could vol it,
Vol it.
but I'm gonna be honest. I volled the last one and it poofed, and I'm not voling this one, so no. I'm not. No, not this. No.
Boom! Does he eventually do it? Does he eventually vial it?
Now. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Oh my god, bro. He didn't even
13.
Oh my god, he didn't even vial it, bro. Mega pussy! Eventually, it will work. Eventually. If you keep saying mega pussy enough. You just gotta keep trying. Alright, let's see. Can I feel the regen, chat? So I just gained 2.48 flat regen with 20% increased regen rate. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. That's cozy, isn't it? That's some cozy that's some cozy ass regen, baby. Heavy. Ooh, that's some cozy regen. Yeah, it's not perfect, but
I can't yet.
it's like way better than default POE 2, let me tell you. Oh, did I get hit? My HP bar goes up. I'm not getting like that attrition damage you normally used to taking. I can check my regen here. Total life recovery per second, 303. Damn! Damn! Huh? Huh? Is it bugged? Guys, I'm bugging. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that mod on the fucking shield, bro. Holy fuck, the shield is insanely good. What the fuck? Bro, fucking 39% block? 21 cast
Hey
rate.
Quinn, you
50%.
smell like a sweaty foot, and you like to eat garbage.
Yo, I'm at like 15% of my life regens per second. That's pretty good. Well, okay, I should have been around 10% regen, and then I was like, wait, isn't that 200? Why does it say 300? Right? Why does it say 300? It should be saying 200. And I thought, wait, that's a bug, because I didn't know I had any regen rate on my gear. Right? Because I just never read that. I don't know, I just... You know when you put a shield on, you really... I mean, did anyone else... I never paused that as a notable stat whenever I looked at it. I was like, all that was... I saw block chance and cast rest, and I'm like, yep, that's what I'm going to get. It's got good block chance and good... I never even, like, processed the regen on the shield. So I didn't even know it was there. So then I'm wondering, why is my shit 300? Dude, that's insane! The shield goes fucking hard, bro. I mean, I probably don't even need this fucking wheel. Oh, let's just do it anyway. Screw it. Let's just get, like, 20% regen, bro. Why not? Right? Why not? Get that cozy gaming. Damn, that's some POE 1 regen right there, boy. That's some fucking POE 1 regen. I mean, fucking 15% of my life back per second with 75% chance to block. Good res. Doesn't return to either was. I always forget to do them. Yeah, you're right. Surrender it. I wonder the other items like that. Wait, why is this item so good, by the way? The shield. Anyone who thinks this shield's bad, by the way, is an idiot. Okay. They will say you will Unix are useless. Let me tell you. I've used a shield. I used that shield in the last patch. I've been using it in this patch, and it's just a really, really good shield. Sorry to say. Like, for like a 1 egg item, it's way more powerful than a 1 egg. Like, you can buy this shield for 1 egg, and it's way better than 1 egg, is what I'm saying.
I can't yet.
Like, it's one of those items that's like disproportionately cheap for how expensive it should be. Wait, I got that new mark. What are we looking at here in chat, guys? If we need to get rid of this emote ASAP. Like this, if you are looking for a starter shield, chat, get one of these ones. You legitimately cannot go wrong. Because cast res is like fucking so good. And then not only that, block chance is broken, so yeah, you get good block chance, good cast res. Do you know what? I probably should buy a high quality version of one of these. Although I need more money, so.
Steel yourself!
I do it that. Your pant, dude, it's popping off with the blacklist. You love to see it, guys. You love to see it. Slowest Quin builds is help in all capitals. Should I ban this guy? What do you think? We need help with little bro. I'm going shield, witch, lich, bitch, man. I don't know. Don't know what that actually means, brother, but good luck to you. Wait, how big are the is it 50% regen suffix massive? How many of those suffixes can I get? Because 50% increased regen rate is legitimately what? Like 3.5, 4% regen or something. And like that's a good mod on an item. Increased life regeneration rate. No, well this is like what stacks additively with the other life regen. This is the separate one. Life recovery rate is multiplicative to every single source. Once I get that one, oh my god. My guy's gonna have some unethical recovery. Bro, what the fuck? How are you faster than me?
You were no warrior.
Push 500 regen easy. But the thing is, the regen's gonna get more and more broken the more HP I get as well. So if I get enough HP, this is all scaling off a percentage. It's not flat. I mean, my gear has like, I'm missing life rolls on fucking everything, bro. So I can get way more. To be honest, I think I am probably over-investing in recovery at this point, actually, now I think about it. So I'm probably not going to die to some form of degen. I'm more likely to die to just a single one-shot, right? See, what? Oh, dude, I'm fucking trash at this game. What the hell am I doing? Just pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, let's see it. Mark? Do this mark here? Huh?
Need mana.
Oh, wow. There's my armor break. Try it again, Kate. I mark this guy. Damn, bro. Wait, how much more damage did I get when I did that? Shockwave must be getting pretty cooked by armor. It felt like that was way high damage. So it doesn't scale my bleed damage at all. Like, the bleed doesn't care about armor. But a large portion of my damage is shockwave. It's like weird. I'm not even investing in shockwave, but it's just still really good. I think you can push I think you can at least push a tier 3 with no damage mods. Oh, I'm gonna do tier 3s. You are right, I should. I need to wait till I get a, No, for sure. My guy can definitely handle high tier maps. I need to go into some high tier maps, bro. Isn't it, like, guaranteed if I do a boss map or something? Am I tripping? City emotes are ethical? City emotes are not ethical, bro.
Steal yourself!
Okay. Any emote which just is clearly sexual in nature, I don't like because it's just a bunch of Kumas. Posting Kuma shit, bro. And there's just so much of that shit on the internet, I don't want the space to be one of those places, bro. Unless we're looking at something that's inherently sexual. Okay, well then it is what it is. Dude, where the fuck is the boss? What? Where's the boss, man? Oh no, my looping back. I don't want the because you can make a stream into basically a toilet. Like, you know, you know when you go to like a mechanic's toilet and there's like just tits on a poster on the wall, and then you're trying to take a piss, but you're starting to get a chub, which makes it harder to take a piss. Then you're like, fuck, man, it's just like some Kuma shit. I don't want this to be like a toilet. Bro. I mean GGG, come on. These checkpoints are a band-aid, bro. Checkpoints are a band-aid. Okay, we go, boys. Let's see. Does my mark significantly increase my single target damage? We're about to find out. Here it goes. It's mark on. Can you see it? That is on. Damn, he has a lot of armor, eh? His armor's broken now?
I need more time.
I'm just stays broken forever. Damn, it's a long ass duration.
I'm not ready.
I'm gonna stay broken forever.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Wait, PS chance on the PS quiver? I don't know if that's good. Do the PS multiple enemies or what? That boss fight made my dick soft, says a guy in chat. Alright, guys, thanks for that. Please keep me updated on the state of your penises, please. Because I really want to know.
Move along now.
Not. That's what I would say if I was some sort of freak. This interview is gonna be something. I wonder what the chat's gonna be like. Should I have its chat up when it's happening? Do we have a chat POV? Ooh.
$78-month God Gamer, you ever gonna try a caster spec in POE?
No, yes, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, of course I will. Multi 49 Chipro. Okay, wait. I want to do boss. Okay, so we're gonna do this abyss, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this abyss a juiced. So we're gonna use my high tier map. Monsters are evasive. Would you regal, chat? Would you? Fuck it. Oh man, I hit monster damage. Fuck. I've done this one. Steaming Springs. Monsters. I got monster damage. Monka S. We're doing tier 3. And why are we doing tier 3, chat? Because I want high tier maps. Because I'm finally ready to move on and progress. Can we ban that guy in chat? He's talking about fucking it. What are they called again?
Face me!
Nah, brain is not working good. Rabbits are a species of a... Wait, they're a subgroup of a fucking type of animal. Which I'm trying to remember the name of. But it's fucking evades me. Lagomorph. You would fucking Lagomorph?
I can't yet.
When's the interview? Probably like an hour from now? I had to guess. Dude, I'm in a tier 3 map and I'm killing monsters, dude. Who's the god gamer? Who's the god gamer? Who is this guy? Are we back? Dude, it feels... The game feels... like, can I explain to you how much better the game feels when you regen? Like, I'm not constantly like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, fuck, my HP's going down. Oh, health pot. Oh, health pot. Oh, health pot. Oh, it feels so much better when you have, like, recovery. Like, a million times better. I'm telling you, chat, try some of this regen shit. It's good. Like, this has been the best quality of life I've had. Period. I've never had this kind of recovery in PoE 2, ever. Closest thing I've had to this is Ghost Shrouds. To be honest, Ghost Shrouds are just better, more HP, higher max hit. You take less damage.
Smile.
This is like Ghost Shrouds at home.
You were no warrior.
Spree dies. I can just get one tap, you are correct, yes. The region doesn't see me versus that. Oh, it's a fucking Lagomorph! I got the slug gun. I could just go out and shoot it real quick. It is a pest. Goddamn eating my fucking food. Them rabbits been getting in the veggie garden, goddammit. How the fuck can you find rabbits for the camera, man? That's crazy. You gotta remember, they're finding these rabbits. Like, is it Samizia? Is it you?
I'm not ready.
He's finding that shit. And it's like he's using like a 240p preview that's 5 FPS. Or some shit. Brown dot. That's insane. The fact that you find rabbits and possums and all sorts of shit, it's like crazy. I mean, it's got that camera does have like an insane zoom. Have you tried zooming in people's houses? It's actually just creepy.
Quinn, weren't Clown Week only supposed to last a week? It's been 3 months now, hee.
Obviously, don't do it on stream, obviously, because that's definitely an invasion of privacy. But I'm saying, like, you know, I just did it for science to see, like, I wonder if you could just, like, why don't you put it at a house? And it was like, whoa, this is way too creepy, bro. It's like effectively like a telescope in someone's house, if you want.
Weakling.
But yeah. I just wanted to see, like, I was like, how good is the zoom? Let me just zoom on and some shit. And like, I'd seen the person inside their living room. I'm like, okay, this is creepy, and I never did it again, but I did it one time just to see what, you know, what happens. And yeah, it's creepy. Just so you know, chat, if you are at a place, right, and there's a lot of houses that can see you, there could be a guy looking at you, full frame, you see your facial expressions, your posture, what you're doing in your room. They can have a telescope pointed right at you. Anyway, which is why I'm always uneasy if you're in a city, like a high rise, and you can see like a million other windows and other houses. Every single one of them could have a person with a telescope looking at you. Now, the chances are they're not. But they could. It's like a 0%. Yeah, at the same time, yeah. The Jinley's one. Oh, bro. Like, dude. I'm not a creepy guy. I did it one time. And I was like, that's weird as fuck. And I was like, wait. People could do this constantly. And then I was thinking, if you were a creepy dude, you would probably do that all the time.
Cower.
If you're a creepy dude, you can do that all the time. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You were no warrior.
Well, the mods know that I'm not. Well, I wish, yeah, they don't know because they never look at the camera whenever I'm. They'll notice the camera is always in the position it always was, so they don't use the camera. But, you know, you could. You're back. Watering a telescope. Well, you don't get a telescope. Get a telescopic pan tilt zoom camera with 100 times zoom. Now, it would cost you like $30,000, but that means you don't need to be outside. You could just be looking at people's houses. You could have like different presets for different times. So you could have it like set up so you can have unlimited digital presets. So you could have like one guy's house, this like this schedule. You could even automate it. So like, this person gets home at like 5:35. So then it goes, and then they usually have the share. What I'm saying is that's how fucked it is. That's how it could be, and someone is doing that. If I can think it, then someone's doing it, is what I'm saying. Like, do you understand how insane the cameras are nowadays, Chad? I don't think you understand how insane cameras are nowadays. Like, just use a modern cell phone and zoom in. Now imagine this, but 5 times as good. And it's stabilized and automated. I'm just saying. Bro, they got telescopes that are automated. You can literally buy telescopes, chat. I'm not kidding. They got GPSs in them, and they've got positioning systems where you sync it up, calibrate it, and then you say, look at this spot, look at this star, and it goes... How do you know this? Because I use cameras and audio equipment as my job. So, I mean, I know about this stuff. I've done a lot of research into cameras. There's an overlap between PTZ community because they use the same peripherals. They use Visca controls, man.
Do you also have high-powered binoculars?
All I'm gonna say is, if you see a motherfucker who's in a city and they've got a fucking telescope near a window, those motherfuckers are up to some weird shit, bro. Okay, or if they got some real flash-looking binoculars and they're like at a place where they can see lots of houses, that's a red flag. Defeat Messana, the Serpent Queen. Where art thou? I don't know. Alas, I do not know. If you talk about the stuff that's much Quinn, that's a red flag. Well, I mean, I'm a truth teller, right? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm a truth teller. I'm not. It's one of the things where I did it one time, and I was like, "That's fucked up," and then actually, I think I wanted to show my dad how fucking crazy this shit was, and I did it one more time when my dad was there to show him. Now I just use the cows as an example. I'll just zoom in on the cow and be like, look, you see all his furs. With that shit, 2 times. Well, I mean, now it's 2 times. Well, I think I did it. Yeah, I just wanted to show him. Yeah, just really show him. Okay. Yo, what? I was out gooning with my dad, bro. What? Oh my god. Come on, God. Time to die, even. Am I winning, boys? I'm attacking.
I need more time.
I really should do this. How much more damage it is? It should be more damage. Theoretically. Oh, that's way more damage, eh?
I'm not ready.
I think I have attrition, so.
Protect your queen! Second!
Oh, yeah, bro, here we go. Boom! Tier 4 stone, waystone, baby. Not a creepy guy, only one time, only 2 times when Dad was here. Get in 4K cameras, set up timers when people get home. Okay, dude. I watched all sorts of shows. I watched a million JCS things and like fucking like the weird creepy dude stuff, and like seen all sorts of crazy shit, like hidden camera stuff where people have cameras like in showers, in toilets, fucking all crazy shit. I mean, dude, I watched one doco about a guy who literally was in a septic tank of a person looking up through the toilet. I mean, you know, I seen it all, mate. Okay, so it spawns lots of ideas in your head. It's a real thing that happened, by the way. A guy died in a septic tank.
Coward!
Like, full of shit. In Japan. Doesn't have that. You're full of shit. No, that guy was full of shit, bro. Let me tell you. He died of hypothermia, right? He got like stuck and then just fucking fell asleep and then never woke up. Okay, where'd he go? Yeah, I mean, yeah, wouldn't want to. Probably one of the worst ways I could ever like. What? Like humans are so fucking crazy, bro. Shitty way to go out. Yo, what the fuck? Oh, what is that? Oh, max mana. Eee. It's pretty good.
Move along now. Go.
Man. I got a stranglehold on the belt market, guys. I got all the good belts. All the good belts. Someone's buying them though, bro. Okay. Come back to the meadows.
No, I do not think I will.
Okay, we're gonna do this one, tier 4 map even? Let's do tier 3 into tier 4. What about Droot 20? It says interview Reggie. Is it in 1 hour and 13 minutes? Huh? Huh? What the fuck's going on there? What the hell's going on here? Interact. Oh, I'm retarded! I'm retarded! I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on, and then it's because I've got a filter on it. Don't I, bruv? Oh, well, no wonder. I retarded. It's not very bright, is it, chat? On the old background here, is it? Filters. Let's do a color correction here. Let's go ahead and hue shift. It's fucking perfect gray, man. What do you want me to do? Boom. Huh? How about that, hey, chat? Advanced techniques. Advanced techniques. We'll do this. Alright, now when some motherfucker asks, when's the interview? You can say, right, in chat. Okay? When's the interview? Boom. There it is. Off by an hour. What? I did not spend all that time making that, and then you've told me the wrong time.
Feel my wrath!
Oh, Jesus. Okay. When's the in-game mention in the chat? This is the in-game right now. Like, I'm deep. This is literally in-game. We're actively seeing in-game. This is Path of Exile in-game. You don't understand what in-game means? This is the end game. This is the in-game gameplay loop of getting waystones, doing maps, killing bosses, getting high waystones, doing maps. This is in-game. A lot of people are too retarded to understand what in-game means. This is definitionally in-game of Path of Exile. Nice timer wins his interview. Alright. I'll admit, so far, it's felt okay, the end game. A little bit better onboarding. Ah! What's that? The hell was that?
You were no warrior.
Clown Week in. Okay, get rid of that shit. Now, I'm guessing there was a mod that made that noise. Hopefully it's not the timer that I've got. Okay, this is the mods, I think. Ain't no way. Must be. Very funny, guys. See who gets the last laugh, motherfucker. Understand me. Yeah, wait, do you think it's gonna be a problem? I'm just thinking about it now. When people, every single year, phones, cameras get better and more impressive, and the zooms on them get more ridiculous, and then the features that allow them to do, like, are we gonna get to a point where cameras and cell phones are way too invasive and allow the average person to be a total fucking weird boy? Already are. True. I mean, there are guys who go around, oh, we watch videos on that, right? There's that whole community of people who, like, what do you call that? Like, the upskirt community? Yeah, whatever. They have, like, they put, like, a mirror on their foot, and they walk around and, like, look on the mirror. They got, like, there's a whole group. There's these guys, they're obsessed with looking up skirts. So they'll put, like, a mirror on their foot, or they've got, like, tech where they have, like, a double mirror, like, where they take a photo down, and then it takes a photo. Yeah. Well, they'll try and, yeah, these are crime videos. These guys get caught on trains, like, doing that. They're, like, trying to take, like, they'll, like, as people walk by, so they'll have, like, their phone. Right, so they'll be sitting on the outside seat of the row. And they'll have their phone like this, right? And then as the person walks by, they go, ching. And then some motherfucker catches them, and then they call the police on them, and then they get, you know, and then they search them, and yeah, they get caught. They get caught red-handed. I'm not that guy. Yeah, it's gonna be like They're gonna have to implement new tech. When phones get so potent, so powerful, they can do all sorts of weird shit, like insane zooms. They need to like somehow alert the people that you're getting photos taken of you, right? Isn't it?
Fun fact, that is why in Japan you cannot shut off the camera shutter sound on phones. For that exact reason.
There you go. I mean, that's smart. That's smart by Japan. I feel like we almost need that, but like as we get better technology, we're gonna need a more extreme version of that. Like you can do, there could be some technology, right, which somehow sends like an airdrop message to any. You could get like some device that whenever someone takes a photo and like you're within their camera frame, you get like an alert that you just had a photo taken of you. It's built into all of the mainstream devices, like all the new iPhones and all the new. That's not a fun fact. I think it is kind of it's an interesting fact. I think it tells you a lot about, you know, people.
I can't yet.
Where's my mark node? Fucking mouse, man, needs to be fucking fixed. Sorry about that. It's bad language, guys. Here we go. Huge.
I can't yet. I can't yet. Destruction!
GG noob.
I've no more room.
650 down. Map complete. Is this about to fist Jonathan on stream? Wait. It's in an hour, right? It's in an hour.
Should just be default runes. No? Am I crazy for thinking this?
No, you're not crazy.
That's a good question.
Alright, yeah, it's in an hour. Oh, Shiz is crashing out right now. He's fucking raging, bro. He's gonna freak the fuck out. Jonathan's watching a stream. Well, he's gonna... I'm sure they're gonna send him questions. I guarantee you this has already sent Jonathan topics. Every GGG interview thing I've ever been involved with or had, it's always been... you send like a vibe check over what you plan on doing. I remember my latest one that we sent over, they just said, yeah. They were down for an interview, and then I sent them the questions, and then they were like, yeah, we're not down for an interview anymore. They said no. Now, I don't know if it was Bex who said no, or if it was the Chris who said no. It was not the dog dead question, bro.
I need more time. Weakling!
Bro, they need to put a fucking 1 second cooldown on this mark. Because it pisses me off when I use it. I press it twice. Yo, Chris, make Chris quit. No. Don't use media. Why do you not do the stream podcast anymore? The most recent podcast we didn't do because I think Mathel thought there was not enough to talk about, so he didn't want to do it. So then we're like, eh. And it seemed like, I'll be honest, man. Ziz asked like 5 times and no one was replying, and I was like, I felt bad for him, so I was like, fuck, I'll better reply. Be like, you know, I said some random bullshit. I dropped some, you know, icebreaker in there just to be like, yeah, guys, what up? Hey. But yeah, I think Mathel just was like, nah.
Move along now.
Yes, that is the Ziz interview countdown chat. Yes. Oh yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah.
Move along now.
No, I'm sure there will definitely be more stalling podcast. Thanks, guys. Oh, penetrates my ass. Fucking hell, dude. What do I do with that? Do you run that? No. I don't know about that one. That just seems like not a good map to run. I'm gonna run the sump, I think. Although, wait a minute. Do I run the sump or do I continue the abyss and try? I think I should clear this because this is actually T4. Or is it T4 or T3? 67. Wait, it might just be T3. Let's just clear a little more just in case I get another map.
Face me!
I must admit, I can definitely feel the waystone progression changes being far more, like, deterministic. Like, it feels like you will be able to strategize a plan to immediately up all your waystones. Just pretty much like, path to a boss, get your highest tier waystone, do that boss, you guarantee get an upgrade. Path to a boss, save your best tier waystone. Just keep doing it. And it means you'll be actually be able to get to whatever tier of waystones you want. Almost straight away. That was my device unconnecting and reconnecting, guys. I've been meaning to fix it for months and months. I just haven't. I need to unplug some USB devices, basically. I need to get some sort of fancy USB hub that's more fancy than my current ones, clearly. Could be the wait. It could be some shit where the power may have slipped out of the. It might be it's just not got external power. It might slipped out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, bros. Turn the connect, reconnect sound off. Go disconnect sound. Wait, device disconnect. None. Device disconnect. None. Hey. Look at that, boys. We're done. What happened to me, though? Yeah. Didn't Jake just coded that? The mods are doing that. The mods are doing that to fuck with me. It shouldn't trigger me, bro. It's successfully working. You are successfully triggering me. Congratulations, mods. If that was your goal, you are succeeding in your goal of triggering me. Let's see. I'm gonna unplug my mouse right now. Ready? Steady. As the mods. Okay, so it didn't work. Alright, well there we go. Either the mods have already got the sounds loaded up to fuck with me, or it didn't work at all. I can't wait. How many videos we'll see tomorrow? Like, I can't believe GG is doubling down on everything. I'm gonna quit. Fucking retard losers. Whoa, brother. Whoa. Calm down a little bit, little bro there. Calm down. Damn, the Gloom Shrine, bro. Let's go. Give me that shrine. Yeah, I think there will be some sound bites clipped from this interview that people are going to get really upset by. Oh, I wonder, am I going to get triggered at some point? Nah, I think they're gonna have very reasonable, logical responses. People are just gonna be illogical. Be real.
Feel my wrath!
Nah, there ain't some diplomatic Andes that speak in like lawyer speak. It's not gonna be some Blursed interview where they give you like 500 non-answers. They're just gonna answer the best, the question the best they can, and just be as honest as they can. And they're pretty reasonable, so... Jesus, let me attack these.
I knew it!
Oh, cock. Bro, Jesus.
I'm not ready! Weakling!
You're fucking me up, man. Getting fucked up, bro. You don't even know how serious this is. Wait, what's how serious? Wait, what is he referring to? The interview?
Do you even know how serious this is? This is life or death. This interview is the game gonna sink or is it gonna swim? This is GGG's entire foundation rests on this interview.
Bro, what are you on about? What are you on about? It's fucking early fucking access, brothers! It's patch 0.2!
I can't yet!
Tell me one more time, pussy, see what happens. Big ass dude. Got the tank. Give you that much. OX is not beta testing. Bro, if you play PoE1, whenever you play a new league, you're beta testing.
I'm not ready.
What are you even talking about? They don't know about the GGG. They raw dog shit, bro. GGG have very much a company of just fucking around and finding out, right? Yeah, they aim for the sky and they shoot. Sometimes they miss. And they go in. I think honestly their mentality is like, it's better to just do, you know, aim higher and do like go for bigger goals, but then sometimes you fuck up, right? Instead of going for like small consistent patches. There was that phase where they went, we're gonna do only small leagues from now on and we're gonna make sure they're super high quality. And they did that for like 2 leagues. Everyone was like, man, these leagues suck. And then they went back to just raw dog and crazy shit, and it's launching like half bugged, but works and it's good enough. And then they kind of just fix it the week of it coming out. I don't remember a single league where it hasn't started and it was just working good. And it didn't need to be rebalanced or fixed or anything. It was like, just came out and just perfect. For POE 2, it's felt a lot more slow and painful. But I feel like there's obviously a lot more going on, right? They're just getting like crashes and just the basics working. Whereas POE 1, they'd already had that kind of shit locked down. I definitely, so the guy in chat says I'm enjoying the game now because I finally got my build going. My build was always going. Do you know what though? My stress levels are far lower because my character has recovery now, and it feels less painful because I can kind of just run through, kill monsters, pick up loot, run through, kill monsters, pick up loot. I'm not sitting there like freaking out every 2 seconds that my character's getting one shot. I mean, it kind of is a little bit like that, but it's nowhere near like what it was now that I got some recovery. Which definitely has taken my stress levels down. Ooh, nice. Gameplay looks decent right now. Yeah, it's solid as fuck. This right now feels like better than default gameplay. Right? Way better than default gameplay. Way better bosses than default gameplay. Way more depth than default gameplay. It's basically like, feels kind of like V4, but just every single thing better. Like, yeah, as if I was describing it. Very low bar. I mean, it's a low bar, but yeah, I'm just saying. That's sort of just default, but better in every way. Okay, bitch. Lock it in. I'll catch you. This ability is actually so good.
Will you be asking Jonathan the real questions or just the softballs? Wills is let you speak. Can you fix my computer?
No, it's a watch party, bro. But yeah, this is about to be crazy. Should I just one-shot her for a fucking thing? Oh, here we go, here we go. Going for the one shot. Oh, God, what? Where's my damage at? Tier 5 map. Tier 5 map.
Gonna talk to Jonathan? Fucking poggers brew. Any interest in trying Lich?
No, it says interview. The title says watch party.
Yes.
Oh, so you and Jonathan are best friends, and you're giving a fucking conversation one-on-one. You're going to Jonathan's house to have a barbecue. Actually, I've done that twice, by the way. So I have gone to Jonathan's house, not once but twice. Not trying to brag or anything, but just kind of how it is. Oh wow, is that not good? Did Jonathan know? What the fuck? Come on, he's totally gonna be from my league, isn't he? Oh no, same shit again, brother. Same.
The game is early access for so long now. I had to quit the game because I couldn't get past Act 1 boss. I want to have fun playing a game. This game isn't fun for me. My opinion is the only opinion that matters to me, so I don't care what Jonathan says.
It's time to stop. It's time to stop. You know what you're doing, boy.
Chat. I'm taking a huge POE2 right now.
lava and ignites everyone. Gold ring, your intelligence is 85, item rarity instead applies to bleed magnitude. Normal monsters take 20% increased bleeding damage and explode on death, dealing 69% of their life on death. Try 192019 Yemen Square was an atrocity. Google translated into Chinese and see if he gets disconnected.
Look at this trash, you useless. What is this? Like, are you playing the Who Can Attack more? Okay. Six, 5.
But this Kane is actually so dumb. Imagine forcing drops when your top laner is behind, then blaming the top laner when you die. That Kane is actually iron.
What the fuck? What the? Was that the one with the guy on the mount? Was that one? With the guy who goes in the mount, or was that a different one?
Alright, gamers, let's fucking go, bro.
Yeah, you've been to Jonathan's house twice. The first time he didn't see you hiding in the bushes. The second time you got caught and now he has a restraining order. That's why you've only been twice. Aware?
No, I was used as Ultra VIP bait, so pretty much they say, they advertise,
go to a party with all the top developers and content creators.
So basically you're a little slut. Dudes come up and get your signatures to add to their t-shirts. And they pay like thousands of dollars. Yeah. Chad, I had to sign a lot of shit, let me tell you. Sign some man titties. Sign a lot of stuff. Dude, I signed those tits on stream, okay, bro? Alright? It is what it is. Yep. Ooh, shit, don't. Say it won't kill me, right?
No challenge!
Well, Gup signed this. I didn't sign an NDA. No, there's no NDA. I don't remember the last time I signed an NDA. Maybe like Diablo. I signed an Diablo NDA. I remember that I refused to go to BlizzCon. Like, refused. I was like, no. And then a Blizzard employee rang my cell phone and said, look, you're gonna need to come to BlizzCon.
Yeah, I was at that party. I think I saw you there. You were riding their unicycle and had a bright red nose, right?
No, I was in your mom's bedroom. Me and Jonathan were having a little double team. Paul says now. Whoa. Help, help. Paul says he's fuming. I need to fix my health bar. What the hell's going on here? I need to log out real quick. Oh! Get me out of here. Yeah, anyway, the Blizzard employee rang me up. I was like, you need to come to this BlizzCon, okay? And I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to come to it. Like, the only way I'm going to come to it is if, you know, there was some Diablo 4 thing, which, you know, I don't think there is. And if there is, like, tell me, I'll do it. And he's like, well, I can't tell you anything. But you should go. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think I will. And then anyway,
Quicken your pace.
next minute I get a text saying, check your emails. I open it up. It's a non-disclosure agreement. And then, do you know what she's like? Do you know what she was like? She rang me up again after I signed the NDA. She rang me up and she's like, yeah, it's happening. I'm like, what's happening? You know what's happening. I said, no, is Diablo 4 coming out? I'm not going to say that out loud. I'm not going to say that out loud. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. But it's happening. And she refused to utter the words Diablo 4
Was that for the same BlizzCon you interviewed Joe Shelley and told him you like MTX monetization scheme?
I think it may have been that one. May have been that one.
Jonathan, I'm gonna whip out my dick mid-podcast and say, suck it, Jonathan!
What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck is going on here, bro? I mean, he should. He should. I want him to prove that. I mean, I'm convinced that this does not have a 23 CMer. And if he whipped his dick out, it would confirm my suspicions. So, yeah, he should. Do it, pussy. Do it. Okay, what's my region at? 305? 323. This next one's gonna be fucking huge, boys. It's gonna
Hey Quinn, it is time for your daily peak Abu session.
Please, Abby, I am busy. Wait, where did you go?
Peak Abu.
Ha 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 ha, there you are. Wait, where did you go again?
Peak Abu.
Ha ha, you are a wizard.
It's great TTS, bro. Milk HD. Motherfucker, you in life regen get damage. Because I like life regen, bro. What do you get a problem with that? I'm getting whatever the fuck I feel like getting, little bro. And I like life regen.
Steel yourself!
Can't tell me what to get?
What's crazy about PoE is you have skills that leave little ice shards on the ground and you are expected to wait for enemies to walk over them. Meanwhile you get skills that chain around the screen between 10 enemies. It looks like two different devs made PoE.
No, it's just in theory versus in reality. There's dissonance there. That's life though. In theory, all these little traps and all these little fucking things make a lot of sense, and like it's cool. Like, oh yeah, you fucking put a trap down, and they walk over it, and they get stuck or something, and then they're pinned down, and then you stab them, and you do a little backflip. But then in reality, people are they just want to fucking kill a bunch of guys with a big AoE attack. You know what I'm saying? But then, do you actually want to, or do you just think you want to? Seems like everyone's just trying to make like their character into some sort of like auto spark. Here's the thing, if people can, they will. If you can do some shit where you press a button and it kills everything on the screen, like instantly, people are gonna do that. I don't think it is fun though. I think like unnerfed pre, you know, whatever you want to call that, patch 1.0, patch 0.10. Spark was dog shit. Like, I watched gameplay of it. It's just a guy walking around doing this. And everything's just instantly dying. There's like zero gameplay there. You know, like avoiding something and like pressing a button, you just fucking obliterating everything. Lightning arrows, a new meta, mark my words. Where are we? I mean, he's playing Cookie Scare at this point, isn't he? Question is, how much has he been playing the game? And he's on Softcore Trade League. Do you know what?
Actually,
because I think this is fine as long as he spent like at least 2 weeks of normal person playing the game time. So like what? Let's say 6 hours a day times 14. If he spent 84 hours and he's being efficient as fuck, then yeah, you're allowed to do that. Yeah, what I'm saying is this should be like 84 hours of efficient gameplay on Softcore Trade League, and you're allowed to do this. Right? Doesn't matter. Not everyone should be able to get this. Chat, you shouldn't just get it handed to you, is what I'm saying. I think this is fine. Like, you should be able to get some ridiculous thing happening, but it should just require a lot of effort and time and love in your character. And he probably has got a fuck ton of playtime. Right? Now, I don't know if I don't know what his playtime is. Like, you should totally get...
Sheep are not real people.
Sheep, well, that's because sheep have...
Science won't save you!
What's your point? Yo, just saying cows aren't people, guys. Bovines are not Homo sapiens. These fucking emotes, bro. I must admit, I do. AI is bad in a lot of ways, but actually, the ones where they just use AI to make people whip out a gun and start shooting are pretty good. Those are net positives to society for sure. But what is this stunning? I can't fucking play my character.
I can't yet.
Are you guys feeling the stun changes? Because I am. I'm getting stunned way more than I used to. Oh my god, look, it's just like, look at this. Stunned. Oh, fuck. Okay, why am I not getting stunned? Am I stunned? What happened? Which ones are doing that? These bitch ass white monsters, bro. I ain't got nothing on this. I ain't got nothing on this. You my bitches. My bad at POE is POE bad. I asked myself that same question. Like, am I complete dog shit? And the answer is no. You're probably not complete dog shit. You're probably just playing a weak build. now you could be dog shit and playing weak build. That means you're just not gonna, you know, that means you're Elon Musk basically, and you're not gonna get out of Act 1.
You were no warrior.
If you don't know how to make a good build, you're dog shit's the gun chat. No, because my build wasn't bad. It was just using not the strongest
I'm trying skills in POE 2 and compared to POE 1 I feel like all skills are just shit. So many gimmicks attached to every skill. Perform 5 actions to have a skill behave good enough to clear a pack ain't fun no matter how you try and put it. I miss POE 1.
Yeah, which is why I feel like they should move away from combos and move towards synergies. What the hell's this? Demon!
I'm not ready.
I wouldn't agree with that necessarily, though. Totally. I partially agree with what you're saying. No, I'm not saying there's like a every ability is one button, right? And you just press one button, right? And it's literally just, you just have, literally I see top guys like Cute Dog and shit, and his keybind is just, he has one button on his thing, right? And then you've got the extreme, the most hardcore 5 combo. To do damage, you have to press fucking a combination of 7 keys. There is a way of getting to a point where somewhere in this zone, right? And all I'm saying is that instead of making it mandatory, just instead incentivize it. You just drag the slider and you get somewhere in this range. Delete MS Paint. What's wrong with Paint, bro? What's wrong with Paint? I like drawing 2 lines and then going like this. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy doing this.
Gold.
I like trying to quantify things that aren't meant to be quantified, right? And put things on spectrums, all right? It is what it is.
Gold.
It's one of my fucking fetishes, bro. Fucking dirty ass graphs, bro. Fuck yes. Make some filthy fucking graphs that make no fucking sense. Hell yes.
Go.
Dude, I've done everything on a spectrum, man. Let me tell you.
Hey Quinn and chat, Path of Exile 2 inspired me to create a new game. You start out like a god and every level you get a talent point you have to spend on a talent tree where everything is bad, you just have to choose the least shit one. What do you think?
Yo, that sounds lit, bro. That sounds lit. Skipping the song because there's just some guy orgasming in the middle of the song. All right, what do we got? Teaming Waystone Tier 5. We're going into the big leagues, baby. We're going into big fucking leagues. Tier 5, huge dick maps. But first, no, I've already got my coffee. I'm ready to go. I actually gotta do this ASAP because the interview's in 24 minutes, guys. Which is gonna be spicy, guys. Obviously, Zez was in the chat yesterday. I did try and submit my questions about weapons and overall skill design. I think Zez has tried to, you know. He seems like he's going around asking all the different streamers
just
different
want to
questions.
chill and play POE 2. Log in, walk 30 minutes to find some subquest. Fight white mobs while rolling around endlessly. Chucking spears feels like a National Geographic episode of me surviving in the Sahara. Log off. Sit back and reevaluate life. I shit you not, the camera pans out and I'm in a coma. This is all a bad dream.
Whoa. Wait, no, this is real, bro? Skill issue, one-shotting 2 screens with lightning spear. Okay, that's not because you're skill, bro. That's because you're using a fucking broken ability. Which is what I would describe. Some guy in chat before was saying, like, yeah, is he bad or is his build bad?
I can't yet.
Okay, my build barely fucking changed between Rake and... What was I using? Mace Strike.
Hate watching for 24 months now, sure bro.
And I instantly did way better damage and way more clear with just... All I did was just switch my main ability. That's it. You know? Yeah, obviously I have made a lot of changes. I have optimized it.
Are POE Andy's the most dramatic play base? Hate watching for 24 months, sure bro.
POE Andy's the most dramatic player base. I would say they're the most autistic. It's probably the most unique thing about the PoE guys.
Hate watching for 2 months, Chubbyaro.
Face me!
Like PoE guys in general,
the problem with combos is that players will always try to get around doing them. I can either parry an enemy melee range into leaping away from them into throwing an explosive spear to make burning ground, or I can just by burning ground boot.
That's kind of cool part
Hate
about
watching
PoE, right?
for 6 months.
So you can automate components.
Hate watching forever.
Some of these hate watches, bro. What the hell's going on there? Heals LS versus for recovery, accurate, explodes nearby corpses. I guess. Jesus.
I need more time.
Looking fat, says a guy in chat. Bro, I'm actually feeling kind of skinny today, bro. Not gonna lie. I did eat like this insane amount of calories yesterday, though. Huge calories. But then again, I did a massive fucking... I did a huge ass walk. I did a 1 hour treadmill session, bro. Alternating between inclined at 8.4 kilometers per hour and non-inclined at 6.4 kilometers an hour. And I was watching a TV show called Yellow Jackets. Which, you know, first episode or two was alright. I wouldn't say it was terrible by any means. Season 2 dog shit. You got chat. Hey. Well, I haven't seen it. No spoilers, chat. No spoilers. I'm like 2 episodes in or some shit. Well, I just watched the trailer and I was like, oh, that's a chick from Fallout, dude. Log in. He's a good actor. And, you know, it's got murder and shit in it. Cool. I like murder. That's about as far as my thought process went. I just needed something to put on the TV while I went sicko mode on my fucking treadmill.
Is this Act 1 cruel? How are you still in Act 1 cruel?
This is the Blooming Field, level 69, baby. Defeat the Black Crow, tier 5 map, tier 5. Big tier.
I just want to try out the version of POE 2 before they split the games. I wonder if those files STLL exist, say GGG. That version of the Huntress looked fun to play.
Hold down left click, boys.
Get away from me. No mana.
Hey, I'm from Reddit. A lot of us have been getting a lot of hate in your chat. They are saying we are complainers. But the people in chat are complaining about us. So who is really worse? Don't fuck with Reddit as we finna ride on you bitch-ass Twitch users.
Why is it not confused right now? Why is it not breaking armor? Wait, what? What's going on here? What many bugs is going on? Look at the stagger bar as well.
I'm not ready.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. But he's a dead bitch. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I don't know why his armor wasn't breaking. Did he have no armor to break with me? What the fuck? You getting carried by Rake? No. I would say I'm getting carried by the weapon that I looted this weapon. I've slammed extra fizz on it, and then I fouled an extra fizz brazier on it. It's like a nutty weapon. Nutty weapon. Huh. The hell's this? Help! My game lagged completely. Completely lagged, and then I pressed pause, and then it was moving while I was paused. Bro, I swear to God. That was my death, bro. I swear to God. Okay, this sounds like Fifth Element, bro. Used to be my main playlist for like years. Fifth Element check song.
No challenge. Fear will best
I need to watch Fifth Element again now that I'm like way older. I gotta watch it.
No more room.
It's probably sick. You know? The romance stuff was a bit weird. Yeah. Dude, you know what romance stuff was weird, bro? The guy who made the pianist. That guy's a fucking pedo, bro. Watched a doco on that guy recently, man. The guy's like, yeah, so what? Yeah, I date a 15-year-old when I'm 55. It's legal. It's totally fine. Yeah, so what? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Totally, like, bro. What are you on about, mate? Motherfucker's 15. What can you have in common with a 15-year-old? Do you know what he's like? The judge is biased to my case because they jealous that I'm getting with all these young girls. The young girls he's talking about are between the ages of 13 and 17. He's jealous. That's why he tries to prosecute me. He's corrupt. Just jealous of all these young girls I'm getting. Bro, and everyone's like, yo, this guy's the man. Don't deport him. Don't extradite him to the US and put him in jail. Don't do that. He's the man. And it's like, bro, the guy's a straight up pedo. The guy's a straight up pedo, bro. What are we doing here? Yo, I've been on Tell Abby. That's like her favorite film, by the way. She loves The Pianist. I've seen her watch it like 3 or 4 times. I don't want to ruin it. Yeah, I remember it was a decent movie, no doubt. But still, you don't want to taint that, right? If you don't know the guy's a pedophile, then your favorite film's not tainted yet, bro. It's pronounced P. Anust. What the fuck are you talking about? The pianist. Are we talking about Polanski? Yeah, the guy who made Pianist. Or directed it, whatever. You know,
I need more time.
It's not legit. 13 to 17 isn't young, question mark.
Yo, what the fuck?
Motherfuckers were arguing that it was a cultural difference, bro. It's just a different culture, mate. You know, hey, so what? Bro, yeah, he asked a chick to come around and take some photos. He was 13 and then ended up fucking essaying her, bro. Fucking, dude, just cultural difference, bro. Just a you know, just. What kind of culture is that, homie? Just different vibes, man. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, anyway, guys, interview in 10 minutes. Do we think that this is going to go well and the community is going to be satiated and they're going to be super happy, or do you think they're going to get enraged and inflamed, and it's only going to make things worse? Nah, I don't see it make. I think it's going to be a net positive interaction. Personally, myself.
I can't yet.
Another tip by, we take that. Can't go yet. We'll be after soon though, bro. I hope GG sticks to the vision. No matter what the outcome, doesn't bend over for the haters. Oh, they will, for sure. 100% they will. But I feel like your vision can be modified based on feedback.
I can't yet.
But if they're like, you know, the players were like, turn Path of Exile into a RTS game. They're not going to do that. There's going to be hardline principles that they're not going to break regardless of what the community wants. Because, you know, the community can think they want something, but they don't actually want something. And they feel like, Chris really knew that. He really knew the answers to that. Whereas the, you know, I think, you know, how do I put it? You know, Mark and Jonathan probably aren't as like, they don't have their foundations down as much. I don't think they're completely set in stone because they seem to be like, well, maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll do that, quite a lot. But I still think they've got hardline principles that they won't ever. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the changes that were like not feeling the weight were like once Chris would step down. But they were doing these crazy patches where it was just like, oh yeah, we're gonna add inventory space to the game, you know? Like Chris would have never, he would have never. Jonathan is a cunt and this game sucks my ass. Okay, this guy's just being a dick to Jonathan. I'm just gonna ban you because it's like, he's not a cunt. And you're just doing harassment or something. Chris Wilson will save POE. Oh shit, bro. Yeah, we won't be doing any personal attacks here, mate. Feel free to criticize the game all you want, but if you're just like saying, like, if you're just doing personal attacks on people, that's kind of cringe. Unless it's like a... not a personal attack, but like a fact, right? That's fine. Yeah, but it's Path of Math, and you said Path of Math is a dickhead, right? Like, yeah, I mean, he was a dickhead. And then he was still a dickhead months after the fact. I wonder if he's reformed now. Maybe he's better now. Jonathan would suck a dog's dick without a bus full of kids. That's a fact. Okay, how do you know that, little bro?
Go on.
Sounds like you're talking out your ass.
Go.
Okay, we got 8 minutes, chat. 8 minutes. Let's go to the Zizarin stream here. What's he doing?
15 minutes later, run ads again. You'll probably only get like 15 seconds.
Oh, he's doing the ad thing. Oh. Good idea. Good idea. I'm guessing Smeezy's already thought about it, but how do I do it? I'm guessing he already did it. He already did it. Yeah, never mind. Oh, well, it's already sorted out. GG. GG. Alright, let's see what this is saying. Let's get the quality up here. What's he doing? Is he just sucking himself up, bro? He's just sucking himself up, bro? Look at this fucking gemstone thing he's got, bro. Look at this gemstone thing.
No, Dylan. He will have more reviews when it launches, and he started running ads before people joined? Yeah. Did I just get 100 gifted?
He's such a businessman. I love this guy.
Anonymous.
Just business, bro.
Thank you so much.
Do you know what this is? It's like...
Well, I think now is good. I'm gonna try to get a... Okay. Ooh. But I have echo when I speak, I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll just get our audio guy to fix that.
Yeah.
All right. Can you try again now?
All right, hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I don't think I have echo anymore. How, what's, how... I'm still louder than them. Yeah, maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey, Jen, are you able to get the, sweet.
Take difficulties, man. Take difficulties. Come on, now.
All right. Apparently it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test, test. How is this chat?
Do you want to turn it up louder, or is this good?
How is this?
This is good, right? Because I can hear them perfectly fine.
a bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right. Try now.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's all right.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is good?
All right.
Okay, cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So, hopefully not. But yeah. I'm ready to start. I'll do just, like, a quick intro, and then we go. But, yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of GGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But, it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that... Once again, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. You have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So it really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. We just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more it's definitely in the minority that people are oh, I found something that works. So it's almost the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. The number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that. I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. The thing is, the presupposition with this question is that that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign. And the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So that's why, when we're okay, people are saying we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's well, what amount of, I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you.
Makes sense.
And that may result in the areas becoming shorter, but making it shorter is not it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. Is the game good fun to play? So that I guess
time
is kind of the way that I would look at things. And that's,
Jonathan.
I think, what puts us a little bit, when it comes to communication with the community, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that. So we're going to look at so what we'll do is we'll be okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. We'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like, it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or then the area doesn't, like the area despawns, and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself. Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And the thing I would say about that, I would like to finish. Sure.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering
if the campaign, to be clear.
That was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah,
we should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed monster life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf monster life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get like your items and stuff like that, like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups. Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both. Well, both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left.
Moist critical play.
And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what
the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking.
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But so what I'm saying is so this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean, that's a different question. Right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot, if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning.
I mean,
there.
To get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas. All areas in the campaign and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast. Right. They're doing it literally as we speak up. And my intention after this is to go through. And so like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right? Yeah, the canopy. Sure. The monsters are real fast. And then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight confined space. And it just, you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed. Yeah.
I guess I'm a little...
But just to continue with that though. I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them. And that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In POE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time, it just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So, like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
If you're
it just shouldn't be that it's it's just that, like, you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that it's okay if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE 1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, you know, like ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that. Because of what you mentioned with like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant, where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
like,
monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like, it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like, if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like, if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like, how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like, it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you, like, if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. Just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Farah didn't have a problem.
And then you get
the Titan Valley as well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like, so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what you know, how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players. So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Exile, you've got Canopy, we're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones. And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there. We keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like why is it that there are 6 different varieties of which all are just, as you've you know, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I'm like, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely. And that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do. And that is bad. And that I definitely want to fix that. And I want to fix that imminently. Like I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here. Yeah. And I want to at least address that thing because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are.
I agree.
And like things like the wolves in this,
you need some impressive motherfuckers.
Like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like.
Just not every mob.
Get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial, and like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that
some
would be
mob types need to be oppressive.
So it's really just a question of like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like,
not all mobs though.
It isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I
don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work.
Yeah.
Like I'm almost certain that there is.
It's a ratio.
And the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is, you know, well, I know this is like way further away, but like, you know, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, you know, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that it contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is, or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like here maybe a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like, we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying the notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. So, like, I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like, I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get, that you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like, you know, the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot, but. Especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there. So
bit
of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons. And you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches? Or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period? Like changes are coming in 4 days.
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that, Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like, it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where, because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now, because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league, which we just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday, which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes, we're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. Like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we'll keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though is like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and we're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't. But like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal. And so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
like this was a funny thing because okay, like so, like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about, and then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff, and like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like
which we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more specific about that, but yes.
I mean, the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're going to look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just going to solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this. You know, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah. So checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted. You made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year.
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 step and stuff like that, and at least so far we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan Waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot
that
of these
area
zones
in
are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people.
Give us
but,
some
once again,
tips.
it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like
some speed leveling
the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
Is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done.
Trade the power. Less damage, more movement speed.
We've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like your combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like, you know, running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not going to.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there, like, the question is, okay, so is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's
like
not
for
as
damage.
Bad. It's not as bad. Again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
but you don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution because. Then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on. Like there's going to be a better way
60% movement speed.
to improve that without having a movement ability solution.
We have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before, or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be.
I don't want spam or movement skills.
Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up.
Every single boss in the game is bounced
will
around
come up every single repeat
skills,
of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay. That's good.
A cooldown based movement skill, fair enough.
So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Can be rough to like move your eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess. But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the whole they can go behind the boss's life bars and all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to POE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in POE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here.
2 questions, little bro.
But
2 questions.
We don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on. And we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that
skill issue, little bro.
Probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
I mean, I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything
more investment
that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
You got to commit to your gear.
Well, it is a lot stronger.
More investment.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods. and like what those should be,
which aren't necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. Just as a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here. As far as like what the amount of
you're
loot
on the GGG dev server
you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like I guess I just need to understand why. Like why does it feel so different?
It might be it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in the...
So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign. And I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
Second thing I'd like to do soon is explore... I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that, well, casters don't have... their weapon crafting bench,
and we do need to. We
so
do
we
need,
want to
we
add
do need to
sockets
fix.
to caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Okay.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing that the POE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like
don't balance around the high mastery.
Even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also,
good players are always going to choose to realize campaign.
To make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, in POE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the POE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time. And I know that's one small piece of that puzzle, or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at POE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so like a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like, suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing, in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that
Elon
can be
Musk
sold
fit out
by
runes.
through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes, and even
Bro.
telling you like, "Hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow."
He figured out runes.
Well,
that guy's brain dead.
It would. I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally, we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is.
Socket a rune.
But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, what is the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, you know, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS,
that's fine.
Then
fine.
like that means that you know,
don't balance around that.
Like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
Campaign.
There's a fine line there for sure.
Right.
But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't, that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good, or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later outgear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that, now whether or not, I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like Warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
So
because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing in order to make the
skill tree feels so much
there's something
better
to think about again. Like
Yeah,
there might be something to that
There's
that
so
we
much more
should be
choice.
reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that's certainly because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench on PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution. And that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that, yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that hasn't.
Oh, what have I done?
Those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs.
Whoa, this is getting gaslit.
There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case. Like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then?
But that's important though, because one of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving we wouldn't need to do that. Once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like, it's a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand.
Several times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. But
that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be. We should never. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like it's like. I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from whites to rares like pretty continuously
as
you're going through. So like there's something odd about
I use
that
like
that I need to understand.
5 eggs during the campaign, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, even like I would say myself, I got
maybe 6
very
eggs.
like few regals and stuff to use,
and I had like
definitely
2
was
left over.
Not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking up every blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like sure, I've tried both.
Right.
Well, I can't say much as to that, but
good,
like,
bro.
that is the reason you don't have regals if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting.
Skill issue.
Like, that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
buff the drop rate on regals.
That it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like the alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares. In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like I definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations.
So. The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have 1 charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a 2nd or 3rd. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. So, and as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3. I
mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed
New baseline.
something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit silly.
Do you know, we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
it was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even, like, even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about.
Says, what are you doing?
Only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think. And like for the most part, you actually notice the stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like but when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, their base value. There's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting. And I do think that in PoE 2, the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work to do there, though,
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean,
it's notable. That can be
there's only
anywhere
so
in the
many
tree,
stats that can exist. But I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to POE 1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's also just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people.
Right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me.
Well,
which,
you could have a tree inside a tree if you want it.
There's intermediary grounds there as well, but
there could be a tree in every notable.
There's like downsides to it for sure.
Notable, and there's
like,
a mini tree inside that tree.
There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place. And
like you have a tree inside a tree inside a tree.
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued.
Dude, life on the tree,
exciting because you
well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get to know
identify
that.
Life on the tree, goddammit.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because like
fuck masteries.
You don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in POE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the.
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense. And just like anecdotally, if the two options, right, if we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it. Or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
Makes the tree boring as well because you can't.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while.
You just pick damage and everything.
It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That is the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense.
No.
I agree with that.
Minimum damage.
But then
maximum defense.
Shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, And since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses. Whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die... Like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and well, this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way. What you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
and what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style.
Yes.
And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like... It would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change a more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's... I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like... But okay, sure, you're talking... Okay, like... So, okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have. I think attrition-based is better. So, like, it kind of means that, like...
You make 3 mistakes, you
die.
The
boss doing abilities to be able to, like... The boss trying to win is... Or, like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So, like, you know,
put attrition in, remove logouts.
So, what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one shots, but even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper, so I think I had to reset 7 times. Without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build, because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there.
Oh shit.
Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
the campaign is quite attritioned. It's just that
way.
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like it can be very.
I'm 15% regen right now.
It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech, that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which...
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and POE 1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be, which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them. And then, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, you know, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, you know, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, it's literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
Enough investment.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes,
definitely, I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100% with enough investment.
Well, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in POE 1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And then I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that it might be that, yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, you know, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also.
Well, especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of, it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss, like, which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, you know, like, surely the actual answer is, like, neither of them should be happening.
I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing.
I don't.
And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of,
there's no choice right now.
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons.
Bro, I want.
And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right.
If there was 3% life on this rate, I'd be taking them.
Like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So, like, you know, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further. Because that having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. There are problems here 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that
I have other questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff.
I don't even notice.
But I guess the problem I have with armor break and fizz overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So I are you happy with armor break and fizz overwhelm?
Fizz overwhelm's fucked.
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of monster armor break. No, that is also on my change today list. So
they should break a flat amount of armor.
There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy.
100%.
I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and it's just like it acts as an insane weakness. But
like
I'm not 100% agreed. It is not on the right spot.
Monster breaks 25% of armor per hit or something.
Also on the today list, so I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
We've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh, no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No, I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry. Misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the issue there.
We did a few things. Like, there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was, there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we push back a lot of that. So like,
that's a good thing.
It
for
obviously
us.
makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But when they come out to Ellie, then you get 75%
really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage,
it's a large
making
set,
armor
bro.
stronger wouldn't have done
it's
anything.
Not elemental
for that. So,
damage.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well. But that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But well, maybe.
Because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time, I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which means, yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure,
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on.
Chaos Charm.
Yeah.
Look at John's eyes, bro.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern.
You're getting banned.
In standard, you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore, where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern. And I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Viper's hard.
It is hard. It is a hard fight. That's just a side note that's separate. But like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play, because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos resistance, and so therefore,
what does she do that's chaos? Obviously the big purple meteor storm that. I want to make some changes to, because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness problem. And then
the spare things, right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
Right.
So all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it should be chaos.
It's physical hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem, because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion character. Like that poison feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be clear. Which in PoE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spears from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. So it's very heavy.
Just fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little bit about... She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player... I experience that sometimes, like it almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of... Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
I did suggest this.
So here, are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure. Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate, but I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
well,
like
in some cases there's just push direction, like maybe the antlions are not pushing you side with that thing.
The charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
That's just a that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems to just break every.
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and.
I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
there's also that
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like, I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like,
That's fair. That's true.
If we turn off all sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Okay.
There it is. Shit.
So during early access, we talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be, maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly.
Make it more expensive. Please, being a pussy bitch, make it more expensive, bro.
I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably does.
At that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, So I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
reset.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really. Like, I was, like, probably about 6 months ago I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the, like, gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of, like, here's how much people will spend on vendors, and here's how much, and there's probably... Look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so, yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely... Like, I disenchant every rare on my runs, generally. And so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because, like, the whole, like, there's not enough currency thing, there's not, you know, like, stuff like that. And, like, and if you're telling me that you're, like, selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So, like, I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you be...
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like... I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well, sure, but I'm talking about ascendancy respec was what I wanted to...
Yeah, otherwise it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But, like... Look, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the you know, how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision, really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take... whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more...
Can I ask you a question about it then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh, no. And I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like... I can't say that, like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE 1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And, like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that Energy Shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to, like, a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this, really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like, we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then, I mean, I've no objection to that.
Yeah, we made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
Yeah.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it
fast?
like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
Yeah. We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
Like,
could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled you?
We had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean again, pre-release numbers, things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other. Really, it's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely I don't know if this is just a PoE 1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because like I would never divine an item, like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be. I guess is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
Unique. Makes items more unique. Like a good implicit drop is good.
I mean, that's is that partly also just because the ranges and/or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, look at the ornate chest.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good. Some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So that's just
it's just a thing that kind of happened, and then we honestly just went under the radar the whole time. So if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yeah.
People always want more power.
It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight.
Put movement speed on the tree.
But I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds but if you're,
as a player, it just
if honestly, because I mean the thing is, in PoE 1, are there really people going around? Like, surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess it's kind of viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or especially different in PoE 1 because we have the
specialized
influence things.
Right. Again, seasoned players, not like
Yeah, not new players, sure.
Random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like, I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know,
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like pretty much the best boot.
Right, but I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so really it's kind of like that.
Move faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, whether or not it's implicit or based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which comes back to we need to have those discussions and
right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a Life Sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on Life Sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like, what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution.
The bigger questions about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It does. But something that could be interesting is that if you find a Life Sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less.
It's like a
have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more there's a second part to that, which is whether or not Life Sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a thing that's come up a bit.
That's a separate question. That that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like. I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up. It's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 Life Sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we didn't. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying you're saying if you find it at level 80?
I'm saying if you find it at level 80. 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure, I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
no, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean, I would personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level Life Sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know whether players actually like that or not.
I don't like it being dynamic at all.
That's fair.
I hate it. I like it just being static.
Yeah, I was just curious because we do find them a lot.
That's it. It's got some ranges.
Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies. And that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like. Trust me, that was a buff. That change, like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way.
There might be an intermediary there. I to explore some options.
Well, it's
for
also...
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that.
But I don't know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
That has to happen, yes.
I'm just saying it could be that, like, okay, let's say everyone's dead but one.
Right. So it increases a bit, but not as much.
And so instead of like, all about to revive except for one, he died. And now
that's that actually is viable, and that maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
Ooh. I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
Based.
But that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like to see it.
Sure.
Do it.
I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and so we should probably do something more like that.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
Or Band-Aid alert.
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
Band-Aid fix.
I'm kind of like... I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that.
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality.
Something that makes your minions fast.
Yeah, like as Mark said, you have to have some kind of conditions, or you have to do something, and it's like, at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway, so it's like, like...
That being said, it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Well,
I don't love it.
I know.
I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch, but one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Sure. Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer. But I understand the issue.
That condition.
Like, there's been a few
we straight up discussed last night that just having the minimap icons on.
There was a discussion of doing icons on all the time, right? Because you're not going to miss the monsters if you see them.
The main reason for that is like the current way it works is it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah. It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even looking into the game.
But I think that fear...
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love that change.
Like, do we just turn off?
Literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for me.
Okay. So I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
I kind of do that anyway.
One of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash, one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap, and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But,
that's fun.
Jesus.
No, I love that.
Fucking hell.
I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just 2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? If there's only 2 rares, is it literally just one?
Just enable seeing the rares on the map.
I agree.
It's probably
I like
best to do.
I agree.
Killer monsters. Remove it. Make it. Kill the boss.
Another
Kill the
quick
boss.
question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower
Boss
now.
over map.
Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
because
100%. Like, because it still expands like a donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's, yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list. It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously POE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and untick the...
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab that just shows you the equipped gems and you just click on
perfect
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So all the classes, then my gems, and then all gems is probably
we need to talk about weapons.
Another question. The Smith's hammer ability. I was watching, I have not used it myself, but I saw Quin69 using it and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one. Yeah. And those changes didn't occur. They have occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out.
Awesome.
Like that's... it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake, straight up.
All good. Whenever, so there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, with it was talk because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something. And then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that, or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way.
Yeah, makes sense.
But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should work.
Yeah.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people will inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Weapons are dog shit.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay. If you're, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And like an evidence of that in POE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah.
Wait, oh my god.
The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, Chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in POE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks. Yeah. Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
we're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts. Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within
3 months.
I would expect to see that within a week probably is my guess.
Okay.
We're not going to add this is
2 months?
Currently, it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. What do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
that's right. Waiting for more info and data there for sure. I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2, this whole system sucks.
There was a real it's interesting because with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of this tension between they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. When they've got this horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the low number of mod cases, then you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So we'll just adjust it. Honestly, I have to admit, I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So it's just not. It's not. I can't really say anything about.
Yeah, that's fair. It's something I haven't.
Right. I just don't know how it feels enough.
There were 2 major item systems that I was expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is 2. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have
it's too easy.
Anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how endgame is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that from, but again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill issue.
That was also the case for us, which is why we
yes.
changed it.
That's why we just were like, let's fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely going to have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess, like just
what they were
like. Do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now?
Yeah, people that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in fog of war or not?
Yeah,
and they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in fog of war, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in fog of war, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance maybe. Or something like that,
but we don't currently have a distance in fog of war. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't. And so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see makes sense. You know, some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
but
I mean,
at least for myself,
it's good to know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So
I'm in the end game.
Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike?
Well,
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing. But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear. Which I assume is what you meant.
Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is the number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like, you know.
No, that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
You nerf it next patch.
Yep. So, a few PoE 1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, at least towards the latter half of May.
You cut out.
He cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be,
yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WST in PoE 1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2 in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and port them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Because obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So, like, therefore, we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is, like, incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all the stupid PoE 1 character models every time.
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So, and then at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to PoE 2 characters right now. That's what they're doing. So,
I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE 1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So, like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in PoE 2, the highlight effect. Like when I right-click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality of life.
Right. Well, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah,
should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can probably
stuff like
do
that. 100%. It's either we're just not going to. It just won't.
Yeah.
You know, it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is: Val orbs in PoE 2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE 1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique. We, have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE 2, given that there weren't all uniques made already, like, we were able to do that. Like, I'm not going to say never in PoE 1, but just the amount of work it would take to, like, look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite large.
Most would take only, like, 2 seconds and would just be fine.
Sure, but there's, like, implications for a lot of...
Yeah.
Like, There's just a lot of uniques in PoE 1, right? Like, a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit Angus, probably more than I should have done. And I apologize for that because that was probably not great. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, as I said, was just feeling a bit,
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with here's actually 15 changes we're just going to go make immediately, which is awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it obviously it'll help, but it is good because at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but
awesome.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, and thank everyone for watching.
Yep.
And playing.
Yeah. We appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
W.
Whew. try to die less than I do.
What's that all about? Why saying that?
Okay. I don't know how I did because I have not had chat open, so I don't know if you guys hate me now. But I can promise you that I did my best.
Does this man still? What's this
That was my best, at least.
I think you did a good job. Obviously, there's some questions that I didn't ask. That I would like to have asked, but I think
I thought you were a GGG shill, and I was wrong. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That means a lot. I don't know if you're joking or not, but I really appreciate that. Because I saw like a lot of questions at the start and on Reddit where people were like, this entire thing is like pre-prepared and Ziz is just gonna ask the questions he's allowed to. And I was like, these are all my questions, man. I made these. So I promise you I did my very, very best. Jesus, thank you so much for all the subs. I really appreciate it. I actually collect money. Oh, I got some more. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh.
Business.
Thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys think I did a good job. I'm not saying it was the best anyone could ever do, but that was my best. That was my best.
W. All right. Okay, you gonna say anything else?
That was my very best.
We kind
it is hard to do like follow-ups and stuff in the moment, but I tried really hard. You know, not reading chat during a podcast is so nice. I was able to like really focus on the questions and try to do follow-ups. But at least hopefully a few of the people that were really negative on Reddit or in general before that, hopefully they're happy with how it went and maybe happy they were wrong if they were wrong. Thank you guys so much for the horse with the 50. Jesus Christ. No Huntress questions? Yes, I'm fully aware of that. I haven't played Huntress, and I do agree with Jonathan. It makes for a lot better interview when the person interviewing is fully aware of the problem. Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't have more Huntress questions. I didn't play it, and yeah, I really agree with that. And I think it's why... At least I'm happy with how I did it.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be curious reading comments about how I did. But that was my best.
All right.
I even like prepared beforehand with having Ventura make me mock questions. It was a tough one. Whew.
I'll admit, whenever Jonathan, at the beginning, started, the way he was interpreting the questions was like almost he was getting attacked. So he was acting very defensive. And he was actually getting kind of pissed off. And I was like, damn, what the fuck? But then obviously the attitude changed towards the end. But yeah, he definitely... But then mad respect for Jonathan for saying like, yo... My bad, I was a little bit triggered. And he's just a human being. And ultimately, I hear like a lot of the answers, they weren't trying to give phony answers. Sometimes they misunderstood questions, but then, you know, it was reiterated or asked a second time. And then they got the question, and then they did their best to answer the question. And then they just said, yo, I agree, we're going to change it. I agree, we're going to change it. And all the pussy shit where they're like, yo, let us respec a sentences and shit. And I was like, no. Which is good. Yeah, Mark's not fucking around. He's just like, yo, log in and change it. Log in and fix it. Todolist. Dude, he's got a long day. It's 11 a.m. right now. The motherfucker's going to be up till like midnight patching that shit. And if he's not, well, then it's easy as fuck for him to do big-ass changes, and then you can just like fix everything. I will admit, personally, I was expecting a whole bit of this to be talking about... There was like a very small weapon types question... But I feel like there needs to be a more fundamental discussion about skill design and weapon archetypes. That needs to be like that is a whole combo. A whole combo that needs to be had. And I was thinking that was going to happen, but it didn't happen. So what is? Wait, man, you haven't asked one. Haven't asked one. Coming to Torx. Want to ask? Well, by the way, Exile 2 concerned. Havoc did a video. Oh my god, dude. Holy. Yo! The tree as well in PoE 2 is pretty uncompelling. And they for sure can add more shit to it, in my opinion. Because right now, it's like, oh, what type of damage am I doing? Let me just pick all the damage nodes that associate with my type of damage. And then you just kind of do that. And there's far less of a compelling choice to be made of like, oh, do I want more defense or do I want more damage? Or do I want more utility? It's just like, oh yeah, this type of damage, Oh, and then block investment. But I definitely think they can add in attributes, they can add in resistance, they can add in leech, they can add in all the stuff in PoE 1 that like allows you to kind of like, it's a temporarily bad decision, but, well, long-term bad, temporarily good, which allows you to solve problems. And, you know, if you want to, you can just do that and have lazy gearing. And it lets you have a more custom tree that, you know, and it increases the level of mastery in the game, which, again, during that mastery discussion, I feel like they were kind of Mark saying, like, oh, not Mark, Jonathan going on about how, like, we can't have it. So the people who have an understanding of the game and have mastery are, like, doing twice as much damage. Totally disagree. If you have levels of mastery and understanding of the game, you should just do double damage. And they should just balance the game around the average player. And when I say balance the game, balance the fucking campaign around the early player. Because ultimately, if you balance the game around the top people, the top like 2% triad meta skill anti guys, what are you going to create? You're going to create this complete cancer, ultra hard version of the fucking campaign that's annoying and, you know, I hate to use the S word, but a fucking slog of a campaign, bro. All right? Straight up. Jonathan's reaction was priceless.
So, obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to, like, the warrior being melee, right? Like, right...
Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, fuck me. What the
PoE,
fuck?
You're not necessarily...
Fuck me, bro. What the fuck's up with this fucking Reddit player, bro? Holy shit. Can I fucking turn the volume up and then press fucking play?
So, obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to, like, the warrior being melee, right? Like, right now, I'm playing artillery ballista.
Yo, this is getting fucking bad, bro. For real, this account's getting deleted, bro. I'm gonna log in and fucking put a secret debuff on his shit. Like, he's gonna put a debuff on his character that makes him take 300% damage or something. God damn. Yeah, I did just watch this. I showed that on stream, yep. The range warrior. Multiple boys. No, wait. I mean, I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that, lol, bros. I don't know about that. I mean, to be fair, I have been gaming for a long ass fucking time. I mean, I have been gaming for a long ass time. But no. Let me think here. What can I get to? What could I get to? I could do some crazy shit, right? Wait, did I actually ever complete this map? Let me unpause CDS.
2.
Let me unpause CDS. I need to debrief chat more. How the fuck is
I'm
that
so
match
excited for my 4-month sub. Please stream on YouTube, good sir. Twitch playback is decades behind the tech.
I can and I won't. I just haven't got around to doing it.
This feels like a meeting with the higher-ups at your company asking for more workers to assist with a project.
Yo, what the fuck?
Sitting this season out.
Fair enough.
Triple G Royal Rumble.
Copying.
62 months chur. Poop.
Huh?
Fook off with ads lil gup.
What are you talking about? My bandits guy? What are you talking about? Literally, what are you even on about? What the fuck are you even on about? Oh, yo, let's change the title yet. Where we at? GGG fixing. Wait, Mark. Fixing the game today. Confirmed. Let's log in, dude. He's just gonna fix the game. He's just gonna code it. It's in his today list. Alright, on my today list, just gonna fix the game. Yeah, just gonna rebalance every single monster with the game, change all the classes, change the in-game mapping system, change the like, you know what I'm saying? There it is. Yeah. Bro, this fucking Regal Andy, dude. His Regal takes, I'm gonna be honest. Jonathan's Regal takes way out of touch. Bro, and his Artificer Orb takes way out of touch. Speaking as an SSF gamer that just did the campaign fully on SSF, well, most of the campaign. Let's be honest, most of the campaign.
Steal yourself!
Completely out of touch. Completely out of touch. Straight up. He just plays every lead. Well, no, well, I'm saying he's out of touch. Bro, if you want Artificer Orbs, you need gold. If you want gold, you have to sell Rears. Okay? So then you sell your Rears to get the Artificer Orbs, to get the sockets, so you can then put the runes into your items. Otherwise, you cannot socket your gear. Okay? Then you can't salvage. You cannot disenchant, so then you don't have regals. So there's a natural regal. So you have to choose. Do you want lots of regals, or do you want lots of the Artificer Orbs? The answer is I want the ability to do both, because regaling items is fun. But I've regaled maybe like, what, 10 items this entire fucking league, bro. Don't get both. Don't get both. This better be relevant, bro. This better be relevant, and you fucking gone, mate.
You know, some of the things that happen in this game is literally like eating a burger and finding a hair in it. I swear, dude, I'm having fun. This happened to me in POE 2. Listen to this. I'm playing, I'm having fun. I'm in the middle of a map. It's packed full of stuff that I want to do. And then I die. And then I respawn. And there's a bug where the entire map is empty.
Thank you.
There's nothing in it. No monsters, no events. It's just an empty map.
Wait, did he die on the boss? Did you die on the boss? Did he die on the boss?
With nothing in it. And it was literally like I was eating this delicious burger, having all this fun, and I found Jonathan's hair in my burger. And you know what I think after that? You know who doesn't have hair? Chris Wilson. You're never gonna find Chris Wilson's hair in your burger, ever!
Alright, Jonathan, you need to go bald now. It's confirmed. What the hell? It's good takes. Good takes there. Yeah, facts. You need to start doing some TRT or something.
I don't like that if actually in POE 1 in pre-release if I don't love that. Remember when in POE 1 if rare mobs spears did you disenchant if the where?
He did say like a lot, there's no doubt about that. The monster movement speed thing, by the way. It's when all the monsters are faster than you and have faster animations than you.
You know I'm a shitters.
Right? Now, if every single monster in the game had slower attack rate, slower movement speed, everything's slower than you, that would also feel bad. And the reality is, the answer lies in between. They need to have some faster, oppressive mobs that can chase you down and will relentlessly harass you and fuck up your, your setup and your attacks. That should be a thing. The issue is when every monster is like that, which is quite often all the fucking time. I honestly believe that monsters in this fucking game should never have mods that make them, okay, or it should be super fucking rare. They should very, very rarely have anything that makes them move fast and attack fast, because it always feels awful. Because you're designing this game where the combat's supposed to matter, and you're supposed to roll, and you're supposed to dodge, and you're supposed to avoid these telegraph attacks. The second they go all fast and psycho mode and shit, have you tried using Perfect Strike? Have you tried playing the game the way they intend versus those monsters? It is complete cancer dog shit. Because I've done that with multiple builds where I've done the charge shot, I've done the perfect strikes, I've done these. it sucks dick. And it feels so fucking unfair and dog shit. Okay, I don't mind a hard game. I love playing, I'm a masochist. I like playing hard fucking games. It's just when every other rare monster is some fucking roided out freak that's like, and you try and do your thing like, and then it just fucking moves back and you can't even catch the guy. And then you move towards him and you go, and he just moves back and it just, oh man, it's the most irritating, triggering fucking shit ever. And I vehemently disagree that every single monster needs to be there. And I am of the opinion that no monster, like pretty much no monsters, should have buffs that make them run really fast and attack really fast. Okay? In Path of Exile 2, if you want us to play with very deliberate combat. Now, I'm very much of the belief that there should be monsters that naturally, baseline, are designed to be fast and to do, like, leaps that jump on you and they fucking stun you and they do shit that fucks your character over and can catch you regardless of, like, you know, they're like twice as fast as you. But that should just be a mob type. And it should be telegraphed. And you should know it's coming. Okay? Like, Roa's design was great. Roa's design, Roa's a great example. Straight up. Of a well-designed cancer mob that, like, hey, do you know what? You kind of deserve it. What is this? What is this? Fallen monster. Oh my god, what is this? Periodic fire explosions. Is he gonna hang out with different mods every time? What's the deal? Oh my god, always poisons.
I've no more room.
Alright, temp bubble. What's he got, eh? Let's go.
I've no more room.
Magma pussy, no. I'm ramping on you, bitch. Oh, he did as fuck. How much loot is he gonna drop here? I got an exalted off. Is he going again? He's going again. How many mods does this guy got? Dude, look at the range of his attack now. That's it? For that many mods? Bro, what the hell is this? What regals? What's he gonna...
Think you do, but you don't. If you want currency, just disenchant the drops you get. Bozos. Hey, 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 hey. Bitch.
Good point there, good point.
Why am I even giving money to watch this ZDPS Aussie player? What am I doing with my life, chat? A boba. Giving money to millionaires so they can waste it on getting ripped off.
Okay, wait, I got a couple of good items here, Jay. What is this?
You know, Jonathan does have some shit takes. However, I do believe some of his ideals, or quote-unquote visions, would come across better if he wasn't such a terrible public speaker.
Stop fucking vibrating, cunt. Dude, I got a new phone, got the new Samsung, whatever, and it's like fucking... Dude, that's with heats, right? Like, this is nuts. Am I tripping? I'm not tripping, right? That's nuts. There's not even one on the auction house, bro. 452. Okay, we'll take away the evasion rating, which is like the insane part about it, by the way. It's nothing. Not even one thing with this much rares in life. Not even one. mean, that's multiple eggs. Multiple divines. Was that 2 divine, maybe? 2 divines, maybe? I also got this one here, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at that one. I mean, look at this. Jesus. I mean, I don't know. These are fucking cracked. I can't. It's annoying. I can't use any of them, bro, because they will require int and
Hey
dex
Quinn,
and all
I
this
was
bullshit.
noticing you aren't using the disengage spear ability. It's really fun. You should give it a try. Disengage makes spear gameplay fun.
Maybe 1 divine. I don't know. I've not tried it yet. Should I try it? That's good enough life, is it?
Hello.
It's better than rolling 100%, says the guy. Disengage. Okay, you guys think I should try it? I'll try it. Disengage. This in all gems. Disengage. Craft.
I can't yet.
So jump back and you rupture the earth with your spear point, damaging enemies. Consumes the parried debuff on hitting enemies to release a shockwave that gives you a frenzy charge. This skill can be used while using other skills. Causes strikes and projectiles to miss while jumping. Hey, so it's literally just dodge.
I'm not ready.
Wait, how's it? Faster rolls. You just get a faster roll.
I can't yet.
Can you put martial tempo in this or what? Maybe supports too. The annoying thing is I have to put it on my keybind, which is literally my mouse, which is broken, so it's gonna constantly bug out and piss me off. Whereas space is on a keybind on my keyboard, obviously, which doesn't bug out. And we're waiting on the new mouse to arrive. It's been multiple days. I mean, since POE 2 launched. Apparently, well, I think Abby basically forgot to order it. She said she was ordering it, and then unfortunately forgot to order it. So, but now I assume she has ordered it because I messaged her about it. So, yeah, we're kind of at the point now where I mean, I really hope she has moved to order it at this point. Otherwise, I should just do it myself. But yeah, we'll let's see. Blaming Abby? Oh, well, I mean, it's not blaming Abby. It's just directly the result of Abby.
I need more time.
Why don't you? Oh, I just asked Abby to do it for me, right? So it's not blaming Abby. It's just the reality was Abby said she got it ordered, but then it wasn't ordered.
I can't yet.
Why would I order something that I thought was ordered? You know? I still think I much prefer being able to roll. Now I'll try on a boss maybe.
Yes, previous Dono. Jonathan is a bad public speaker. Impose.
It was on the league launch,
imposed. Yes, I will impose say one.
During my live stream.
Are off. Imposing on impo
Eluan.
Look, I wonder why we had to ban this guy. I wonder why. I wonder, this guy seems like a nice guy. Giga Hate Watcher. Giga Hate Watcher, by the way. What the fuck? It looks like this is a pattern of behavior.
I need more time.
Get a clue, mate. Get a clue. Get a grip. Go outside, touch some grass.
I'm not ready. No challenge.
Yeah, it does seem like versus certain mob hitboxes, you guy gets like even further back. It's kind of weird to use it like a. You can kind of just run with it. You can use it to actually just run faster.
I'm not ready.
Science won't save you.
I don't know this combat is the version of GGG though, is it? It's like, I don't know what the fuck this is. This feels far... Like, what am I even doing here, mate? Oh, guys, jump around, jump forward, jump sideways. Let's go, gamers. What I'm doing right now is kind of reminding me like of a no cooldown leap slam. Actually,
I need more time.
Meaningful combat. Well, no, I'm not really looking at the micro anymore. I'm just kind of like just jumping around like a spurg, right? Which is fine. I mean, hey, this is kind of this is certainly something. I wonder if I put this on right click, honestly. I've had block there for the longest time.
Since they take so long to ship, why don't you order multiple mice and have a few backups from when the grease from your Ultra, Supreme, double stuffed extra large nacho plate inevitably seeps into the mouse?
Because I already have one. Wait, what do you guys think about, do you think I'm gonna need block? I've been saving right click for active block thinking that it's gonna become a significant mechanic in PoE 2. But
I need more time.
I mean, dude, having that on left click and having this on right click means I can literally just alternate between left click, right click. Wait, what's faster?
I need more time.
Wait, I can't tell. Is this faster?
I can't yet.
Well, I guess what it is that you avoid attacks when you're doing it, right?
I need more time.
Holy shit.
Sneaky creature.
I mean,
Quinn, honestly, I was busy dying to Tremandra during the entire interview, and Asmongold hasn't uploaded a reaction video yet. Can you just tell me what to think? Is PoE 2 good, or is it still bad? Thanks, pal.
it was never bad. Okay, little bro. It was simply that some questionable changes were pushed that seemed like it was making the game actively worse, which then upset people because they figured the trajectory of the game was off the rails. And now, you can clearly see when they're asked questions, they definitely say, no, that was a mistake, we fucked up. That wasn't intended. We're gonna fix that now. We're doing patches and to update every day. Yeah, we telegraphed some shit, but actually, it was just for that day. We're gonna be doing more changes. It seems like all around, yeah, PoE 2 good. With the caveat that there's still, I think, some pretty large issues that they gotta fix. So they don't use source control. What's that? Base take for EA to react to tomorrow. What do we got here? You want to watch Wanting the Puddle? That's a lot, man. What's it though?
Overpowered Roa. Actually, when they said they were gonna look into how overpowered Roa and Lightning Spear is, I was so happy. Can you imagine Jung's face when he gets nerfed? I was so happy, bro. I was excited. But I was not excited when they said, we didn't even do anything to the campaign. Why is it hard? I was not excited when I heard that. I was not also excited to hear that you should just use regals in Act 1. I was like, what regals? And then Jonathan told me I should disenchant all my rares. And I was like, what rares? I'm just saying, dude. I was a little confused. I was a little fucking confused. And when they said Huntress OP, I was really confused.
Hey. Yep, there it is, dude. There it is. No. He does make a point that I agree with the fact that it does seem like there's not very many regals in the game. I cannot comment on the Huntress as I've not played it.
I'm not ready.
Holy guacamole. What's happening? Let me play the game, please. Holy, man. This fucking Temp Chains feels... Wait,
I'm not ready.
Wait, that's way slower than 22%, right? Wait, what? Wait. Huh? What's going on? That's like 1/3 the speed. This is completely bugged. This is legit unplayable. My guy gets stunned every time he attacks, pretty much, because it's that slow. Oh, I'm bleed at least. Yeah, this is not. Bro, look at my roll. That is not 22%. But this feels like a 50%
You know what
slow.
is bad and hard, chat?
Everything's double.
Your mom having to endure you at home for having todolist and not helping in anything. The prostitute that has to endure your dad at night when he wants her to pound his hairy ass. The game is not hard. You're bad.
What?
Weakling.
Bro, this boss is gonna be brutal, man. Let's just get to the boss. Let's just get to the boss and get the fuck out of here, bro. Oh, the Hyena Lord? Wait, the Hyena Lord with this kind of slow is gonna be... Wait, what?
I need more time.
Dude, that's so stupid.
I can't yet.
Oh, whatever. He just magma pussy did?
Face me!
Oh, dude. Oh, what's my region here, by the way, chat? What's my region? What's my region? Okay, this should be a more. Let's see. Let's confirm it is. 325. This should go 373. Should. What? What was it? What was the original value? Wait, what was the original value? What was the original value? What did I type in before? $325. $325. $8% increase. This must stack additively. Wait, life regen rate and life recovery rate must be in the same multiplier pool. What? That makes it far less compelling.
I'm not ready.
It used to be a more, and POE 1 it's a more.
Crackling.
I don't know if I like disengage shit at all.
Can't yet.
Feels weird to me, bro. See, I think I'd prefer if disengage had like no attack time. It was like fucking you guys just an instant backflip and like it's like it instantly gets you back kind of thing, right? But then had like a long cooldown. Hey guys. There it is, guys. There it is. Temp Chains is impossible to play with. Hey, I just got on by Temp Chains. There it is. We're logged out. Hey, today was a day, my brothers. All around. Hey, chat. Was that a W or an L? Create a poll. The poll can be Path of Exile 2 podcast. And then the two options are W and L. Make it a 2-minute poll. Okay? Let's see it. Did I die? No, I didn't die. I have to log up 15 minutes. XL2 podcast segment. There it is. W. That's part of XL2. Okay. Was it a W or an L, chat? Yeah, there it is. Majority of people think W.
When you can make the calculator bigger so that you can see the history of your calculations. 0.
No shit, really? Memory. Yeah, I don't know about that. Hey, all around, big W. There it is. Hey, boys, today was a fucking day. Today was a fucking day. Tomorrow. I mean, basically, it sounds like Jonathan's going to have a patch live. So, and do you know one of those things that he was going to fix today was the blacksmith. So, we're getting huge blacksmith. Mark, my bad. Jonathan, Mark, same shit. It's both, whatever, the GG divs. Tomorrow, the blacksmith is going to be buffed out the wazoo. It's going to be crazy. We've gone up multiple tiers. I went from T1 maps to T5 maps today. That means, logically, I could maybe, 5x? That means I could go to, like, T25 maps tomorrow. Or maybe I could go T10 maps. We'll have to see. Who knows? Who fucking knows?
Attention.
But regardless, thanks for chilling out today, guys. W's in the chat for fucking GGG. Huge. Yo, POE too good. They're fixing the game. Logging in tomorrow. Massive big dick blacksmith damage. In-game fixed. Game fixed. Turbo! 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 777,000 777 Awakener 8, Moonlord, when, soon,
Because he is.
God gamer. 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 God gamer.
Because he's jet-rated 69, jet-rated, 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 jet-rated. 7